Good morning, members of council. I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me for the national anthem. Members, please observe a moment of silence in memory of the following persons who have passed away: Patricia Beatty, Guy Eisnor, Captain Edgar Ed Kennedy, Dr. Jill Leclerc, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, Teresa Tate, and Tricia Waldron. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, although civic buildings, including City Hall, are currently closed to the public, I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being conducted publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I want to welcome the public who are watching our meeting this morning. Members, before we begin our opening routine, I would like to take a moment to welcome Councillor Jay Robinson to today's meeting and invite the councillor to say a few words at this time. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to share with my colleagues and all of Toronto that I can't tell you how happy I am to be here today. As many of you know, I was able to participate last week in the TTC board meeting, my first official public meeting since my diagnosis. And I have to tell you, it feels so great to be back. I feel very fortunate to be joining you this morning. There's no sugarcoating cancer. In Canada, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. In 2020 alone, 27,000 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in Canada. And I, like many, was completely blindsided by this diagnosis. It was very important for me to know that I was not alone in this battle. And I want all women grappling with this devastating diagnosis and resulting debilitating side effects to know that they're not alone. Thank you to the many, many people who wrote, emailed, and phoned me to share their stories and experiences from across the whole city. I can't tell you how much of an impact you had on me and my recovery. I have just recently completed my final chemotherapy, the culmination of more than 1 year of non-stop treatment, including 4 months of chemotherapy, surgery, and 2 months of radiation, followed by another 6 months of chemotherapy. It has been a long road and a difficult road to get here. While it was very frightening, it was probably one of the most frightening experiences of my life. I feel very lucky that I was able to receive treatment throughout COVID. I am very, very fortunate, and I realize that. I had a fantastic team caring for me at the Odette Cancer Center at Sunnybrook Hospital, who after surgery thankfully discovered that I actually had 2 different types of breast cancer, which would require 6 more months of chemo. So I'd really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank the dedicated doctors, nurses, technicians, medical staff who are continuing to treat patients throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as my stellar, all-female team of doctors, Dr. Wright, Dr. Eisen, and Dr. Rakovic, who provided exceptional care for me throughout this process. While I continued to work as much as I could over the past year, I would not have been able to do this without the support of my phenomenal team. Rachel Van Frossen, my Chief of Staff, Rachel Hillier, Leslie Burley, and Alicia Archibald, thank you for stepping up. Thanks for your hard work. The Residents of Ward 15 Don Valley West continue to have excellent and consistent service. I'd like to thank everyone in the virtual council chamber. I really focused on getting back in my council chair. And I want to thank you all for your support during this difficult time. To my colleagues on City Council and to Mayor John Tory, thank you for your continued support and your frequent well wishes. I want to say a special thanks to Mayor Tory for a lot of advice, but the best advice he gave me is take it one day at a time, and I lived by that. That's the only way I got through. To city staff, thank you for your thoughtful gestures and all your efforts to help my team and I serve the Ward 15 through this challenging period. And to the residents of Ward 15, Don Valley West, it is the highest honor of my life to serve you. I will never forget the outpouring of support I received from you throughout my treatment. Your incredibly kind words and generous deeds helped my family and I through very dark days. Thank you for your unwavering support, your patience, your understanding, and your encouragement. These are challenging times for all of us, but with everything from new community-based food banks to informal neighborhood groups delivering groceries and essential items to their neighbors, it has been inspiring to see the residents of Ward 15 and the entire city come together to support our community over the course of this pandemic. While we are in the midst of one of the darkest periods in our Toronto's history, I know we are going to emerge on the other side stronger and better than ever. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, and welcome back. I would now, thank you. I would now ask Mayor Tory to say a few words.
Speaker, thank you. I don't know how you follow that, but and there may be others who wish to speak, but I think as the head of the council, I just want to say, Jay, you know, I wrote you last night when you confirmed for sure. You told me a week or so ago you were going to come to council, and I was thrilled about that. And I said how thrilled I was, and I said I knew everybody would be very excited to see you back, and we are. And that's because we love you. And it's interesting when I say that. You know, you might say, well, I'd only say that because it's you know, somebody I've known for a long time before I was here, or because it's a woman where you'd feel comfortable saying that. You know, I would just tell you, I would say that about any member of council, because it's a strange thing about this place. And we were talking about it the other day in the context of how we make decisions and get things done together. You know, I serve, like a number here, I've served at Queen's Park as well, where you sit in parties, and there is a certain collegiality that goes with being in that place, and I'm sure that's true of Parliament. But this place is different, and I think, you know, especially now with a smaller number of councillors. And I'm not saying that was a good thing. It was a bad thing in the way it was handled and all the rest. But with 26 of us being here, we don't just share a common sort of responsibility, but we share, I think, a bond that goes well beyond that. And when Jay told me some time ago, as I'm sure she told some of you, some of us, that she was ill, it was a body blow, of course, to her in a way that we can hardly imagine. She tried to describe that this morning, but it was a body blow to all of us. And I think that's true when any one of us is not well. It is something that we all feel. And I will just say for myself, I said to her the other day on the phone, first of all, there were a couple of local issues that came up, and she was only participating through her staff, so I didn't hear from her directly on them, and I was thankful for that, because I knew that if I had, it wouldn't necessarily have gone well. I mean, just in the sense of her fiercely representing, as she does, her constituents. And the other thing was that I had two scary experiences during her illness when I did town halls in her ward that she was not present at. I was then having to answer questions about the city government on her behalf, and I was deeply worried as to whether I gave the correct answers in an area that I know well, but nonetheless where Jay represents it and knows every corner of it, every inch, every person, every issue. And so there's no substitute for the real thing, Jay, and I can just say to you that we are all thrilled that you're back here. One thing, I'm not afraid to say this, and I don't think she'll mind. I did say to her, and I think you all probably agree with me, these virtual meetings actually in some respects are more tiring than meetings that take place in person, because you're more constrained in terms of, how you can move about, do various things. And I've said to her, and I trust that you would all agree and make sure she understands, we all heartily agree that if she can be here for an hour in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon, or as she sort of gets herself back into, doing what we all do here, we are just thrilled to have her presence. And it's been there throughout, by the way. I will tell you, some of you will know this, some won't, that at the TTC, anytime I talk to Rick Leary or to Daniela from my own office or to the people on the commission, Jay's hand was very much felt there while she was gone, notwithstanding the excellent job that's been done by Al Heisey and Joanne Prentice. She was there, and she was fulfilling her responsibilities, sometimes probably when she shouldn't have been. And the same is true in the ward. That while we may not have heard from her as directly personally, she was very much engaged. That just shows you the kind of person that she was through all that she went through. And so, Jay, I just want to say that, I am thrilled, and I know all the members of council are, to see you back and to see you, not at the end of your journey, but certainly well along. And it seems like everything is going well, and we want that to continue so that you'll be back here. And there'll be moments I'll live to regret this in terms of your being back in full feisty form. But having said all that, that's what we want. We want Jay Robinson back here all the time as soon as possible. But we're thrilled you're here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes by Councillor Grimes? All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do, Speaker. Thank you. And I move that the report from meeting 18 of the Executive Committee as presented on the agenda be introduced for consideration. I was saying in discussing this on television this morning when they asked me what was up at City Council, that certainly at the Executive Committee there had been a fair focus, just as it had the agenda unfolded, on transportation-related matters. They were all, to an extent, reports that were kind of reports of works in progress, but I think it is an indication of all the different things that are going on across the city with respect to transportation and in particular. And they're all things that I think should give heart to people with respect to the progress that we're making. And there are going to be some issues arising out of that today, as is the case with any meeting we have of the City Council. So we discussed the Surface Transit Network Plan. And it is going to help us a lot, I think, to figure out new ways in which we can move forward with this, but also use technology and use other means to enhance the transit corridors for some of our busiest bus routes. And this will not be without, debates that will happen across the city, but it's something where we've proven in Scarborough we can move forward. And even there's some debates in the aftermath of moving forward, but that's fine. I mean, we're going to look at these things and learn from them and consult people and listen to people and present them probably with more information and data than we've ever had before. We discussed some answers to questions from council on the Metrolinx projects, which are more than one. There's numerous Metrolinx projects, but of course, in particular, there was a report in front of you, part of the executive committee report on the Ontario line and on a couple of the busways that are proposed for the city in both the east and the west end. So a lot of discussion of transportation matters. And then the other one that I'll just mention, and I don't know how much discussion we'll get here today. I don't think it needs much discussion by way of a debate that will happen on the rightness of what we're doing, but the data for equity strategy. You know, we've shown each other, perhaps better late than never, but we've shown each other, and I hope we've shown the people of Toronto that when we actually take data and collect data that focuses in on who is being affected by, who is being left behind, who is not benefiting from, who, you know, in terms of our programs and our policies, and even things like COVID-19, policing issues, where we're now for the first time in the country collecting race-based data that will help us to have more trust in policing and to help us make changes to policing. When we do that sort of thing, we are able to have public policy that is more responsive to the needs of those who need help the most, and to make sure that the help and the programs and services that we offer are done in a manner that is fair to everybody and that is equitable. And so this program will, yes, it will involve having some experts, a very small number of experts that we have to put in place to actually collect the data properly, analyze it properly, respect the boundaries within which it will be utilized or not utilized, as the case may be. But I think it is a solid initiative that will help us to go forward and do an even better job of taking the scarce resources we have and allocating them not only to those who need it the most, but in the most effective way possible. And I think in the end, that not only will the broader issue of equity and fairness be addressed by this, but I think also it will help us to be more effective in our use of resources. And I would think all councillors from all corners should support that and should support the purpose of this. And so that is a part of the Executive Committee's report today as well. So I commend the report to you. I look forward to our discussions. My one key item for this meeting is actually not an Executive Committee item. It's the item that has to do with the COVID report, which we'll hear more about from Dr. Davila this morning, and I'll speak on that at the appropriate time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Speaker, that the report from meeting 23 of the Board of Health be presented for your consideration. I can tell you that at the board, we dealt with a number of critical issues, obviously COVID, as I'll speak to, but also the accelerating and escalating issue of overdose fatalities in our city and the 2021 budget. What is here in front of us today for Council's consideration is a comprehensive set of recommendations dealing with COVID. Not only to beat COVID and the second wave we're in, but also our city's plans to roll out a COVID vaccine in partnership with the other levels of government. I can tell you that the situation we're in today, and Dr. Davila will speak to it as this is the Mayor's key item, is while we are in the midst of a second wave, and we know from other jurisdictions around the world that you beat a second wave by fast and quick measures to reduce contact, and then slow and cautious measures to reopen when you can sustain it. These are hard choices, and in the midst of the second wave and the lockdown measures now, it is a very difficult time for many. And so the recommendations that Council will be considering today fundamentally resolve around what is our task over the next 28 days as a city and in partnership with the other levels of government. Because what we don't want to do, what we can't do, what we must not let happen is 28 days end only to reopen and then close down again. Rather, in front of us here are recommendations for 3 areas of work. First, to protect those employees, those businesses, and those communities that have been most significantly and in some cases disproportionately affected by the pandemic and lockdown measures. And so whether that's enhanced programs that we're rolling out in partnership with the other levels of government to hit hard-hit neighborhoods in the Northeast and Northwest, or policy initiatives we're working hard on and working with other levels of government on income supports, on sick leave and eviction prevention. That's one critical area to support those people affected by this lockdown and the pandemic. The second is to support people to cope with the isolation that comes with these lockdown measures. Listen, it's winter, it's dark, it's cold, and people are justifiably tired after a long 10 months of fighting COVID. And so there is detailed recommendations around access to mental health services, in this report. And then the third piece here I draw your attention to, and this is perhaps the most critical, is how we use these 28 days, all levels of government together, to scale up those critical public health systems, test, trace, and isolate. We all know the language well, to ensure that not only do we beat the second wave, but we prevent a third wave. I would close in presenting the report here today simply to note that a vaccine is coming. The report speaks in detail to the work of the city's vaccine task force and recommendations for the rollout to the vaccine, but we cannot simply wait for a vaccine. There is too many lives at stake and too many Torontonians to protect while the vaccine is coming. And that's why our task today remains the same as it ever was, to certainly beat COVID, to beat this second wave, and to work with other levels of government to ensure we don't have to lock down again in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the staff put the motion up on the screen? That the report for meeting 15 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, members of Council. Good morning, staff. Good morning, Toronto. Speaker, that the report from meeting 17 of the Economic and Community Development Committee be presented for consideration. Speaker, we had over 6 hours of discussions and debates and conversation around the agenda. There's one item that I think is extremely important for members of council to review. While it's not on the agenda, it was on the agenda at committee, and that was 17.1. It's a COVID update for each of the respective department areas. I had submitted those slides to members of council for their review. I'm hoping that they find it helpful. Speaker, I will speak to 3 specific items that were actually on our agenda. The first one being EC 17.2, which is the Fair Pass program update for 2020. It is part of our poverty reduction strategy. It's an opportunity where the city is investing approximately $11.3 million to help over 80,000 of our residents in terms of being able to take this TTC with a reduced fare. It's a program that we need to continue to support. There is another phase that will come forward, phase 3, looking forward to that. Additionally, Speaker, I want members to really take a look at EC 17.3. The mayor has just spoken about the data for equity strategy and so on. While it's not an economic development item per se, it is part of the initiative that the mayor has been steadfast in terms of supporting and putting staff into place, which is the confronting anti-Black racism. It's the update of that series bodies of work, the 80+ recommendations and the status in terms of where we are and what we're doing in this particular area. I want to just draw members' attention to the fact that around the world, people are actually, municipalities and individuals and world leaders are actually taking notice of the work that we're actually doing in this area. I want to thank the staff for the work that they're doing in order to help us to actually put in place this ability to confront anti-Black racism and so on. I know I've been contacted by London, Bristol, Rotterdam, and a variety of other areas around the world. In fact, in December, I'll be joining various deputy mayors from around the world to talk about some of the things that we're actually doing here in Toronto. I think it's really important for members to realize what we're doing here and the benefits and the fact that it's actually being well received around the world. Additional Speaker, the final item that I'd like to draw members' attention to, and it's being held by Councillor Cressy. I want to thank him for that. It's EC 1712. It's a response to the proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act. It's really important in terms of recognizing the proposed changes that Queen's Park is bringing forward in specifically 6 areas: quality, affordability, equity, health and safety, access, and early years. We actually are not in agreement with respect to what's being proposed by the province. We are fundamentally in disagreement to a number of the issues and so on around flexibility in our response, as well as the qualification requirements and so on, as well as the unlicensed childcare registry. I want council to know that I've spoken with the Premier directly, and he is totally in agreement that we need to review and take a solid look at this and bring Toronto's perspective forward. But I also want to say that I will, a number of the members of the public have reached out to me and said, well, this is Doug Ford's, our Premier's, situation where he's bringing this forward. I want to make it clear to members of council and to members and the public at large that these ideas were proposed well in advance of this current government. So it's consistent that these ideas are being brought forward. The Premier has indicated a willingness to talk about it, and I'm prepared to meet with staff and other members, particularly the Premier's team, to discuss our respective needs about what's best for childcare in our city. So those are my remarks, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 17 of the General Government Licensing Committee on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the report for meeting 17 on November the 5th, 2020, the Infrastructure Environment Report listed on the agenda and be presented for consideration. I bring to the attention to councillors of three items that might be of particular interest. One is the Move TO Action Plan, which was brought to committee. This is a comprehensive initiative to make sure that the traffic in our city moves, is safe, pedestrians are safe, motorists are safe, and we can move goods and products. It involves the smart traffic signals, the intelligent intersections, advanced transit priority technology, the construction hub pilot program, and of course, transportation demand management strategy. I would also like to bring to the attention the 2020 Basement Flooding Protection Program update. This is actually an extremely exciting program and initiative and amendment to the existing basement flooding mitigation program for those councillors with severe or moderate basement flooding. This allows for the threshold of the eligible households in our area to be raised from 32,000 to 68,000. That means that hundreds of households that were not eligible for City of Toronto infrastructure upgrades regarding stormwater management and sewer upgrades are now eligible in the coming years. And this is exciting news for homeowners. This is something that should be relayed to local communities who have suffered through basement flooding, and certainly a relief to our various neighborhoods across the city. Thirdly, I'd like to bring your attention to clearing the path towards safe and accessible winter. This was originally a member's motion that was brought to council to facilitate the clearing of sidewalks in various downtown neighborhoods. Currently, staff are working on a plan, an incremental plan to study and get the correct technologies for the ongoing rollout of sidewalk clearing in the downtown core. What was originally a let's study and report kind of motion, I understand has morphed into a we demand motion. That I understand is being modified to bring something more reasonable at this council meeting. I think one of the movers of this motion said over the last 10 years we must make fact-based decisions. So let's let staff do their study, explore the technology, test the technology, and make sure that if we're going to roll it out, we do it correctly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. That the report for meeting 18 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council will be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the striking committee report.
If staff can put it on the screen, I'm happy to read it. That the report for meeting 6 of the striking committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 19 of Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If you put it on the screen, I'll be happy to move it. The report from meeting 19 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 19 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I move that the report from meeting 20 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce new business and business previously requested from city officials? Moved by Councillor Holliday. All in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? If you do, please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Are there any?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I put my name on the list.
Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest on item number TE 20.3. 276 and 290 Merton Street zoning amendment application final report. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file, and I've submitted the conflict of interest forms on these items to clerks.
Thank you. Are there any further interest? Okay. I will now call for petition.
Speaker,
Sorry.
Speaker, just on a point of personal privilege.
Councillor Cressy.
Just on a point of personal privilege, as Councillor Bradford just mentioned his spouse, could we as council take a moment to congratulate Councillor Bradford and Catherine, his spouse, on the newly announced pregnancy and soon-to-be parents that they are to become? I see Councillor Bradford announced it yesterday, so dad-to-be, congratulations, Brad.
Congratulations.
Thanks, friend. Appreciate that.
I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Matlow.
And congratulations, Brad. Welcome. Welcome to parenthood. This is regarding IE 17.7, clearing the path towards a safe and accessible winter. I respectfully submit this petition from 3,578 signatories for the consideration of council on item IE 17.7, clearing the path towards a safe and accessible winter. And the petition reads as follows. Last winter, City Council called for improved standards for sidewalk snow maintenance due to valid concerns raised by residents that Toronto's current standards are completely insufficient in the downtown and center of the city. It is inequitable that residents in the former cities of North York, Scarborough, Etobicoke, and some of York receive sidewalk snow clearing, while the majority of neighborhoods in Old Toronto, areas of York, and East York do not. This is especially concerning given the levels of pedestrian traffic are much higher in these areas. Residents of our city's inner suburban areas also frequently walk through downtown and midtown and rightfully expect safe and accessible sidewalks too. With the COVID-19 pandemic, walking will be more important than ever to our physical and mental health, especially for seniors and people living with mobility challenges. The undersigned attached their support to this petition in support of the delivery of harmonized sidewalk snow clearing standards, and of course, I attach my signature as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have 3 deferred committee items. EX 16.21 on the ratio of full-time to part-time paramedics, and SC 12.4 on 170 Eglinton Square and 1431-37 Victoria Park Avenue. Official plan amendment and request for direction report, and as well T 19.58 insurance transparency for Metrolink's tree removal permits right away, which are in wards 14 and 19. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that staff put in for SC 12.4. It's in essence for the developer in the city to go back and to work on this and bring it back to council when appropriate.
Okay, the staff have that motion. Councillor Crawford?
Yep, they do. I think it's up now.
Okay,
Shortly.
that's on SC 12.4.
That's correct.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried.
Madam Speaker, the panel's not up for me to put my name up, but I'd like to hold EX 16.21, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold EC 17.2, please.
Okay, we're not going through the agenda right now. All I've indicated is the 3 items from the previous council. We will be getting to the committees shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right now it's just the 3 items that I've indicated that were deferred from the last council meeting. Okay, Councillor Layton was holding the EX 16.21 on the paramedics. Councillor Cole, are you on the deferred the deferred items? Okay. Pardon?
I just wanted to hold that item, EX.
Okay, the holds will come later. I'm just going through the 3 deferred items. We haven't got there yet. Okay.
Well, Mr. Councillor Layton held something. I wanted to hold something.
But that was
too.
on the deferred items. This was on the 3 deferred items.
Okay.
Okay, the mayor has designated item HL.231 on response to COVID-19 as is a key matter for the first item of business today. The medical officer of health will make a presentation on this item. Members, there are related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together. Infrastructure and Environment Committee item, i.e. 17.7 on clearing the path towards a safe and accessible winter, with new business item, CC 26.9 on update on park washrooms for winter 2020-2021. Deferred item, T 19.58 on ensuring transparency for Metrolink's tree removal right-of-way, and other permits in wards 14 and 19 with Executive Committee. Item EX 18.3, update on Metrolink's transit expansion projects, fourth quarter 2020. The notice is a motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matter is completed. I propose that City Council set a time for closed session if required later in the meeting. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time, starting with the deferred items. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can please put your name on the list, and when I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold. Okay. So now we'll go to the executive committee. Any items on the executive committee? Councillor Lai.
Let's hold 18.
Councillor Lai?
That is not the committee. I meant to hold the Economic Development Committee. Sorry.
Okay, we're at executive right now. Are there any holds for executive? Councillor Cressy.
Speaker, I had held the EX 18.6 data for equity strategy. I would be happy to release that with a recorded vote.
So you would like to release the EX 18.6?
With a recorded vote, please.
With a recorded vote. So on the item, data for equity strategy. Okay.
Here comes the big test, Jay. First recorded vote.
Speaker, I've been kicked out of the CMP, so I want to be confirmed in the affirmative on the vote, please. I'm just trying to get back in.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, Councillor Bradford, can we please have your vote?
The item carries, Madam Speaker, unanimously. 25 in favor.
Thank you. Are there any further holds on the executive committee?
Yes, my name's up there, Speaker.
Yes, just 1 second until the screen is
Yeah,
cleared.
clear that. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, you're next.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 18.1, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to hold EX 18.3, please. And I'll also want to make that time specific at the end of the meetings.
Okay, we'll get to that after.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, on a point of order, could we get members to not just call out the name, but the subject matter for everyone who's viewing it and for members of council?
Oh, sorry. Good idea.
No, you weren't the first one, Paula.
No, I will.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, EX 18.3, update on Metrolinx transit expansion projects, fourth quarter 2020, Wardsall. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
and then
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bradford is holding 18.1 Service Transit Network Plan Update. Okay, we'll now go to, the Board of Health item is being held. Okay, we'll go now to civic appointments. No? Okay, Economic and Community Development Committee report. Councillor Thompson?
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EC 17.1, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism, Year 2 update, please.
Madam Speaker, I don't need to
Okay, just
hold,
1 sec, please, one at a time. That item, Councillor Thompson, is not on the agenda.
It's on my agenda.
No, it was.
It's
it was
EC 17.3, the update?
You said 17.1.
17.3, Speaker, I said.
No, we all heard one, but that's okay. Councillor Thompson?
Well, can we review the tape?
Yeah, no, it's okay. EC.
Because I spoke about 17.1 earlier and I said it wasn't on the agenda. I'd actually submitted
Yeah, no,
to
that's okay.
members the
That's okay. I
slides.
think we all heard a different one here. No problem. So,
I'll have to get my drugs in order, Speaker. Make
Okay.
sure I've got the right drugs.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hold EC 17.2 Fair Pass Program. I do have a motion from the TAC committee. It doesn't necessarily need to be held now that I think of it if people are ready to let it go. I just want to move the recommendations from TAC forward, which is the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. The request is fairly straightforward. We would just hope to have a presentation at TAC when this program comes back.
Okay,
Speaker, as a committee chair, I can support that.
Thank you.
So the motion is on the screen.
Speaker, I would like to hold that item down for a bit, please.
Okay, so we'll continue
The fair, so does Councillor Wong Tam want to continue to hold it, or she just want to give it to me?
No, I'll hold it then, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lai.
Speaker, I think Councillor Wong Tam has already held the EC 17.2, the Fair Pass Plan update. So I just continue to hold that one then. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Under Councillor Wong Tam's name, maybe? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to General Government and License.
Speaker, Council.
Councillor Fillion?
On item 17.10, I don't need to hold it. I just want to say that it's very exciting that Yonge Street in Willowdale is getting its first ever BIA, and we're just super happy about that. So thanks to everybody who's been working on it for several years, and to the staff and the committee for getting this forward.
More taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Ainsley, are you on economic development?
No, I thought we'd moved on to general government license.
Yeah, general government, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. So, Madam Chair, number 10 is here without recommendations. I would like to move the recommendations that were before the committee. They're fine with Councillor Wong Tam, whose ward this is in.
What's the title of the item, Madam Speaker?
Sorry, GL 17.10, proposed sale of surplus city-owned public land as Brigden Place in Ward 13.
Okay, so we'll put it on the screen to see if members of council are fine, or if the item we want to hold the item down.
Yep. And I don't need a recorded vote.
So it's on the screen, members. Is everyone okay? Okay, so on the item, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Fillion, we're general government.
Yes, no, I'm okay.
You're okay.
I'm not holding anything.
Councillor Wong Tam, general government.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold GL 17.11, access and waiting areas at City Hall for peoples with disability. I won't need to hold it for very long. I just have a few questions that I can ask staff offline to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to hold IE 17.3, reducing the state of good repair backlog and enhancing cycling lane maintenance. And I would also like to hold IE 17.4, updates on improvements to the bike lanes on Dundas Street East and other bylaw amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold IE 17.7, clearing the path towards a safe and accessible winter.
Thank you. We'll now go to Planning and Housing Committee. We just have the one item. Okay, Striking Committee. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EY 19.3, 315, 327 Royal Road zoning bylaw amendment application status report. I'll be happy to move the staff recommendations. We sent it without recommendations from Community Council, hoping that planning and the applicant get closer together, but that didn't happen. So staff are asking me to move the staff recommendations, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, that's EY 19.3. It's on the screen. 315, 327 Royal York Road. On favor?
Recorded vote, please. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please, your vote. And Councillor Matlow, please. Madam Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. North York Community Council.
Chair, I'd like to hold an item.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll hold NY 19.1, final report, 25 St. Dennis Drive.
Thank
Draft
you.
line of subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go back to Striking Committee and just hold the schedule of meetings for a little while. ST 6.1, 2021 scheduled meetings.
Thank you. Are there any further holds for North York Community Council? Okay, we'll now go to Scarborough Community Council.
Madam Speaker, can I request a recorded vote on 19.9?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Councillor McKelvey.
Can I request a recorded vote on item SC 19.9?
What's the item?
Yeah.
Imagining 21st Century Employment Areas, request for a planning and transportation study for the Coronation Drive employment area.
Okay, recorded vote is requested.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Fillion, please.
In the affirmative, Madam Speaker, I'm having problem. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm okay now.
The item carries, Speaker, unanimously, 25 votes in favor.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm currently holding item CE 20.1, 40 and 50 Service Road, 446 Lakeshore Avenue, 425 Lakeshore Avenue. It goes on and on. I have an amendment from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation real estate staff that I can move, and with that dispense of the item. So if I can place that amendment, it is to give staff flexibility in the use of easement funding for the restoration work to consider other capital projects.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two holds. TE 20.11, demolition of a property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And the second hold is TE 20.29, construction staging area 1 Bloor Street, West Balmuto Street.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the item that TE 20.3, if we should vote on that now with the recorded vote, and I can turn my camera off and leave the room virtually. Is that the way to do that?
We'll do that later.
Okay, very good. You let me know. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, so a T 20.7, which is 65 and 83 Raglan Avenue. It's here without recommendation. So can I have the councillor hold the item down? I believe it's Councillor Matlow.
I will.
You'll hold the item down? Okay. All right. Okay, and we'll now go to new business and business previously requested. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to hold CC 26.7, please. And CC 26.9.
Okay, 26.7.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. CC 26.7, Toronto Local Appeal Body Appointments of Public Members, Wards All.
Okay.
And CC 26.9, Update on Park Washrooms for Winter 2020-2021, except I think perhaps Councillor Layton wanted to hold that, and if he does, I'm happy to give it to him.
Yeah, that's the item that at the beginning of the meeting, I recommended that that item be dealt with another item. So it is being held. We're going to deal with the two items together.
Well, then it should be held in that name. It's showing as held in my name. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, now it's who's holding that then? Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Matlow.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to hold item CC 26.2, policing reform update.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 26.5, excuse me, TO Core, updating tall building setbacks in the downtown.
Thank you. Which one is it? Yes. Members, before we go to the timed item, I held down under new business CC 26.1, which is the Ombudsman Toronto report on basement flooding. This was a motion that I had brought forward a year ago. The copy of the report is before us. What I would like to move is that this item be referred to General Government and Licensing Committee for an opportunity for deputations and for the Ombudsman to make a presentation. So that's my motion on CC 26.1, which will be going to General Government. Okay, all in favor? Referral? Carried, thank you. I would now consider requests to make items items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list on CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I would like EX 18.3 update on Metrolinx transit expansion projects fourth quarter 2020 to be the first item of business tomorrow morning.
Okay, EX 18.3 to be the first item tomorrow morning. On favor? Carried. Are there any further?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, just on a point of order for clarity,
Councillor Holiday.
I just want to confirm that along with EX 18.3 that you're still proposing that TE 1958 is being considered. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's those two tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, Speaker, my name should be on 19.58, the same as Councillor Matlow's is on both of the winter issues, so I'll hold that then. 19.58, ensuring transparency for Metrolinx tree removal permits, right-of-way and park occupation permits and other permits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford, we're going to be voting on the balance of the order paper. So you've declared an interest on T 20.3. So we'll have a recorded vote on T 20.3. So if you can turn off your camera. Okay.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Ainsley, your vote, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Item TE 20.3 carries unanimously, Speaker. The vote is 24 in favor.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, before we begin our first item, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it in by email to the clerk staff, and your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. Members, adding new business to the agenda in a remote meeting is challenging for members and staff, and I ask that members be mindful of this and only submit motions that are truly urgent. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed on as being urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during this meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is HL 23.1, and the medical officer of health has prepared a presentation on this item.
Okay, good morning, Speaker. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Confirming that sound is
Hey, you are on mute now. We can't hear you.
Pardon me?
Here we are.
Okay, we
Okay,
can,
sorry
we can
about
hear
that.
you
We're
now.
having. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and apologies for that, members of council. I will be taking you through a presentation here in front of us, and you'll have to let me know if we are seeing what we should be seeing.
We see it, Doc. You're good.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, good morning, members of council. I will take you through a brief presentation regarding our response to COVID-19, a little bit about where we are now and what we see coming up on the horizon. So as per usual, I tend to start these presentations with a high-level view of where we are now in respect of cases. And as you'll see, these are the most current data for the City of Toronto. They're current as of yesterday, November 24th. So as of November 24th, we are reporting a total of 39,094 cases of COVID-19 over the course of the entire pandemic. And what that means from a day-to-day experience is that for today, we are reporting an increase over the previous of 481 cases. We currently have 168, unfortunately, in hospital, 39 in our local intensive care units, and today, regrettably, we will be reporting 10 new deaths as a result of COVID-19. Taking you now to the monitoring dashboard. This is the dashboard that we have publicly available on our website to keep you and other members of the public informed as to what's happening with COVID-19 overall from a variety of different perspectives. Our current overall status, as you can see here, continues to be red. But let's go through the individual categories of indicators. The first indicator on our monitoring dashboard looks at the indicators of virus spread. And as you'll see here on the left-hand side of the slide, our current 7-day moving average in respect of new COVID-19 cases is now 418. Interesting to note that this is a decrease over the previous week's report, and it's the decrease, the first decrease, excuse me, that I should say we've seen in a number of weeks now on this 7-day moving average of new COVID-19 cases. Last week, same figure was 453. This week, as you see here on the slide, that number is 418. Looking at the 7-day moving average on new hospitalizations, we are now reporting 9.9. And that is also a decrease relative to last week's report. Last week, this same figure was 10.6. Where we're seeing some stability is in respect of active daily COVID-19 outbreaks in institutions. That's holding at 48. And our reproduction number for COVID-19 cases is also holding steady at 1.1. And just by way of reminder, We want to get that reproduction number below 1, because if that number is below 1, while it will take time, the outbreak will eventually die out over time. The further it is below 1, the faster the die out of the outbreak. But regardless, once we get that number below 1, we will, and keep it below 1, that will lead to the ultimate disruption of the outbreak and the pandemic here. Turning now to the next set of indicators, that has to do with laboratory testing. As you'll see on the slide, unfortunately, there continue to be some challenges experienced by our laboratory partners at the province on getting a fast enough turnaround time on the results of tests. So we are not actually getting many of our test results to us within a 24-hour period, and we're certainly not, or our provincial counterparts, unfortunately, are not hitting the target there. Their own target suggests that they should be getting more than 60% of all tests turned around within a 24-hour period of time. Unfortunately, only 37% are getting that turnaround target. We are seeing better results, certainly, with a 48-hour turnaround time when it comes to COVID-19 tests. The final component in this category of indicators has to do with the percent positivity of tests. Overall, for the City of Toronto, our most current data suggests that we are at 6.0 when it comes to percent positivity, a slight decline from last week's figure, which was 6.2%. Turning now to health system capacity indicators, these are indicators of what the healthcare system looks like overall. It does not speak to specific situations at individual hospitals or individual healthcare institutions in the city. As you can see, overall, when you take together the entire healthcare system capacity for the City of Toronto, all the indicators there are fortunately in the green. But as per my earlier comment, the challenge, of course, is that there are certain hospitals that are operating with increased demand and are under increased pressure. And some would be what they would characterize as in the red zone, given demands around their ICU bed occupancy rates or their acute bed occupancy rates. That is not reflected through this, but I would say that overall, using our current measures as we have for many months now on our monitoring dashboard in terms of assessing health system capacity, so far the system overall remains in the green. But the reason why I raise the issues around individual institutions and hospitals is that we can tip very, very quickly from a green circumstance to a red or a yellow at the very least, given how demands often change in the face of COVID-19 and other medical care issues that also require hospital care and attention. And the final set of indicators under the dashboard has to do with public health capacity. As you can see here, we are meeting provincial targets in terms of reaching COVID-19 cases within 24 hours of notification. However, given the high number of cases that we've had over the last several weeks now, we have to do a modified version of case and contact management, and we are therefore not reporting on the contact targets because we are only reaching a select number of contacts as part of our current case and contact management processes, given the high number of cases. There are lots of procedures being put into place to address this situation, and of course, given the current public health measures that have just been put into place by our provincial counterparts, we are quite hopeful that we will see some impact in terms of case counts overall that will then allow us to resume more fulsome case and contact management, which we are doing with every opportunity that we're provided, and we're exploring every possibility to get there. Giving you another view here by what's happening. So how much is COVID-19 affecting our city? Here on this particular graphic in front of you, what we have are the weekly case rates per 100,000 population by neighborhood for the week of November 8th. And what's indicated in red here are all those neighborhoods that meet the criteria to be in the provincial red zone. That means greater than 40 cases per 100,000. And as you can see, unfortunately, the city is awash in red, and that gives you a sense as to how much COVID-19 and activity is impacting our city. Looking at it another way, we're now looking here at this view around COVID-19 testing percent positivity by neighborhood, also for the week of November the 8th. And what's highlighted here in red are those neighborhoods that have a percent positivity figure of 5% or higher. And as you can see, those are certainly concentrated in the northwest part of our city and in the east part of our city. Not exclusively in those areas, but clearly very heavily in those areas. So we can, those two maps combined, I hope give you a flavor as to what is happening and how much COVID-19 is impacting our city and how it's having particular impacts on certain parts of our city. Taking these data another way, we have percent positivity by age group demonstrated here on this particular graphic. And as you can see, there has been over the course from August through to November, an increasing trend in percent positivity that is noted in all age groups, but in particular for those who are in that younger age group, 14 to 17. Sorry. Here we go. Thank you. Excuse me for that. This hopefully is a better view for you. We have a percent positivity by age group showing here on this particular graphic. You can see the percent positivity by age group over the course of the fall, starting in August and taking us all the way through to November. There are particular elevated percent positivity amongst those aged 14 to 17 and those aged 18 to 23. And it is unfortunate to have seen that over the course of the fall. If there is a silver lining to be looked at in terms of this slide and the data that we are getting, you'll notice on the right-hand side of the slide, the data that we have for the most recent period of time, around November 15th, we are starting to see a decline in percent positivity across all the age groups. So again, a little bit of a reason for cautious optimism, but again, something we need to continue to monitor very carefully. And I would certainly suggest that we need to continue as a community and as individuals to continue to practice public health measures and follow public health advice in order to limit the transmission of COVID-19. Turning now to the next slide, to give you a sense as to which cases and what proportion of our cases are linked to which kinds of settings in various outbreaks as reported since August of this year. And you'll see here that the biggest component of the bars here, the most outbreaks are actually occurring within the context of institutions. That's the blue bar that you see there. And when we talk about institutions, what we're speaking of are places like long-term care homes, retirement homes, and hospitals as well. These are the kinds of places where we're seeing most of the cases linked to outbreaks. You will notice that a relatively small proportion of that which is happening by way of outbreaks is occurring in schools. And that's indicated here by the lavender components of the bars, if you will. Notably though, you'll notice that that lavender component of those bars is increasing over time. There's a little bit of a drop with respect to the most recent data on the right-hand side of the graph. But in general, there has been a trend towards increase. It is still the smaller proportion or a smaller proportion of that which we're seeing by way of outbreak. The increase is being noted very, very carefully, and I can assure you that our team at Toronto Public Health that is directly working with schools is very conscious of this and is working very actively with school partners to make sure that infection prevention and control measures are being heeded as closely and being followed as closely as they should be within the context of school communities to the greatest extent that we can support that. So I thought it might be helpful for you as council to understand what it is that we're seeing as we investigate outbreaks and clusters of COVID-19 activity. And what we have seen as we investigate these clusters are examples of opportunities where outbreaks and clusters of transmission could have been prevented. Things like socializing outside of the workplace. We have investigations that involved birthday parties. They'll have a group of people who work together within a given workplace. They socialize outside to celebrate one of their co-workers' birthdays and invite other people to participate. And before you know it, you go from one case of COVID-19 to 6 or 7. We've seen similar circumstances arise out of people celebrating the promotion of a fellow coworker or colleague. And again, wonderful from a health perspective that people are connecting socially outside of work. I think that's again, a very strong sign of social connection, which is good for health. Unfortunately, at this point in time, getting together for those kinds of celebrations in person is a challenge. And clearly from a COVID-19 perspective, this is not something that we want to see or promote by any stretch of the imagination. Other examples that we see from workplaces include socializing within workplaces, staff eating lunch together, taking breaks together. Again, the kinds of behaviors that we would want to support in a time without COVID-19. But frankly, when we do have COVID-19 circulating in our environment and an outbreak that we are seeking to control, this is exactly the kind of behavior that we would discourage people from partaking in at this point in time. And as well, we've seen that workplaces occasionally do not have the kinds of measures we would want them to have in place, whether it has to do with physical distancing and supporting physical distancing between employees, hand sanitizer access, mask use, or actually requiring people to come in to work, or people feeling that they have to come in to work, regardless of whether or not they have symptoms that are consistent with COVID-19. These are some of the circumstances that we have encountered in the course of our investigations of clusters and outbreaks in our community and in workplaces in particular. So I can tell you that our cluster teams and our outbreak management teams are working with workplaces, working with employers, and working with the communities to make sure that they're aware of what appropriate infection prevention and control measures should be followed and what occupational health and safety measures should be followed. That kind of work we do more in concert with colleagues from the Ministry of Labor. However, we are using as best as possible authorities that we have under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, particularly in circumstances of clusters and outbreaks, to ensure that we're doing the best we can from a public health point of view to bring outbreaks and clusters under control as quickly as possible, and of course, where possible, to prevent those clusters and outbreaks from happening in the first place. So next, just a little bit more on the reproductive number. This is a very, very complicated slide, but let me boil it down to its essence. And its essence is that when restrictions or measures that are applied broadly in the community are loosened, given that there is COVID-19 out there, we actually see more COVID-19 transmission. Conversely, when measures are taken and implemented so as to reduce social interactions between people, to limit the likelihood that people might come into close contact with each other, and to limit the opportunities for disease spread, well, in fact, what we do see is reduced disease spread. This is not unique to us. These are the kinds of findings that colleagues all around the world are also experiencing as they implement control measures and implement restrictions within their own environments, whether we're talking about the European context, the Asian context, frankly, anywhere in the world. Taking this a step further, I think it's important to note that these measures that we speak of, the restrictions that we're talking about that have been deployed here and in many jurisdictions all over the world to control COVID-19 transmission, when they're implemented early and they're implemented effectively, you can have significant impact on the reproductive number and therefore significant impact on the estimated number of infections over time. This particular slide depicts the impact of different levels of reproduction number on the estimated number of infections that we would experience here in Toronto through to, as you can see here, the end of May next year. And it's interesting to me, and I think should be interesting to you, that if we are able to affect changes that actually reduce that reproductive number, and as I told you, the magic is to get that reproductive number below 1, you can see that even the distinction between a reproductive number of between 1.1 and 1.2 makes for a significant difference in the estimated number of infections over time. And this is exactly what we're trying to do. If we can reduce the estimated numbers of infections, we reduce the numbers of hospitalizations, and we reduce the number of severe impacts as a result, whether we're talking about ICU admissions or untimely and preventable deaths. This is the kind of impact that we can have when we implement measures and ensure that people are limiting their interaction with others and therefore reducing opportunities for virus spread. Speaking of implementing measures, this is the Ministry of Health's new COVID-19 response framework. I won't dwell on this for very long because it's something that has received quite a bit of media attention and has been well, I think, promulgated and advertised throughout the media, and certainly has been the subject of recent communications to you directly as councillors. Suffice it to say that the framework does categorize local public health unit regions into 5 different levels based on the local epidemiology of COVID-19, the local health system, and public health capacity indicators. And as you know, as of Monday, our jurisdiction, Toronto, and of course Peel, were placed based on those assessments by the province into the lockdown category. Just a little bit further, by way of detail, I won't take you through a comprehensive list of all the restrictions that are affected as a result of being moved into the lockdown category, but a number of the key ones are highlighted here. And really, as you can see, the idea is to limit interaction between people, to limit opportunities for virus spread to happen, whether it's within the context of indoor organized public events, outdoor organized public events or social gatherings, closed spaces where people tend to congregate, and particularly those closed spaces where people tend to congregate for prolonged periods of time, engaged in activities where it's difficult to wear a mask, if not impossible, or where, talking, exertion, physical exertion through, say, for example, exercise. Those kinds of activities also promote transmission of virus from one person to another. So these are the kinds of things that are addressed through the measures as part of the provincial framework. But of course, measures and restrictions to reduce contacts and person-to-person interactions are, of course, important when it comes to reducing COVID-19 spread in a community. But they also need to be balanced by supports that actually facilitate the ability of both people, businesses, and I guess beyond those, organizations to actually adhere to those measures and to adhere to the restrictions and to adhere to the public health advice to reduce interactions. Hence, we have TO supports the COVID-19 Equity Action Plan. And this is meant specifically to address the fact that there have been particular subpopulations within our city that have been hardest hit by COVID-19. So if we are to be successful in stopping virus spread and in supporting people in their ability to do what they need to do to stop virus spread, it's clear that over and above restrictions and measures that have been taken, in particular by our provincial government, there needs to be associated urgent action taken by us as a city together with community partners. This builds on the work that has been going on since March, started off with COVID-19 community cluster tables, and this work has been evolving over the course of the last several months. And now all brought together under a guiding framework called TO Supports, all aimed towards addressing COVID-19 inequities through an equity action plan. And just to give you a very high-level overview, I won't speak to this in great detail, but suffice it to say that there are a number of equity action areas that have been identified. It is about supporting the community and supporting in particular those who have been hardest hit by COVID-19 so that they have better access to all kinds of necessary services, everything from testing to food security to mental health supports, care for seniors, access to digital infrastructure, options for housing, supports for families and children. There is a broad range of activities listed here, as you can see on this slide, each of which is necessary for people in our communities, and particularly those who've been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, to help support them through the COVID-19 experience and to help facilitate their ability to actually participate in public health guidance and to follow public health advice. And getting close to the end of the presentation, so do just bear with me for a little bit more. On a slightly brighter note, we are actively, of course, preparing for COVID-19 vaccine. This has been the subject of a lot of recent, media stories, some positive ones, and some glimmers of hope, I think, for us and for the world writ large. So in order to be prepared for COVID-19 vaccine and the delivery and the administration of COVID-19 vaccine, as you know, the city has established an immunization task force, and this is an important component of the response, no doubt. This will be the largest mass immunization campaign in the history of this city, and it is a huge, huge undertaking, very, very important. I think we should consider ourselves extremely, extremely lucky. We have incredible leadership here at the city, and the immunization task force here the command team in particular is led under the very steady and able leadership of Chief Pegg. He and his team have, and others, have incredible expertise in emergency management, in emergency logistics, response, and planning. And I think we're very, very fortunate at the city to be able to rely on this in-house expertise we have. As well, we have an operational leadership team which has, experts that we have within the city ourselves engaged in this process. Dr. Michael Finkelstein, one of my colleagues at Toronto Public Health, is one of the key leaders on that operational leadership team. He's joined by Chief Gord McKechnie and Acting Chief Jim Jessup from Toronto Fire Service. Again, a really incredible skill set that we have here at the city. Expertise on mass immunizations deliveries. We have done these kinds of things before at Toronto Public Health, albeit not as large as this one. And certainly from our colleagues at Toronto Paramedics and Fire Services, there is incredible expertise and experience when it comes to logistics and emergency response and planning. So I think there is a very rich set of experts that we are relying on here at the city, along with the teams of staff behind them, in order to ensure that we're best prepared as possible for the ultimate delivery of COVID-19 vaccine and vaccine clinics once those vaccines are provided by the province. Again, COVID-19 vaccine will require incredible collaboration and cooperation between the three levels of government. As you know, the federal government is responsible for procuring the vaccine and for setting out some high-level parameters for its use. The province, of course, is more responsible for delineating who gets it first, the very specifics around how it gets administered in the province to whom first, and for ensuring that the vaccines are provided to direct vaccine administrators. And of course, we would be involved in administering vaccine. That has been the tradition when it comes to mass immunization clinics. It's something that we have done in the past. And again, on this scale and scope, nobody has done before, but certainly we are relying on our experiences of the past and our subject matter expertise on doing these kinds of undertakings and endeavors. So as I mentioned, there has been recent reports in the news. We've had recent reports from 3 vaccine manufacturers on preliminary results regarding their products. And depending on which product you're talking about, they've shown between 90 and 95% effectiveness after the second dose of vaccine. These are still very early results. So while it is absolutely cause for hope and optimism, I do think we need to be cautious in that optimism and hope. These are still relatively early results, but again, certainly glimmers of hope on the horizon. From what we hear, the first doses of vaccine could be delivered in the first quarter of 2021. We don't have specifics beyond that, but it is clear that those early doses of vaccine, the first shipments of vaccine to be administered, would likely go to specific subpopulations as identified by the province. And it's our understanding at this point that wider population access would likely have to wait until sometime in the spring. So with that, that is my final slide. If I might take the moment while I have the microphone, I would just like to make a few acknowledgements. So if you'll indulge me for just 30 seconds more. First, I would like to really acknowledge my colleague, Chief Pegg, for his calm and steady leadership. I cannot tell you enough, while many people speak about the role of the medical officer of health in providing leadership to the COVID-19 response. This simply could not have been done by me without the calm and steady leadership of Chief Pegg and the invaluable support that he's provided to me in this response. I would also like to take this moment to thank colleagues throughout the entire city who have been remarkable collaborators and partners throughout the entire pandemic response. This is truly an unprecedented challenge, and I cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate the support, collaboration, and partnership from people across the city. I am eternally indebted to them. And last but not least, of course, to my incredible team at Toronto Public Health. I'm going to try not to get verklempt about this. They're exhausted. They're exhausted. But they are pressing on. They continue to deliver the best service they can. And they're just amazing, true professionals and really remarkable examples of public service. So I will leave it at that. I will thank you for indulging me for those last few seconds. Thank you to the team at Toronto Public Health. You are incredible. I feel very, very lucky to work alongside each and every one of you, regardless of what position you are. Public health inspectors, public health nurses, health promotion officers, community development officers, administrative supports, finance and administration, communications, you name it, you have all been fabulous. And I am eternally indebted to each and every one of you. With that, thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Very happy to address any questions that any council members may have.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, yes, Dr. Davila, I want to thank you and your team and Chief Peg and everyone for the incredible work you've been doing over the last 9 months. We, from the bottom of our heart, thank you on behalf of our constituents. This has been a remarkable endeavor, a remarkable battle you've been fighting for us. So we give you all of our best going forward. And thank you for bringing this point of cautious optimism, as you said, as some of the trend lines seem to be going in the right direction. Let's keep our fingers crossed and keep on enforcing our public health rules. I just have a couple of questions. One area that I'd like you to clarify is something that's come up, and that is the controversy over the big box stores versus the little retail. I've been asked who makes a decision whether a Costco should open, where they sell television sets, appliances, snow tires, food, and there's people milling around in big numbers inside Costco, waiting outside, and not just Costco, I'm just saying the big box stores. I want to single them out. They're a good employer. As opposed to a small retailer that may have very few customers, maybe following all the protocols with masks, and maybe ensuring that there's limited people coming in or out. So who decides? Is it the provincial government that decides whether a small retailer closes or whether a big box store opens? Who makes these decisions?
So through the speaker, Councillor, the decisions around what was included in the restrictions for the current lockdown orders, those are exclusively under the provincial government's domain.
Thank you for clearing that up. And the other question I have is in regards to this color coding. All of a sudden I saw this week or last week, I can't keep track, this gray color show up. I thought we were in a red zone for lockdown, then all of a sudden I see this gray area. And people are again questioning what does this mean? Gray, red, how do we come up with these color codes and these changing codes?
So through the speaker, Councillor, the colors that you're referring to are the levels under the Ministry of Health's COVID-19 response framework. So this is something that was developed by our provincial counterparts to help organize, a framework for the COVID-19 response and to delineate premised on the local epidemiology of COVID-19, health system indicators, and public health system indicators. What sorts of restrictions are in place for different local public health jurisdictions in order to best manage COVID-19? So they have got different colors, I think somewhat along the lines of a stoplight, if you will. Those who have the least restrictions placed upon their communities are in the green zone. And as you move towards yellow, orange, red, and ultimately gray, you see an increasing set of restrictions and measures put into place to limit the likelihood that people can interact with each other outside of their household so as to reduce COVID-19 spread. That's how I would characterize the ministry's framework.
And one last question. Are we preparing a public information campaign about the safety of vaccines, given the fact there's a pretty virulent anti-vax campaign out there that's spreading all kinds of information about not only the potential COVID-19 vaccine, but everything from measles vaccines to polio vaccines. Are we going to coordinate some kind of public information campaign to combat the systemic misinformation that's out there about vaccines?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, that's certainly an important component of the work that needs to be undertaken as part of the immunization task force. The vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines, are only as effective as they are actually taken up by the public. And clearly we want to make sure that the public is taking them up, but doing so in a way that is informed and in a manner that is consistent with the best available science, and that relies on the evidence that exists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Councillor Ford, followed by Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ford?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Doctor. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. Cut down about 3/4 of my questions, but I still have a couple. The province yesterday announced new rapid tests that they're deploying. And in your presentation, you kind of mentioned about the wait time on tests, the current testing that we have wait times being 48 hours and demand on laboratories. Will that be able to free up resources or whatnot in the demand on that?
So through the speaker, I think that's the hope in certain environments. I think we can agree that there are certain environments and certain situations where the rapid tests may be able to provide some assistance and may therefore lighten the burden on the regular testing system, if you will. It's not necessarily that simple, and I think that the proof will ultimately be in the pudding. But that's certainly the hope.
Right. Okay. And then in your presentation, you mentioned that, you know, our 7-day rolling average in the city went from 453 to about 418, showing, and other statistics have been improving amongst age categories and whatnot. What do you think that's being contributed to? Although a small change, but what do you think that positive direction is being contributed to?
Well, through the speaker, I don't know that I can pinpoint one, but fundamentally what it comes down to is reducing interactions between people and therefore reducing opportunities for virus to transmit from one person to the next.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so I have a question about enforcement, and I'm just going to put my words I'm going to choose my words very carefully here, but just as an example of an establishment yesterday choosing not to follow public health guidelines and I guess the rule of law for the day. And I just want to understand what the communication looks like between Toronto Public Health, bylaw, Toronto Police, and what are the roles of each when certain situations arise.
So through the speaker, very, very briefly, there is an enforcement table that meets regularly, and they're representatives of Toronto Public Health, Municipal Licensing and Standards, and Toronto Police Service, and of course, with legal counsel providing the general legal advice to support all three areas. And each of us, very briefly, each of us has our areas of expertise. Public health has some specific expertise on things that have to do with indoor dining, et cetera, and specific public health measures. Our colleagues in municipal licensing and standards have some areas of expertise and are charged as per what's been negotiated amongst the partners to manage, certain elements of what's required under the existing legislation. And of course, Toronto Police Services has the ability to back up both public health and municipal licensing and standards, our bylaw officers, on all of this. So there is a regular coordination that needs to happen. The reopening, the new restrictions under Reopening Ontario Act that apply to Toronto and Peel came into effect on Monday. With each new situation, we're learning along the way, but I can say that there's been lots of coordination between the partners, and we expect to see more and more of that on a go-forward basis. But I expect we'll see that people find innovative ways and to see what they can do to get around regulations, and we will have to work with each other, TPH, MLS, and police services, to make sure that we're keeping up as best as possible with what new developments arise in the community.
Thank you for that. And my last question through you, Madam Speaker, is I've been getting a lot of questions from constituents. I'm sure many of my colleagues have as well, and I know you have fielded them, Doctor, during your press conferences. But with the new restrictions in place, it's hard to predict. But what do you think the kind of the near future has in store for us going into the holidays?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, I am trying to remain as optimistic as I can, and I think that we have shown as a city that we are able to change the trajectory of disease when we put our minds to it together. So I think we have a combination of restrictions that have been put into place, courtesy of our provincial counterparts. We have some supports that I've spoken of during my presentation to help people to abide by public health advice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Pasternak, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you.
And I think the combination of these two things together, like we dealt.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
I think when we take that of COVID-19, we can slowly recharge a little bit more like what we had before.
Okay. Just 1 sec.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
I guess you were cut off and your mic was muffled, so we didn't hear that last part. Councillor Ford, did you want Dr. Davila to repeat that?
I'm okay, Madam Speaker. I got
You're
the gist
okay?
of the doctor's.
Okay, sorry, because I went to the next questioner. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Chief Medical Officer, and of course, thank you to your team for your time. Could you just outline for a minute how robust our contact tracing is with the spike in cases over the last couple of weeks, few weeks?
So yes, thank you. Through the speaker, when the case counts get high, we know that in public health practice, case and contact tracing is an important component of communicable disease investigations. It is, however, most effective when case counts are relatively low, because then you can, and when you've got robust testing mechanisms in place that allow for very, very quick identification of cases and therefore very, very quick identification of contacts as well. It is also particularly challenging when we talk about a disease that can be spread asymptomatically, pre-symptomatically, or amongst those who are only mildly symptomatic. But what we're doing now, given our high case counts, is first and foremost focusing our contact tracing efforts on those situations that are likely to be of highest risk. Long-term care settings, healthcare settings, schools, childcares, those kinds of settings where we know we have individuals who are vulnerable to severe outcomes associated with COVID-19. We also are, as of late, really focusing on those interactions and situations that are likely to give rise to super spreader type events. So we've been focusing on those contact situations where people might have been and where they might have acquired disease, where there were lots of other people, social gatherings that, whether or not they should have been happening. We know that there are some situations that are more likely to give rise to transmission and more likely to have created transmission. So those are the kinds of things that we have been focusing on, while at the same time bringing on more partners to help us. And using technology, of
Now,
course.
I'd like to... Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to come back to Councillor Cole's mention of what goes on in Costco. a multinational foreign-owned company. Not that I'm against foreign investment, and the little shop that has to close. Now, I've been in Costco and I've been in the little shop. The little shop that has to close now is a lot safer environment than Costco. Now, you're saying it's a provincial call, but I've seen your letters and you make pretty blunt recommendations. Can you not embed in those letters recommendations that certain that let's say Costco is selling non-essential products, that we can create a system where we're saving the small corner store and the family-owned business, and not letting Walmart and Costco and Home Depot run away with the whole economy?
So through the speaker, again, what is included in the orders and the regulations that are enacted by the province are, under the province's purview. And this one is an interesting challenge, no doubt. I might ask for assistance from my colleagues from legal. It is certainly, I'm happy to explore, what potentials there are, but it is challenging to provide advice. Not saying that it can't happen, but it is, I think, challenging to provide advice that is in direct contradiction to existing provincial orders, legislation, and regulation. But it's certainly something that we can look at. I don't know, Wendy, whether you have anything further to add.
Only that, for you, Madam Speaker, the regulation does create a pretty clear exemption for a discount on big box retailers selling groceries. So it would be difficult to for the medical officer of health to make an order that was contrary to that. I mean, that being said, if a particular establishment is contributing to an outbreak, the medical officer of health as a public health official could respond to that.
I would similarly, when it came to restaurant closures, last meeting I asked about maybe removing alcohol sales as a first step to preventing spread in restaurants, rather than a rough, hard hammer down and closing them all. And it was mentioned that alcohol sales are provincial jurisdiction. But once again, can we not make recommendations that we remove alcohol sales first, try that out, before having our restaurant industry shut down?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, as part of the province's new COVID-19 response framework, restrictions on alcohol sales is part of the increasing measures and restrictions that are applied to the various different jurisdictions as they have more challenges from a COVID-19 perspective and the epidemiology. There are increasing restrictions on alcohol sales as part of the framework.
So my last question
No,
would be...
Councillor, that was your last question. Thank you.
Oh, that was it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to Dr. Davila. Thank you so much for your strong leadership and the team. And you mentioned Chief Peg and others and so on. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of my community, and I know that other members of council will continue to convey their thanks and your great leadership. I wanted to ask you questions around the vaccine itself. Will it be mandatory for all Torontonians to get the vaccine, and if so, is that legally a requirement?
So through the speaker, I know of no medical intervention that, or very few outside of emergency contexts, very specific individual emergency contexts that are mandatory. That's just not how healthcare and medicine operates in this province.
Certainly, thank you very much for that. If an employer were to ask an employee to take the COVID test, is that a legal requirement? Is that a legal request?
Through the speaker, I'm not sure I can answer the question. It might depend on the circumstances.
I'm being asked these questions, so I'm trying to get some answers. So, thank you.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm not sure if you have some thoughts on that one.
you, Madam Speaker. I have to agree with the medical officer of health that this is a very specific question, depending on the circumstances.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Your voice is muffled.
Okay, I'll try to speak up and lean closer. Can you hear me now? This would depend on the very specific facts of the situation, and an employer really should seek their own legal advice in that situation.
So then can I ask you, what's the difference between the vaccine and making masks mandatory in the City of Toronto?
So I think there are a couple of things that are germane here through the speaker, one of which is the administration of a substance. So that is not something that is traditionally done in a forced way. Even in very specific circumstances, I think through other communicable diseases that could be simply treated. You know, you can make orders, but you can't actually force anybody into taking a particular treatment or medical intervention. We can require people to undertake appropriate actions to minimize the risk of transmission to others. But you know, generally, that's just not what is within the sort of healthcare tradition or practice here in Ontario, or in Canada, I would say writ large.
Right. So thank you very much for that. Then, if a business were to say, for example, an airline were to say, in order for you to travel on the airline, or a business were to say, in order for you to obviously participate and or attend to this business, it would be a requirement that you have to have the vaccine. Is that then legal?
So maybe Madam Speaker, that's a very complex question, and we would have to look at that more closely. There would certainly be a variety of legal issues that came into play, and we'd have to consider them all.
So jurisdictions like New York City is planning to make the vaccine mandatory, and I realize it's another area altogether. How was it that it would be? How is it possible that it could be legal there?
Well, they have a different legal framework, frankly.
Sure. Okay, I'll appreciate that. May I just ask the medical officer of health, the antigen testing for people coming in from airports and so on, the ability to monitor someone who is going to isolate for 14 days, it doesn't appear that we do much monitoring. Is there a way that you are planning to utilize technologies, either through cell phone or some other means, to be able to ensure that the monitoring can be done to safeguard the community at large?
So through the speaker, that falls under the direct purview of our federal public health counterparts. I'm not certain what specific avenues they're looking to pursue on monitoring quarantine travelers. I know that there have been a number of different pilots that they've put into place in other jurisdictions, and they're thinking about scaling those up across the country, but I don't know about what they might be thinking in terms of the use of cell phone data or tracking that way.
Thank you.
You can certainly follow it up.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the time, but I
Yes.
want to ask so last question?
Yes, last question.
Thank you.
So if you have one more question, last question.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Dr. Davila, the data for equity strategy that is in front of us here at Council, I'm just wondering, could you comment on that and comment with respect to the purview that had we had this in place, would we have seen the challenges that we're experiencing in varying parts of our community where there tends to be a high risk of people getting COVID? We have done a better job in terms of the analysis and or safeguarding our community.
You know, through the speaker, I think it's difficult to be very definitive about that, but I will say this, the more we are able to use our data to reduce health inequities throughout our city, the healthier, more resilient a city we will be. And I do think that we would face any new challenge with greater vigor and greater resilience as a whole, the more we are able to lift up the health of all those and to reduce the gap between those who enjoy good health status and those who frankly do not.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Lai. Councillor Fletcher. We can hear you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thanks, Speaker.
Can't hear you.
Now, how about now? Yep.
Okay, now we
Good.
can hear you.
Good, thank you. And I'll also add my thanks to Dr. Davila and her entire team. As well, I also want to note the Board of Health and their work, continued work through the entire pandemic, and also that of our chair, Joe Cressy, who has been relentless in his work here, and all the city staff, city manager, Chief Peg, our other chiefs, and you as well, Mr. Mayor. So it has truly been a Herculean team effort as described by our MOH. I just have a couple of quick questions. Someone yesterday or at our Affordable Housing Committee indicated that Peel region has a stronger regulations than the city, our city, and I'm wondering if that's the case, or that the medical officer of health there seems to have gone further in using their powers, or are they pretty well the same, the restrictions from both cities?
Through the speaker, I would suggest to you that with the use of the new framework and the new provincial regulations that have come into place for both Toronto and Peel as of Monday, we are certainly the same, and I did not see a difference before. In fact, we were more restrictive here in Toronto in a number of different areas.
So someone seems to think that Peel has been able to ban evictions in Peel, and I'm not sure that's the case. Have you heard that, or that wouldn't be?
Through the speaker, I have not heard that specifically.
Would that be something that you could do as the MOH, or we'd have to leave that up, that residential evictions?
So through the speaker, while I certainly agree that we need supports, I'm not sure that that's a simple act that can be effected under our existing powers as MOHs, but I'm happy to look into that. I don't believe that has happened in Peel.
Just ask city legal if there are extra measures that can be taken regarding masks, regarding evictions under the jurisdiction of the medical officer of health. Are you aware of any of those?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the medical officer of health authority under the Health Protection and Promotion Act is tied to the prevention of spread of disease. So while preventing evictions would be aligned with addressing consequences of the pandemic, it would not be directly linked to preventing spread. So I don't see that being something within the authority.
But if the medical officer of health felt that big box stores with 100 people in them at a time was not preventing the spread, is that something that she could do here in our city to limit those retail opportunities?
So the medical officer of health does have authority to issue targeted orders. When I say targeted, I mean directed at a specific establishment whose practices are contributing to the spread of the disease. So that would be something that the medical officer of health could look at on the basis of evidence pertaining to that particular establishment and with legal advice from my staff.
So I'll just go back to you, Dr. Davila, just about those large stores and whether or not you consider that a health risk, since the smaller stores are considered a health risk. On what basis would large stores be not a health risk and small retail would be a health risk?
So I think in respect of the regulations and orders that have been acted by the provincial government, they're probably the better source to ask for that advice. However, I would say this, as indicated by legal counsel and the city solicitor, when we have found ourselves in, confronted with evidence of practices that are giving rise to the potential for disease transmission or actually causing disease transmission as evidenced through clusters and outbreaks, we have issued orders under the Health Protection and Promotion Act for specific actions to be taken in order to reduce those risks.
I'll just come next to mask wearing because I heard someone mention that they're mandatory. I don't believe that you have made them mandatory, have you? And do you have the power to make them mandatory?
So there are a number of different provisions in respect of mask wearing. You're quite right. The city has a bylaw in respect of the use of masks in indoor public spaces. And this is affected by requiring individual operators of businesses, for example, and agencies to have policies to support the use of masks in those indoor public spaces. But if I remember correctly, the province has also enacted certain elements under their own framework for orders and regulations as well, governing mask use.
So businesses could simply say, without a mask, you simply can't come in.
That was your last question.
Do they have that authority? I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear because of it. Yes.
Sorry, through the speaker, yes, there are, of course, certain exemptions under the existing bylaw. For example, for those who cannot wear a mask for medical reasons.
I think the city legal Ms. Walbert wanted to weigh in.
Madam Speaker, businesses that are open should be requiring, that masks be worn.
Thank you.
Under the regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lai, followed by Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Davila, for a very comprehensive presentation. And you mentioned in the presentation that there are institution outbreaks, and that includes long-term care homes and hospitals, etc. Our city-operated long-term care homes, how many of them have outbreaks? Are they most of them have outbreaks at this point?
So through the speaker, I don't have the exact number in front of me right now for the city-operated homes. I know that we have 26 long-term care homes throughout the city that are in active outbreak at this point in time.
Through the speaker, it's Paul Raftis here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So at the moment, there are 3 active outbreaks in our 10 long-term care homes. Bendale Acres will be wrapping up an outbreak this week. Fudger House is an ongoing outbreak, as well as True Davidson Acres should be wrapping up this week also.
Okay, thank you. Good information that we have. We're not really all that bad yet. Within the 26, we only have 3, so we are pretty good here. But you mentioned something at the presentation about example of preventable outbreaks, and you have different measures about groups gathering and all that. Do we have any example of preventable outbreak in long-term care facilities and in the senior homes? How do we tell them to prevent outbreaks?
Through the speaker, there are a number of infection prevention and control measures that are being deployed throughout long-term care homes all over the city. And yes, absolutely by our city-run homes and the others as well. I will say this, though, that even with really, really great infection prevention and control measures, there are some very unique challenges to this virus that make it very difficult, and there are some circumstances in some long-term care homes that make it very difficult to prevent spread. I would just state that the fact that the virus can spread from one person to another, even when the person has no symptoms or before they actually have symptoms, does add that extra layer of complexity when it comes to controlling the spread of this disease.
Thank you. My next question would be about the airport, the borders. So you're saying that it's a federal jurisdiction, and I do get that. I just want to ask, how are we at the federal table in terms of public health? If we are, how often are we at the table?
So through the speaker, local jurisdictions like us do not have a seat at a federal table per se. What happens is that there are meetings of the chief medical officers of health, the provincial health officials meet with the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada and her deputy. So there are tables that happen at that level. We do have conversation with our federal partners on an individual level, but we are not participants at those formal tables because that's for provincial health officials to participate in. Public
So
health.
how do we relay our messages, our needs to the federal table then? Is it through somebody or just through correspondence or through conversation? How does that work?
So through the speaker, it's all of those methods. Certainly, we provide some information up to our chief medical officer at the province, who can then bring it to federal tables. I certainly can have some direct conversation with our federal counterparts, at least on an informal basis. And certainly, the mayor has advocated to provincial and federal counterparts from his end on many aspects and needs that we have here in the city on the COVID-19 response.
Yeah, as a follow-up on that question, you as a public health professional, do you think that the border, our airport, all the I've known people that come in from the Pearson International Airport. Do you think those measures are strict enough or effective enough to help the spread of COVID-19?
Well, through the speaker, I would say that clearly having some assessment and having some measures placed at the border will certainly help. I would also say this, when we look at our data right now, travel-related cases do not figure prominently in terms of the overall spread of COVID-19 in our community. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have a role at all, but it hasn't been a big one as of late, particularly with the transmission that we're seeing in the fall. But certainly, I'm happy to raise issues, and I constantly raise issues with our federal counterparts on what they might do to help us in our local COVID-19 response.
Yeah, okay. I hope that you will raise it with the provincial counterpart as well, with all the questions the members of council are asking. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, followed by Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question is with regard to page 8 of your presentation. It showed a map of the city with where the case rate by neighborhood. That's where people live. It's not actually where they may have contracted the illness. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Do you think it might be useful to have a slide about where they got it as opposed to where they live?
Through the speaker, I think that might be interesting. However, it's not always able to be determined.
But sure, but I mean, isn't it useful to know which communities, like in which community, like a lot of these people may work in Brampton or Vaughan, and they may have gotten it there. I think it's an interesting variable, even though you can't determine to 100% degree. Is that fair to say?
Through the speaker, that is fair to say. It is a pretty significant proportion of cases. It's in the range of about mid 30% that we are unable to determine with any precision what the source of the infection is.
Okay, then I wanted to look at slide 11 because I had some questions with regard to that. So I've read from a number of sources that 80% of the cases have come from, or maybe it was 80% of the deaths have come from long-term care or seniors residences, but that's anything but reflected in the chart on slide 11. So can you help me out to understand that, to square that?
So through the speaker, this particular chart on slide 11 shows the cases that are linked to outbreaks by setting. And in fact, you'll see that the largest number of cases is depicted in the blue bar, which is the institutional setting. So yes,
okay.
that does include long-term care.
Very good. Okay, thanks for that. I think I was getting confused. You have different shades of blue there.
Yeah, yes, I do note that. Sorry about that.
Okay. Now, within that, so you have community setting, and then you have, they're institutional.
Yes, that's correct. So institutional includes long-term care homes, retirement homes, hospitals. Those are the major institutions that are covered within that that category.
Okay, so congregate settings refers to?
Things like shelters or group homes, for example.
Okay. So I'm wondering, and what about private settings? Like, you know, it's been reported, and I think you may have discussed this, or some data suggests that a lot of these cases are the result of social settings within private homes or parties, etc. What category is that sort of set out in?
So through the speaker, that would be in the community setting. And for some that are, you know, again, a little bit indeterminate, there is a section obviously there that's called unknown.
So, and then what about areas like, you know, that's, I mean, some other members of council have sort of raised this in a different way, but in commercial settings, or like, because I think a lot of people would like to know, because a huge amount of this is community settings, but I think people would like to know, you know, in commercial settings like malls and stores, where is that?
So through the speaker, I would agree with you. We would all love to know more detail about where the cases are arising. The challenge is that when we're talking about exposures that happen within the context of malls or stores, it's not always easy to discern or to tease that out from the, you know, the many other settings. So we look for those spaces where you have significant interaction with somebody who is a known case, you know, prolonged period of time, at least 15 minutes, usually, you know, face to face, in person, and oftentimes without a mask. These are the kinds of things that we look for. I don't know that we will be able to determine and to provide that level of detail with any degree of certainty on a go-forward basis. It is partially the nature of the disease.
But you understand the difficulty in trying to sort of justify the rather dramatic actions. It would make it easier if it could be supportable by data on a chart like this, right?
Sure. So through the speaker, I appreciate that. But what we do have is the experiences from other jurisdictions. And what's interesting, I was just talking to colleagues about this morning. When we look at jurisdictions in Europe that went for very strict lockdowns, very, very strict lockdowns, they are actually within a 2 or 3 week period of time seeing dramatic drops in their case rates per 100,000. Whereas those jurisdictions in Europe that went for what one might characterize as lockdown light are not seeing the same kind of effect. They're seeing some plateauing or maybe some slight reductions, but not reductions to the extent that are being seen in those countries where the more significant restrictions and measures have been put into place.
Thank you. That was
So
your
what you're
last,
essentially saying
sorry,
is
that was your
you
last
can't-
question.
Sorry. All right, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, followed by Councillor Fillion. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you to you, Dr. Davila, and your entire team at Toronto Public Health. Your work does not go unnoticed with members of council, and certainly not with the public either. I just wanted to ask you about a phrase that I keep hearing. It's going to be a long, dark, cold winter. I even caught myself using it. We know that gyms are closed, places of worship are closed, there are social settings. Do you have concerns over mental health in the City of Toronto, and have you seen any trends that are indicating a developing problem?
So through the speaker, very briefly, yes, of course, we're concerned. And yes, we have seen some data, some of which is, you know, that we're collecting, and some of which is collected by others, looking into the mental health impacts of COVID-19 and all the measures on our population. We are absolutely concerned. That's why we're promoting supports and advocating for greater supports for people and encouraging people as much as possible to connect virtually where possible, to connect with those you know, that are part of their household bubble, and to get outside, to try to maintain mental and physical health through physical activity in safer, as safe ways as is possible while we're living with COVID-19.
So the virus can kill you because it affects your organs. Have we looked at tracking suicide as well as, you know, potentially a fatal outcome of this virus? And are there any negative trends with respect to suicide in Toronto?
Yes, so through the speaker, again, we are tracking that and certainly work with the coroner's office on tracking those data. That's part of our health status surveillance work that we do on an ongoing basis. I will say this, given the significance of the COVID-19 response, I will tell you that our ability to be as robust as we would normally be on health status surveillance, it's definitely compromised. But we are looking very specifically at certain health outcomes because we are interested in understanding what those are, such that we can work with other partners, healthcare partners and city partners, to address them as we emerge from COVID-19, which we're very hopeful to do, as the promise of vaccine is on the horizon.
I get it. So you would normally allocate some bandwidth of your capacity to be looking at the epidemiology of things like suicide, if I can call it that. I mean, I don't know, but it's
That's
one of
correct.
those public health concerns. So you've got a little bit less bandwidth right now. What do you teach or train your frontline staff to do if they encounter somebody that's in perhaps at high risk of suicide? Like, you must come across people all the time that are in despair.
So through the speaker, our interactions with our clients, of course, now tend to be virtually or by telephone. So certainly we do have some interaction with clients, and we have resources that are available to our staff that we can, that we inform about, so that they're able to make referrals to those who have expertise in this arena. So, whether it's 211, I'll have to confirm what the specific details are of the training, but I know that there is a training component, because when we deal with clients directly, there is clearly a counseling component in and around this.
What does someone do if they themselves are in a crisis and want help? They're contemplating suicide, or maybe a close family member or a friend knows that there's an imminent danger. What do you do in the city of Toronto? I mean, it's going to happen. It might even happen today somewhere.
It is. So briefly through the speaker, we do have the service of 211 that provides, that has actually a roster of resources that are available. There are many resources in the city that are available for people to use, and that includes those who themselves are experiencing distress, as well as friends and family of those who look like, of somebody who might be experiencing some distress. I won't go through a full comprehensive list, but certainly 211 would be a good referral point.
I'm going to slip in one other question here that's a little different. Contact tracing is certainly stressed. You've talked about that. There's 400 cases a day plus. Do you have any advice for citizens of Toronto that want to either prepare themselves to optimize the process of contact tracing, in other words, be ready, or something that they maybe want to take on themselves if there just isn't capacity in certain scenarios to go through what's going on? Maybe they want to pick up the phone and phone a few people themselves. Are there checklists? Are there certain pieces of advice? Are there apps out there that if people want to get in the business of keeping track of where they have been, that would help this entire process, even if it's not formal from Toronto Public Health, but just would be something helpful out there?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, absolutely. So the COVID Alert app is certainly one sort of technological method. So to the extent that people have a smartphone and they use on a regular basis, the COVID Alert app is one way by which you can help support contact tracing efforts. Other very, very simple things. Keeping a daily log of where you are and with whom you've been, active, like where you've been and with whom, helps us in the contact tracing process. It's hard to remember every interaction you've had in the preceding 2 weeks. Most of us have challenges trying to remember what happened yesterday or 2 days ago. So having some kind of log, whether it's maintained in an analog fashion, writing down a diary of all the places you've been and with whom, or recording something technologically. I know that, if those who are more technologically inclined and are interested in doing so, you can turn on your location services on your phone and it will tell you where you've been over the last 2 weeks, on which day and at what point in time. So I think there are many different methods, some of which are more technologically based and others of which are perhaps a little more pen and paper based, but those kinds of things certainly help when you find yourself in a situation where you're either a potentially exposed or a confirmed case of COVID-19.
Thank you. Councillor Billion, followed by Councillor
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Davila, for everything, and especially the courageous stand a couple of weeks ago when it looked like we would, the province was taking us in the wrong direction, and we had to stick up for the well-being of our residents. A question for you about the very alarming positivity rate in the 14 to 17 and 18 to 23 age group. So I think we know that that age group is much less likely to get seriously ill, and in a lot of cases don't even have symptoms. But would I be correct that they can transmit it just as readily as any other age group to people in their household, for example?
Through the speaker, yes.
So would it not be logical then that they would, considering that age group is, to a very large extent still living at home with parents and other family members, would it not be logical to conclude that we are getting a lot of our cases in that way?
So through the speaker, that's certainly one very viable route of transmission. There are, of course, many others. And I think we need to keep in mind for many of the young people that are affected here, a number of them are actually working in, essential workplaces. So some of this is perhaps driven by social interactions. I spoke to you about some socializing that happens, and clearly young people are involved in some of those parties and the like. But we also know that there are a number of these young people who may be acquiring their disease as a result of interactions that they have given their work in essential workplaces. And, fortunately, they do not seem to be suffering as severe outcomes as those who are older.
But I haven't seen statistics or evidence of them passing COVID along to their parents, for example.
Well, through the speaker, we do know that the vast majority of our cases are acquired through close contact. And one of the major components of that close contact group has to do with household contacts.
Okay. The couple of other questions I'll try to get in. TTC, I do have a lot of concerns about even a small percentage of people not wearing masks on crowded transit. When I inquired about that, one of the answers I got back, in addition to the difficulty of enforcement, was that there was very little evidence of COVID being transmitted on public transit, and that's a bit of a head scratcher to me as well.
So through the speaker, that is what is currently in the published literature, and I think there is still much more to be learned. But briefly, if people have relatively short commutes, they're not interacting with other people, they're sort of keeping to themselves on the subway, wearing masks, and not breathing heavily and taking off the mask. I think those are some of the underlying reasons why we may not be seeing transmission to a great extent in public transit.
Okay, but we don't know the extent, right? Like it could be in that 30% that we just don't know where somebody got it.
It is possible. You're quite right.
And regarding, would I be correct that plateauing at this point is not okay, that we have to do better than flatten the curve. We do, like, we have to lower it. Would that be correct?
So through the speaker, yes. The less burden of disease we have in our community, the less likely we are to have a re-experience of new explosive growth or super spreader type events. And we know that that always exists the more cases we have in our community.
So the last question around that is your comment about that the really only highly effective measure is a complete shutdown. Not that any of us want to see that, but at what point do we need to do that? And I know you don't want to say a particular trigger number, but at what point do we not have any other choice because we just have to get that those numbers down before they spike upward from a very high level?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, that's a very interesting question. I don't know that there is a singular answer, but I would say this, that public health considerations are certainly part of the deliberations around whether one or a particular jurisdiction will pursue a more aggressive course of intervention or lockdown. But clearly there are other considerations that need to be weighed into that decision. So it would not be an exclusively public health-based decision, I would imagine, just given the consequences and the implications of those types of decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, followed by Councillor Bailao.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Dr. DeVille, I'm grateful for your answers to Councillor Fillion about needing to not flatten the curve, but we need to be in a downward curve because we're at almost 500 cases as a rolling weekly average, and so that's very concerning. I'm really struck though by that regrettable mess that happened in Etobicoke at a restaurant yesterday, where the owner was insisting on allowing eat-in dining. And I'm wondering what the communications plan is to get us through this holiday season, to really make it clear to people, because I struggle every day. I know that news media outlets want to reflect how painful this is for businesses, but as a result, what you see on businesses are just endless business owner interviews where they're talking about how terrible this is, and we were following the rules, so why do we have to be closed? And I note that in the United States, in a number of places where they're really battling this, they've gotten much more graphic in the public health advice. And I mean to the point of, I heard one medical officer of health say that, you know, the difference is this, in terms of wiping down surfaces versus sitting in a restaurant across the table from someone with your mask off for an hour while you eat. One is like a shotgun blast to the face of droplets, and the other is throwing a dart that may or may not have a droplet on it. We really have to shut down that type of interaction until we get the numbers down. So he got really, really graphic about it. And I'm wondering if we have similar plans, given the type of really regrettable performance by a business owner that we saw yesterday. And I won't name the business because I won't allow him to promote himself.
So through the speaker, I think you bring up an excellent point, and one that we are constantly trying to, reflect in our response. We are constantly trying to understand how better can we communicate, what will resonate now, and clearly that needs to change as public attitudes and beliefs and change over time, and as fatigue starts to set in. I mean, I think this is a very human experience that many of us are facing. But I do think you're quite right, Councillor, that we are constantly re-examining our approaches, certainly working with communications experts here at the city to develop messaging that we're hoping will resonate, yes, with individuals and members of the community, but as well with the business sector. So your input is very welcome.
So if we need to, we will push harder. with respect to the difference between those things that are required and announced by the province and those that at a certain point, this has evolved. There was a certain point at which the province said, I'm going to let municipalities decide their red zone status almost and what they will do about it. And then he made another leap and said, we're going to shut down and add restrictions. And so people are not clear whose call is this, which makes us vulnerable to, if we're trying to be firm about something and then the next day in a provincial press conference, they hear the premier being somehow more sympathetic, which is they think is tacit approval for resisting our restrictions. So is there a way to update our information so it's clear who is determining and who is enforcing and what the consequences are? Are we updating those as we go along and it is in an easily accessible place for both businesses and families?
So through the speaker, one of the initiatives and that has been undertaken in concert with our strategic communications partners is a very simple and clear do and don't to the public and to businesses under the current environment that we're in, which is now the gray zone. So I think the notion is hopefully this ministry COVID-19 response framework that actually places the different local public health units into different categories with very specific restrictions and measures in place should bring some more clarity to the situation. And certainly we can enhance that through very clear communications around here's what you can do, and here's what we're asking you, don't do this, don't do that. I think we'll go a long way towards addressing some of the confusion you're speaking of, Councillor.
Okay. And I want to thank you for acknowledging your whole team. If I could just use the rest of my time to say, we don't say it often enough, but we know that there's an army behind you and behind Chief Peg. And so thank you for acknowledging them this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't seem to. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Dr. Davila, for all your work. I just want to follow up a little bit on the contact tracing and make sure I understood correctly when you said that it gets to a certain point that the cases are so high that contact tracing loses a little bit of its effectiveness. Is that why you went to a more focused contact tracing, or is it a lack of resources?
So through the speaker, it's a little bit of both, and I don't know that you can actually tease them apart. They're part and parcel of the same thing.
Okay, so it's not like there's a magic number that when you see that you're saying, okay, we're going to focus our resources. It's a little bit of both that you're facing right now.
So that's correct. Through the speaker, the issue is that once you get to a certain level of cases, and when you get to a certain level of doubling time, so you might recall that earlier on in the pandemic, you can see when you're in that phase of exponential growth, the cases double at such a rapid rate that, even if you had endless resources, you would be adding on literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of staff in order to be able to manage contact tracing in a timely fashion so that it would actually be effective. So there is a point at which it doesn't really make good sense to deploy your resources that way. That's why it's a combination of public health measures and the individual measures like case and contact tracing.
Okay. With regards to our isolation center that we've opened up, what's been the uptake like? Are we still okay? Are you already looking to get supports to open more? How are we doing in there?
So right now we're doing quite well. We have an increasing number of people taking advantage of the service, and part of that is through the work that we've been doing in concert with community partners so that people in the community understand that it's a safe place to go. And you know, there is still stigma associated with this, and we're going to need to overcome that. But as well, we have partnered with other jurisdictions to make sure that the service is used well. So, for example, other jurisdictions that need services are also are able to take advantage of some of the rooms that we have because it is federally funded. So we're trying to make the best use of the resource as much as possible.
Okay. And yesterday you launched this initiative to turn some TTC buses into testing centers to go and approach some of the highest hit areas. And one of the questions that I got right away was like, why haven't we done this earlier? Is it because we were waiting for some supports and tests from the province, or why hasn't been this rolled out earlier?
So through the speaker, you know, to be fair, the heavy lifting on this initiative was done by, you know, my colleagues around the city, including those in SDF&A. But I think that, again, this is the evolution of the Toronto supports process and what's come out through the community cluster tables. Testing is something that falls within the purview of the provincial government. It is a health care service. So they are the primary partners and they're the lead agencies when it comes to delivering testing services. I think what you're seeing here is the evolution over time of the different partnerships and collaborations between ourselves at the city, different community agencies that are actually on the ground and have established relationship with residents of those communities, and the relevant healthcare agencies that are out there. So this was meant to enhance and augment, and I believe to address very specific circumstances where the current efforts, even the expanded efforts, just weren't meeting the bill. And so this is, I think, part of that ongoing improvement and enhanced process.
Okay. Still around the TTC, but now the TTC service, and following up on Councillor Fillion questioning, because I do get also a lot of questions and concerns from residents that hear our advice to stay apart, and then they say, how are you asking us to stay apart if the buses are full? Are you confident with the situation that we presently have in our TTC? Have you been in contact? Have you been giving them advice on how to ensure that we're keeping our population safe?
So through the speaker, we certainly have ongoing liaison and conversation with our colleagues at TTC. And they have, you know, actually excellent staff there that are quite familiar with COVID-19 transmission and what methods and practices can be undertaken to reduce its spread. You know, that I think where as much as possible, you know, they're able to, you know, provide extra service on routes that are highly used. I know that those are efforts that they're undertaking. You know, I would expect that my TTC colleagues are probably better positioned to speak to that, but that's my understanding of what they're doing. And to the extent that employers can help their employees you know, have slightly different hours so that the use of public transit is spread out over time and the load therefore reduced, we know that that can help as well.
Thank you. That was your last question?
Speaker.
Okay, members, we will now recess for lunch, come back at 2. Now, on this item, being that the mayor and the medical officer of health will have their press conference at 2 o'clock, we will have to hold this item down for questions and speakers to after 3. So we'll go to the top of the order of the agenda. Thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the lunch recess, council was debating the mayor's key item, which is HL 23.1. And we still resume that item once the medical officer of health is able to return to the meeting. I will now take the release of member holds. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda.
Madam
Are there any
Speaker?
release of holds?
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Josh Matlow.
Councillor Matlow?
I'd appreciate it if we could reopen. I've got a motion with the clerk to reconsider item IE 17.6. I have a small amendment that I was supposed to move at an earlier time that I didn't, so I'd appreciate being able to do so now.
Okay, and that's IE 17.6, which is Congestion Management Interim Action Plan. Councillor Matlow would like to reopen the item. The motion is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Did you want to put the amendment through now?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Matlow. It's on the screen.
Can you circulate that and hold, I mean, Councillor Matlow wants to hold it down, that's fine. I'd like to have a look at it.
Okay, so we'll hold that item down then. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, you want to release an item?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As promised, I said this would be quick. GL 17.11, access and waiting areas at City Hall. I'm happy to release the item and just move the recommendations from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, so that's GL 17.11, access and waiting areas at City Hall for people with disabilities. Councillor Wong Tam is releasing the item. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two items that I can release. The first is TE 20.11. I'll just read out the name. The demolition of a property designated under Part 4, Section 20. Oh, I don't my motion yet for that. I'm sorry. I realize now that it's not in yet. But the other item is TE 20.29, which is construction staging area, 1 Bloor Street West, Balmuto Street. There's a motion that attaches some conditions to the staging. And just so everyone's aware, this is to ensure that we don't have 2 lanes of Yonge Street blocked for 3 years. Unfortunately, the staff are recommending putting it on a residential street that makes it very uncomfortable for several condominiums getting out, but it doesn't look like we have another choice to make it safe. This is just putting some extra stipulations to try to make it less painful on those residents.
Okay, so the amendment's on the screen. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Thank you. Your other item?
I don't believe it's a member's motion that hasn't been introduced yet. My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
I can't release it yet.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be prepared to release ST 6.1 if clerk has the motion, the amendment.
Which item is that?
Striking committee, ST 6.1.
Oh, striking committee, okay.
It's just a slight change in a council date.
Has the clerk been consulted on this?
Yeah, they wrote the motion, I believe.
And they're supportive of it?
Yes, that was their suggestion. To give a little bit of background, the meeting fell on a holiday of religious significance for the Jewish community. So the suggestion was to shift it a day, which I agreed to. So I'm taking the suggestion. I think clerk worked with clerk to get it done. If you want to hold it down, we can hold it down. It's fine.
I don't want to hold it down, but I'm assuming if the clerk's office doesn't speak up, that they won't have a problem.
So it's my
I
understanding,
didn't write.
it's my understanding that the clerk's office is aware of it and they're okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that's on ST 6.1, 2021 schedule of meetings. The amendment is on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, thank you. Now, we do have some members' motion to introduce. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I just am waiting for a couple of motions. I'm working with clerks. If you could hold me back, that'd be great. Thank you.
No, Councillor Fletcher, this isn't the introduction of your member's motion that you brought forward.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
To introduce
I see
it.
right there. Yes, thank you very much. I apologize. It's, as we all know, a bit wild.
Say,
Yes, I'd like to introduce
Langley
this
Avenue.
motion to go to the T-Lab. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried.
Now I'm going to swear that I'll be on.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is to introduce a motion for the use of Section 37 funding to improve the living conditions at 138 Fairs. If I understand it correctly, it's in response to new COVID requirements to ensure these tenants have proper kitchen facilities within their units.
Okay, motion is on the screen for introduction. On favor, carried. Councillor Matlow.
I move the following motion.
Can you just tell us what it is?
It's about directing funds to a aquatic center that that council has already approved. It's simply just fulfilling the funding commitments to meet the deadlines that are necessary. And it's moving Section 37 funds to make it happen.
Motion on the screen. On favor, carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to move this motion. This motion is regarding amending the temporary use bylaw in front of 67 Front Street as well as 94 the Esplanade, and it's to allow restaurant time and opportunity for patio extensions. And ironically enough, we're in the second phase of lockdown. But when we lift the lockdown, this amendment will still be there to help the businesses. Thank you.
It's on the screen. On favor, carried.
Call.
Okay, so we will now go to the top of the agenda, which is deferred item EX 16.21. Ratio of full-time and part-time paramedics. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Questions to staff?
Madam Speaker, point of order, please.
Who is that?
Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson?
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if this particular item, if you are going to permit this matter to go into camera. And I ask this question because this is a matter that's in front of the arbitration board, I believe, and I wondered whether or not it would not be wise to take this matter into camera.
So are
Maybe
you,
the solicitor could comment on that, Madam Speaker.
okay,
It said interest arbitration.
if I can ask the solicitor, is she on the line?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker, and I would recommend going in camera to answer questions on this. It is a matter that's subject of arbitration, and there are hearing dates in January.
Okay, so we'll have to schedule that later. Okay, thank you. Our next item is EX 18.1, Surface Transit Network Plan. Councillor Bradford, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes, I have questions to staff.
Okay, questions to staff. Okay, just one sec. Do we have staff on the line?
We're here.
Okay. And if members of council do have questions, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks very much. And to our Director of Transportation, thanks for all your work on this. It's fantastic to see that red paint in action out on Eglinton Morningside. When I read the report, could you walk us through some of the timelines for the next 4 transit priority corridors, Jane, Steeles, Finch, and Dufferin? It looks like Jane is now delayed a number of months back from the initial timeline, and I'm just would like some details on that particular piece there.
Through the speaker to Councillor Bradford, so thank you very much. We do have a plan with timelines and dates for each of the corridors, anticipating a 3-year time frame of engineering studies, followed by detailed design, followed by project delivery. We heard pretty clearly, I think, from the council and the TTC board as well about the need for consultation with communities around individual corridor plans. And so Jane Street is something that we will move to consultation so that we could come up with a strategy, a phased approach, I believe, and that will happen in 2021. But we will have to see what comes out of that consultation and a detailed design. Then we will come back to council with a report, and then we will have better information about the timing. But right now, we are hopeful that we can get some improvements made to Jane Street in 2021. Steeles Avenue West would start as well as Finch Avenue East are slated to start their engineering work and studies and consultation in 2021, with project delivery slated for 2023. So those are the first 3, and then again, it's on a 3-year cycle after that.
Could you just outline some of the consultation work that had been done as part of our transit network plan prior to this being accelerated through COVID-19? The work that was done from Transportation Services, as well as the work that was done on the TTC?
So through the speaker, I think our colleagues at TTC are on the line as well, but I will just say there was a fair amount of extensive and broad consultation at a citywide level for the 5-year surface plan and the 10-year outlook. We also did some initial work in discussions with communities around the surface transit network plan, but we really recognize the need to go out for more focused consultation, not only on the plan itself. I believe we have 2 meetings scheduled for early 2021 on the plan itself, this plan that's before you today. And then as it regards to specific corridor plans, there was outreach and consultation and survey work that was done with regard to the 5-year service plan and 10-year outlook that did incorporate all of the neighborhoods that within which these corridors fall into, including Jane Street. But specific consultation around that corridor is still work we need to do.
So that's what we plan to do forthcoming.
Very good, thank you. Could you elaborate on the differences on the extensive consultation that you had done along those corridors before and what we need to do now?
Well, I will look to TTC staff if they're on the line to see if they can talk in a little bit more detail about the 5-year plan, and the 10-year outlook. What we need to, I can tell you what we need to do now, though, and that is a much more extensive discussion with data around what types of improvements we could bring to Jane Street that would help to support transit speed and reliability along that corridor. And that would be extensive in not only the types of information that we bring to bear, but also the fact that we want to look to the community, we want to look to the residential associations, we want to look to the business community and the BIAs. And I think with any network plan like this one, the corridor itself serves lots of different people along its length. And I think we want to make sure that we're talking to people outside immediately of that corridor as we move forward. And then, of course, transit riders, right? So I think we want a broad range.
Okay, Ms. Gray, I'm going to stay with you in my last minute here. Huge accomplishment rolling this out across Eglinton and Morningside. What has Transportation Services learned, because there were some bumps along the way as well and some challenges, what have we learned there, and how are we tracking and monitoring and evaluating this so far?
So I think what we have learned is that it really is important to have data and information to bring to bear, and it's really important to, when we put something in quickly, like we did with Eglinton East, it's very important to make sure that we're listening and going back to the community groups that may be affected. I know we heard pretty loud and clear about concerns related to bus stop consolidation and eliminating some local stops, so we are going back and having more engagement with the community about that. We are continuing to monitor and will track and monitor not only ridership, but infiltration and what we're seeing in terms of travel speed and reliability, not just for transit, which we will do, but also for vehicles and other users of the right-of-way, pedestrian conditions, et cetera. So we will continue to pull all that data together. And I think what we learned, to put a pin on it, what we really learned is that it's quite important for changes of this magnitude to do some of that consultation work up front and ensure that we're really getting a broad look. We're engaging equity-seeking groups as well as transit riders, as well as other people who might live in the neighborhood, and get that information so that we can have it inform the design before we go forward.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work on this.
That was your last question. Councillor Carroll?
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't have a question. What I have is technological difficulty. I'm having trouble as we move from item to item getting the request lists up. So in going back and forth with Ms. Bartha, she thought I wanted to be on the list. I would just like the list to be there on the right hand of my screen, and I don't seem to be able to get it to come up.
Okay, so you don't want to ask a question on this item?
I don't. I think she was in an abundance of caution in trying to resolve my issue. She gave you my name.
Okay. Do we have any further questions on this item? Okay, Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I have a motion I'd like to move here. If we could just put that on the screen. And as we heard from our GM of Transportation Services, the importance of the consultation, particularly with some equity-seeking groups, and this provides direction that we work with stakeholders located in the city's neighborhood improvement areas, and to include a framework for this engagement with any of the findings that are coming back in Q1 of 2021. So big thanks to the folks at TTC and Transportation Services for bringing this plan forward. I think it's fantastic that we've rolled this out so far in Eglinton and Morningside. It's certainly the way we need to move forward as a city. I think what we've seen is that surface transit, of course, is often overlooked when we think about the Toronto Transit Commission. When we think about the big moves, we always talk about capital infrastructure projects, building new LRTs, building new subways, and it's easy to forget just how much of the heavy lifting our surface transit systems do, and how important they are in addressing mobility and equity across our city, the way folks are moving around.
And during this time of the pandemic, those challenges have been exacerbated like they have in so many facets of our life. But where ridership collapsed on the subway system, ridership remained particularly strong on our surface transit. 70% of the journeys on TTC include a piece or a component of surface transit. And I think as we move forward with the surface transit 5-year service plan and these bus priority corridors that are going to be so critical in a city as large as Toronto with our 640 square kilometers of geography, it's really important that we are out talking to customers, we are out talking to riders, we are consulting deeply with the people who will be using the services. I think that the experience of folks who have been riding transit throughout this pandemic is incredibly valuable as an insight for how we should be making improvements to that service. And the collaboration between the TTC and transportation services has really shown that we've been able to put together expedient and productive interdivisional discussions to get things done. You know, as a former staffer, I do like to just highlight that whenever we see our divisions and agencies come together, because I know that can be very challenging in a big bureaucratic environment. And certainly transportation and TTC have done a tremendous job in implementing what is, you know, as we all know and we've heard from our communities, a big project with many impacts, but also a tremendous amount of upside. So that's the motion. We have a lot of good information. There's a lot of important customers that we need to talk to as we continue to roll this out. And, you know, very much looking forward to seeing the subsequent pieces come into play as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Order, please. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just having some trouble with the clerk's meeting portal to indicate my desire to ask Councillor Bradford about his motion. So I wondered if you would allow me to do that, please.
Yes. Three minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Bradford, I just wanted to confirm the intent of your motion is to consult broadly within the neighborhood improvement areas to all types of users of the roads and transit, so that would include automobile drivers, or is your intention to simply focus in on transit users?
I think it's to be clear, I think it's very important that we are talking to transit users when we're talking about our transit network plan and we're talking about that expansion. The motion doesn't specify transit users in particular. Certainly there are folks, you know, in the city's neighborhood improvement areas that, you know, drive, take transit, walk, all the different ways that we get around the city, active transportation. So no, it's not specifying that specifically only transit riders. But I would say and go on the record, I think that is extremely important from a customer service perspective, that we are, of course, talking to the transit riders using our TTC system.
So to confirm, that's your intent, is to focus on that group as opposed to everybody, which is the spirit of the rest of the consultation that's contained in this report. It's not just focused on transit riders, because I know if you go to the transit station, you stand there with a clipboard and you ask people about what they think, you're not going to get a complete view of all of the users of the roads that are proposed to be changed. So I want to make sure.
If you go to a transit stop and you talk to people about transit, you're talking to the transit riders that are there at the transit stop.
Right.
You're not talking to folks who don't ride transit. You're not talking to somebody in their car or someone on their bike.
Correct.
You're talking to transit riders when you're at the transit station.
But that's what you're proposing in the neighborhood improvement areas from what I just asked the question. I just want to be sure that you're selecting a group within the NIAs as opposed to a broad spectrum of people, which includes transit users, which includes automobile drivers, and that would be more in line with the spirit of the rest of the report. I need to know if you're trying to do something different here.
I don't think, if your question is, should we exclude drivers from this consultation? The answer is no.
Which consultation?
Exclude anybody from the consultation. But I would say the TTC and transportation services, we should be talking to customers. We should be focused on customer service, and we should be focused on improving service for the riders of the TTC.
You know, Madam Speaker, I don't seem to be getting an answer to my question, and perhaps you can weigh in, but I'm just trying to ask if the intent is to focus in on one group within the NIAs per the motion, or if it's to be broad. And I can't seem to get a yes or no.
The motion says stakeholder groups, plural. So that doesn't insinuate that it is one group, it is groups. So I don't know how else to say it.
So your intention is broad then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know, is that your intention is broad. That's fantastic. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the councillor.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak on this item? I have.
No, I don't, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I don't know why your name keeps popping up. Councillor
Speaker,
Pasternak?
I think I explained earlier, Madam Speaker,
Well,
I think I explained earlier, there's a bit of a technological difficulty going on with the request list. Councillor Holliday mentioned it as well. We're doing our best.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, I have your name. Are you speaking?
I have questions of the mover, and then I'd like to speak.
Oh, okay. Question, Pasternak?
So,
okay,
Speaker,
go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Bradford, I understand your motion is premise that these would be sub-exclusive bus lanes. But would you not agree that transit signal priority, advanced transit signal priority systems, right turn lanes, HOV lanes, bus queue jump and receiving lanes, and transit only turn lanes can also play a role in expediting bus routes along the corridor selected?
Sorry, Councillor, do you have a question related to the motion? Because I actually don't see any sort of that language in the motion. This is about consultation in the city's neighborhood improvement areas with stakeholder groups.
Councillor,
I'm just not sure the relevance of the question.
Councillor Pasternak, are you asking clarification of Councillor Bradford's motion?
Yeah,
or is that a question for staff?
His consultation is based on 24/7 exclusive bus lanes. I'm asking him whether his motion can include these other alternatives to have transit keep moving.
No, so the motion speaks to the report. Yeah, the motion speaks to the report and reflects the consultation work. It broadens and provides some specificity around stakeholder groups in our city's neighborhood improvement areas. And that's what we're talking about. I'm not here to debate the different metrics or ways that we can get our surface transit moving faster. There's probably a number of ways that we need to do that. And frankly, I would suggest that we need to do all of those things. But as it relates to the motion in front of us, I'm not really sure where you're going with that.
Well, your consultation in neighborhood improvement areas is on the premise that we have 24/7 exclusive bus lanes running in these neighborhoods. I'm asking you whether you would support consultations based on these other options for moving transit.
Again, really not clear on where you're going with this, Councillor Pasternak, but what I would say is all of those, the litany of things that you just rattled off from the notes there, those are all fine. Those are the consultation on all of those options. So again, the focus and the priority needs to be how can we improve surface transit for our customers? How can we make our buses move safely and provide better service on these areas outlined in the 5-year surface transit plan? And that's what we're talking about. And it's about consulting with stakeholder groups in the city's neighborhood improvement areas where a lot of folks have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. So, you read a lot of things there, and I think that those are all great things for our staff to look at. I'm sure they are. That's discussed in the report. And we're asking staff to come back Q1 2021, and make sure that consultation with stakeholder groups in our city's neighborhood improvement areas is accounted for and part of that framework.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the question to the mover. Let's get back to the list of speakers. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Bradford didn't understand my question because in executive committee, we moved a series of motions to open our minds to other ways to move city buses quickly. And that included the things I read off, which are before him in writing, such as advanced transit signal priority systems, right turn lanes, HOV lanes, bus queue, jump and receiving lanes, and transit only turn lanes. And my line of questioning was, I wanted to make sure that the consultation that he was asking for included discussion of those topics as well. I think it's important to realize that if we really are dedicated to neighborhood improvement areas, that we must make sure that the retail in those areas thrives. And it can only thrive when we make sure that they can get just-in-time delivery, that their customers can access the stores and can park. So many of the consultations in the earlier transit plan were done with councillors who are no longer on council. In 2018, when some of this initial work was done, the current councillors were not involved in those processes. So it's very important to go back out and consult with the communities, which I think we're all in agreement on. But if we're going to consult, we've got to keep our minds open to other alternatives to making sure these buses can move fast. And 24/7 dedicated bus lanes may not be the fastest way to go. The other thing is, if you look closely at the plan, we're removing a lot of bus stops. And there are a few more harsher cuts to transit services in neighborhood priority areas than removing bus stops. And when people see how far apart some of them are, I'm not sure their enthusiasm for express bus lanes will be very high. So with that, I'm urging Councillor Bradford, as we move forward, to keep an open mind on alternatives to making sure, especially along Jane Street, where these measures that executive committee recommended will give people more transit faster. Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege.
Yeah. Let Councillor Pasternak know that have a very open mind about how we can expedite and improve transit service in the City of Toronto. And I do that work on the TTC board, and you're welcome to attend those meetings and participate as well.
Okay, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Carroll, I have your name. Are you speaking?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to speak now. I'm sorry that I don't have my own direct access to it. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to speak briefly. And I really do mean it's a trite phrase, but I really do mean with all due respect to my colleague, we have heard these very same concerns many times when we have dealt with major changes in transit, and I take us all the way back to the St. Clair Avenue right-of-way. I take us back to major routes, including Annette Street out in your area, Madam Speaker, or close to it. When we install bike lanes, there is always a concern that there will be no commerce where there can't be parking. And what we find is that when you animate the street and you actually build up the ability to engage in commerce in these areas for all of the travelers and all the other modes, that it in fact enhances business. It actually grows business, because people who've been driving by or whizzing past now have safe and easy ways to stop and engage in the kind of commerce that really helps avenues. And that's when people get out of whatever mode of transport and can walk around. And they are just as likely, turns out more than likely, if it's hopping off a bike or hopping off a transit vehicle that is riding 70 shoppers by your store window instead of just one in a vehicle, that commerce goes up. And so I'm prepared to wait and see what research comes back, because I know that part of the study and part of the consultation and the listening to folks includes looking at who the users are and who the potential users are of avenues where some of these transit projects may be proposed. And so rather than caution staff, I'm prepared to see what they come back with, having already talked to the communities, and see what sorts of business enhancements are actually a potential here.
Thank you. Okay, I would just like to speak briefly on this. The Jane corridor is in my ward, Councillor Pasternak's ward, and Councillor Peruzza's ward. Now, I did move a motion at executive and as well as the mayor that the staff was very comfortable with. I think that as far as the consultation process, that, and that's part of the motion is options for the local councillors to request additional consultation meeting. I think the local councillors know their communities and know their residents and what impact traffic will have in the communities. So I think it's important that you work with the local councillors and let the local councillors as well be part of the consultation. It's so important because one size does not fit all. And we made that very clear, the councillors at executive committee, and when we were briefed by staff. In some areas, you don't have the congestion that you do in other areas. I'm sure that you know the Jane Corridor, where we have the 400 and 401, where now we have thousands of cars on Jane Street. So you have to look at it in a different way to work with TTC and to make it safer for the riders and the motorists and pedestrians. And that's why the motion by the mayor that was moved and that was carried, and a motion by myself as well that was carried, is to look at other options as well and to see what fits in for their community. So I will be supporting the recommendations from executive. I think that, I understand what the TTC is trying to do, but at the same time, I think the local councillor should be part of it as well and be consulted, because we know our communities. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reinforce how critically important it is not to exclusively focus in on transit riding groups, so-called stakeholder groups. I said this at a committee, and I think it's worth repeating, that if you talk to the transit riders and the transit riding groups and ask if they're in favor of it, it's like asking Santa Claus if he's in favor of Christmas. Of course they want it. But that's not true and real and authentic, genuine consultation. The fundamental issue that has to be dealt with here in terms of consultation is, how do you deal with the people that are negatively impacted by this? How do you include them? How do you listen to everybody? This is not just a transit issue, it's a road issue. Who uses that road? And I can tell you that in my community, on areas like Lawrence Avenue East, and particularly Victoria and Victoria Park, if you take one lane of traffic off of Victoria Park, you take out 50% of road capacity. And they're going to be seriously upset and angry about this, and I don't think that it's going to be received very well. And so we have to talk with all the road users, not just the transit people. And they wanted to talk to people at the bus stations to see if they're in favor of that. Well, what do you think the answer is going to be? It's going to be all in favor, and everyone's going to put up their hands. That's easy. That's obvious. And in some ways, it's pretty much a waste of time. The thing that you have to do is discuss with all the road users, and those are the people that drive cars and have to go to work every day and have to take their families to school every day, and they can't take transit because it doesn't work for them. You got to talk to all of them and tell them what the impacts are. And not only do you have to tell them, you have to listen to them. And if they say they're not in favor of it, you have to listen to that. Far too often we don't do enough listening, and we don't demonstrate that we take what they say and put their words into action. And if they say, we don't support this and we don't want to do it, we shouldn't do it. That's meaningful consultation. And I hope that we do have that level of meaningful consultation in this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Peruzza. Councillor Perruzza?
Sorry, can you hear me now? I think I was muted and I wasn't videoing.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you see me now? Yeah. Oh, good. Thank you, first of all. I understand what Councillor Bradford is saying. I'm an advocate for transit, and he's saying let's look at improve, surface transit. Then let's go out and talk to the surface transit users. But I'll tell you what's going to happen over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months. All the consultation will have to be via some kind of a web format. And quite frankly, I can tell you that the transit users up and down Jane Street, people living in those apartment buildings up and down Jane Street in a heavily intensified area, they're not going to be participating in those consultations. Because I can tell you, I was trying to get on to one last night, and it was very difficult for me to get on, and I have all kinds of help and all kinds of assistance in doing that. These are very, very, very difficult groups to reach during this time. But I can tell you what they will say to you. They'll say to you, don't eliminate my bus stop. If the TTC is looking for operational efficiencies on Jane Street by eliminating bus stops and basically making a trip from Eglinton to Steeles 5 minutes faster, but then adding 100 meters to my walk to a bus stop, 50 meters of a walk to the bus stop, or more than that, in many cases it'll be more than that, right? Most people will say to you, you're nuts, like go away. That doesn't make sense. I can tell you one of the other things that most transit users up and down Jane Street will tell you as well, that while they would like to have more buses, a greater frequency of buses, less crowded buses, right? What they also don't want is a narrower road and pinch points across those roads, because that won't serve them either. Because what they also, not only are the tenant users, the transit users up and down Jane Street, are they transit users and ride the buses, but they also have cars. And creating pinch points, along reducing the lanes on Jane Street isn't going to work. Jane Street, especially through my area and in part through Councillor Nunziata's area and certainly Councillor Pasternak's area, also serves employment districts on either side of it. There's a lot of truck traffic trying to get to the 401, ramps and so on. And that's what you're going to find in these consultations. So while we are eager, and I get it. If you sit on the TTC, you drink the TTC Kool-Aid. I get that. I served on the TTC board. I understand the conversations there. And it's about operational efficiencies. It's about, how do we do more with less, and how do we provide the same, level of service? And I get that. Or try to improve service marginally. But trying to achieve operational efficiencies at the cost or at the expense of the customer, the user. And in this case, it would be at the expense of the users, right? I think what Councillor Pasternak was saying to Councillor Bradford kind of makes sense. It says, look, we understand our road, and this isn't the way to do it. You want to bring in improvements to Jane Street for the TTC, widen the road. Create a separate dedicated busway. Do that. Do what we were going to do in 2008 when it made sense to widen Jane Street and build an LRT line in the middle of it, because it has that kind of ridership. Come in with that plan and talk to people about that, and then you're going to find you're going to have a different level of conversation. But do it all at cheap. I got it. Come in Jane Street, try to create an operational efficiency, because we need to, to operate more efficient on Jane Street at the expense of the user, expense of the TTC rider. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it, and to do it all at cheap. And he wants to fast track it at a time when it becomes even more difficult to consult with people properly. So the motion, while on paper it looks like, oh man, this is about consultation and supportable, It really is the reverse of that, because you want to drive something through at a time when no one's paying attention and no one is participating, and certainly not the people living on James Street.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a minute to weigh in with my opinion on this. I will match the number of hours that I've logged in my lifetime on public transit, and perhaps maybe only Councillor Perks on council would beat me, maybe a couple of the other downtown councillors that don't own a car. But I can tell you I have plenty of experience on this. I've taken buses in the inner city, I've taken them in the suburbs. I was very upset initially when I saw this report, and I zoomed right into, I think item number 19 on the list, which is Kipling Avenue, which runs right through Etobicoke, and it's a street I know very well and have taken the bus many times. I couldn't believe that there was a suggestion that there would be dedicated bus lanes on Kipling. But after speaking to the general manager of transportation and studying the report a little bit more, I understand that that's not necessarily what the proposal is here. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't support that because it doesn't make sense to me. Knowing that route, knowing long bus routes like that, I understand where the issue is. It's not between stops. The traffic flows freely. People would look at that and look at council and think that we're crazy to do something like a dedicated bus lane there. The issue on long routes like that are when a bus approaches a busy intersection, it gets into the right-hand queue lane, it has to wait for a few cars to clear it before it stops, then it exchanges passengers, then it misses the light, then it has to wait another light cycle, and then on and on and on again as it inches its way up the entire corridor. With a very long corridor like that, when you have multiple buses, they start to get bunched up together. And so the front bus is overwhelmed, and the buses behind begin to speed up even faster because the passengers aren't there to pick up and they move quicker. And things become very messy, and the delay time between the buses become very, very long. And that's the hard part. It's not necessarily the travel distance along a long bus corridor. It's the 10, 12, 15, 20 minutes between buses, sometimes half an hour, and 3 show up in a row. That's frustrating when it's minus 20 out in the wintertime. If we want to encourage people to use transit, there's probably ways that we can improve that. There's some interesting things in this report, such as far side bus stop locations, where you move the bus pad to the far side of the intersection, you tuck it in off the road, you still allow the traffic at the intersection to work well. Those kind of things serve everybody, but they're expensive, right? You have to move curbs, you have to move catch basins, you have to move sidewalks. So, I think we should go out there and talk to people, but we should also use our head. And as some of the previous speakers talked about, think about the silent majority, the cross-section of all road users that use these streets. There is that group of silent majority that doesn't necessarily come out in public consultations, doesn't voice a particular special interest. In neighborhood improvement areas, if there's any insinuation that they only take public transit, that's not necessarily true. Come to the neighborhood improvement area in my ward. There's all kinds of different users and plenty of people that drive cars there. You know where they go? They drive their cars to work, and they fight their way through traffic in the morning, and they fight their way through traffic to come home at night and spend some time with their families. I don't know why we would ever take a step to try to make that harder for them. So we can go out and talk to people, but I think there are things that we can do that are wise to improve the experience on buses and improve the quality of people's lives across the city. And I just hope people aren't looking at this thinking that we're going to jump to implement bus lanes, because that would be a disservice just to jump to that. In fact, I would argue that there's probably an ulterior motive on that. If we're really serious about improving the quality of life for people, think through each of these routes, understand what happens. If you really want to know and you don't have the experience, go hop a bus and see what it's like. Go see with your own eyes how it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure clerks got my amendment. I was having some computer problems. I think IT fixed it and it should have gone through, but I'm not sure of that.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fillion, what was that?
I wanted to make sure clerks had my amendment. I was having IT issues and staff fixed it, but I think the amendment went through to clerks, but I'm not positive of
Do
that.
we have Councillor Fillion's amendment? Okay, we'll put it on the screen.
And I could start talking while we're waiting for that, if that's okay. It's just to add a small clause just to make it sure that we're also looking at the possible neighborhood traffic infiltration. I'm very happy to trade off some extra time in commuters traveling the main road for the sake of having more efficient public transit. That's kind of a known consequence, and I'm fine with that. The unintended consequence that I'm worried about is that those drivers will get so frustrated that they will start driving through local streets. And as we know, when drivers are doing that, they tend to roll through stop signs, speed, make sharp, quick turns, etc. That create hazards for school kids and others on the local roads. So I just want to make sure we're looking at that potential problem and taking any steps that are necessary to mitigate it.
Thank you. I think that's it for the speakers. Okay, so on the amendment, by Councillor Fillion, on favor, carried. Councillor Bradford, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll go back to the Board of Health HL 23.1. Okay, thank you. So I have a couple questions to the medical officer of health. So as far as the northwest part of the city where it's in, where we have the highest cases, so since the last council meeting, we are in fact doing more contact tracing in those areas?
So through you, Madam Speaker, what we are doing is we are doing contact tracing for those cases, regardless of where they reside, that give rise to the highest risk in terms of the settings that they're exposed to. So we're talking about cases within the context of, say, long-term care homes or healthcare. So to the extent that those apply, that in the northwest end of the city, yes. but that is not unique to the northwest end of the city.
Okay, so in some of these businesses, for example, people renting storage facilities. I had one in my ward last weekend where there were parties, and so how are we targeting these businesses that are going underground and doing these parties? Is it by word of mouth, or how are we enforcing it? Or should I be asking MLS this question? Because there's a lot of that happening, renting storage facilities and whatever that's available, and they're having these parties, and the only way we know about it is if there's music and it's being reported.
Yes, so through you, Madam Speaker, I think that may be better addressed by my municipal licensing and standard colleagues.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're on the line.
Okay, well,
but you're quite right. I know that some of the incidents certainly that have emerged in the last couple of weeks have been discovered through, whether it's noise or what have you, or other means. Sometimes through that which is circulated through social media.
Yeah, and I had one storage facility in my ward. So I'll ask you another question, then I'll have MLS answer that question. In the past few days, I've had 2 Catholic schools in my ward. One is St. Fidelis and one is Chaminade, where the residents have emailed me over the weekend, and a lot of parents are concerned and frustrated. They don't know what to do, and who they should report these cases to, because they've had 15 or more cases in their school, and they're not getting advice from their school board, and wanting to put the school in quarantine for a couple weeks. Do we have guidelines or a process for parents? Because I've had 2 schools now, St. Fidelis, which I sent you an email on, and now Chaminade School in my ward, where parents are very concerned and frustrated. And, they're sending emails to everyone, but they don't seem to get an answer on any of these questions, and they need action. So I'm just asking you, what are the guidelines? What is the process when parents are in this situation where you have 15 or more cases in a school?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there are a few things. One, first and foremost, the increased activity that you're seeing within local schools is a reflection of increased community activity writ large. And that's not unique to that area. As I showed you in the presentation, there is a great deal of COVID-19 transmission happening within the city. There's no question about that. And the more transmission there is in the city, the more we'll see that in our schools. The process when it comes to schools has to do with an investigation that occurs in the schools. Each investigation is unique because the circumstances vary from school to school. So what happens is that our investigative team goes in and finds out and discovers, as we hear about cases, an investigation is done into each of those cases, and that's deemed a high-risk scenario because it's a case that occurs within a school community. What we have found in many of those circumstances, including the ones that you've spoken of, is that yes, there are cases, but many of those cases are in fact not acquired through school, but acquired outside of school. So that is why, I know that many people are concerned, and of course they are, about the safety of their children and the safety of the school community. But what we try to do is balance the concerns out with what is the actual risk to the children at the school and the staff at the school of ongoing transmission or acquiring COVID-19 within the setting. And with good infection prevention and control measures, and without evidence of actual transmission happening in school, on balance, better to keep the school open because it has many, many advantages, certainly for the children and of course for the families as well. So what I can tell you is being done in particular for at least one of those schools you spoke of. I understand that my team is actually working with the school administration and the school board to provide more information to the community. And I believe they're even considering a meeting with the community members themselves.
Okay, and then this other one for Chaminade. So what I'm getting from the parents is that they want, they're asking that the school close for 2 weeks and be in quarantine because they're very concerned. So whose decision would that be? Would that be public health that would make that decision?
So it would certainly be a shared decision. We would offer the advice in respect of the, is there an outbreak that's ongoing right now, and is there a risk of ongoing transmission within the school? But we would do that in consultation with the school itself and the school board.
Okay, so is MLS here to answer my question?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what are we doing with these underground parties? People,
Yeah,
like,
so-
how are we going to enforce it? Is it just, if people hear music or like, and what is the enforcement? Are we going to be increasing the fines, or are we just going to give them a slap on the wrist?
No, there are, thank you for the question. There are significant fines for this. We didn't anticipate people throwing parties in storage lockers, but it is happening. We do respond to them. We do so with the Toronto Police, and we have been successful over the last weekend shutting down these types of parties, and have issued 39 tickets to the organizers and the attendees there. We're also going after, the unit. The organizer, not the organizer, the business itself, the storage business. For zoning, that's not what it's permitted to do. It's for storage facilities, not to host parties. And we'll continue to lay additional charges so this doesn't continue to happen.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson. Unmute your mic. Sorry.
My apologies. To the medical officer of health, I also want to join the choir of voices thanking you for your incredible work, and quite frankly, all city staff. I know this is taking a toll. You can hear it in people's voices, and my absolutely greatest thanks to everybody who's playing such a major role in this really unprecedented time. I just wanted to say, ask a couple questions. And you and I had a great conversation to the medical officer of health, great conversation back in April about masks. And I'm a huge proponent of masks. And I just want to thank you also for sticking up and sticking by vulnerable people in our city and immune compromised and immune suppressed people. So thank you so much for your work around that as well. So my first question is, I'm a big proponent of small business, and I'm very concerned about what's happening. On the weekend, I had the chance to converse over the phone with a small business in the Young Eglinton area. And the proprietor was actually weeping when they were speaking with me. And so I'm wondering if there's some way, and maybe the lawyer needs to weigh in on this, but is there some way we can support BIAs and small businesses by letting them use the public right-of-way, or the curb lane or the sidewalk to, we're coming into the holiday season, lots of celebrations ahead, but small scale within our own households. But my question is there something we could do to demonstrate some creativity, out of the box thinking to help these small retailers make it through this next few months? And so is there some way we can use the outside areas where we're permitted or where possible within public health guidelines? Is that feasible? Because this is a question that's been posed to me.
So through the speaker, I can first start off with, suggesting that having, curbside pickup or making use of delivery options certainly is one way I think we can try to support small businesses. Having options like that to allow them to continue to conduct their business, I think are the kinds of things that are being contemplated at this point. I'm certainly open to considering other options. And I would suggest, and I'm happy to raise this with our provincial counterparts, because the current restrictions right now are provided under provincial order and regulation.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And my second question is a little bit of an extension of Councillor Fillion's. At the TTC, we're struggling with two things. Some riders that aren't playing ball, they're not wearing masks, but it is limited. I have to say, overall, it's been a very good response on people wearing masks on the TTC system. But also we're having, and I'm getting emails as well as some nasty comments on Twitter, some unpleasant comments on Twitter about staff, meaning TTC staff, operators, not wearing masks. And the riders are finding this very unsettling. So I guess what, as the medical officer of Health for Toronto, what is your advice? I know TTC is our problem, not your problem, but you know, what's your advice on those two issues?
So, you know, the simple advice through the speaker that we've been offering is to, when you're outside of your home, wear your mask as much as you can. You know, we are advising people to limit their interactions to the greatest extent possible to those with whom they live. But if you are outside of your home to the greatest extent possible, wear your mask. Of course, it's especially important if you're in close contact or you find yourself in a situation where it's difficult to maintain physical distance. But as much as possible, wear your mask. And I can say that we do have regular conversations with our colleagues at the TTC. I know that they are well aware and extremely supportive of public health imperatives and guidance. So I'm sure they're doing their best with respect to occupational health and safety issues within the TTC itself and amongst their staff.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Chair, and thank you staff for the great presentation. My question is about testing, and I think there's some confusion on responsibility and who's responsible for what. So can you just maybe outline what is the city responsible for? Is it providing space or helping to provide space and contact tracing afterwards versus what is the province responsible for? And is that the actual test and notification itself? So maybe you can just kind of clarify who does what in that space.
Sure. So through the speaker, and this is very confusing, I appreciate that. So the actual administration of the test, so taking the swab and having it inserted in your nose or throat, again, depending on the type of swab that we're talking about, that component of the test, so the actual doing of the test, the processing of the test, and then getting the results posted either directly to the client and or on the online system that is available, the Ontario Lab Information System. Those are the purviews of the province and healthcare providers, which are under provincial, under the provincial umbrella. That's how they're managed. When it comes to that which the city is responsible for, as the local public health unit, we receive positive test results, and our obligation is to call those cases and start case managing them through and conduct all the investigation in respect of that case, including the contacts. The other component that we support, I think, as a collaborator and partner on testing is that if there is an interest on the part of a community agency or a healthcare agency to run a testing clinic, there are times where city-owned properties are optimal spaces for hosting those kinds of testing clinics. So yes, sometimes we do provide space for testing if that's warranted or requested.
And then my next question is about, I know you're starting to report percentage positivities on the testing results. So two questions. So one, how do you factor into that just the total number of tests? Because obviously if you're testing a broader reach into the community, then you're going to have a lower value. And sometimes some communities, people are only coming forward when they think they have it versus others where they're all going. So how do you account for who's going in the percentage in using the data? Because now I know you're starting to use this percentage positivity data. So how is it being used for resource allocation?
So let's start off with the first question. So again, because testing is under provincial purview, we actually get the data on testing from our provincial counterparts. They provide us with the data, including the denominator data. So they tell us how many were positive over a given period of time, and they tell us what was the total number of people tested. So these are provincial data that we then have specifically for Toronto and that we post and use ourselves to help inform our actions. So if we see, for example, relatively high case counts for, in a given neighborhood, but insufficient testing rates, then we can work with healthcare partners and those who actually conduct testing to figure out, okay, how might we actually get testing rates up in that neighborhood so we have a better handle on what's happening in that particular part of the city. So that's one example of how we would use those data.
So then you're using that data, and then is it about advocacy to the province then on where to ramp up testing and to go back to them with that kind of interpretation and advocate for where we need more of it? Is that kind of the next step on it?
That's certainly one way. We can go to the province, to the local health integration networks, but sometimes we also just connect with community agencies and local healthcare agencies. Community health centers, for example, would be a prime example of the kinds of local healthcare agencies and community care agencies that we can liaise with and say, might you be able to establish a testing facility? We can talk to local healthcare providers and see if they're interested and able to stand up a testing clinic in order to address testing rate issues that we find through the data.
Okay, thank you for all your hard work and for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a couple of questions as they relate to our hockey rinks. I was at a hockey rink the other day because of one of the COVID pop-up testing sites, Gordon Irene Risk, and there was this beautiful ice, whole rink, shiny ice, and nobody on it, and nobody from the Parks Department there. And then I discovered there's a provincial regulation that has been interpreted by our city solicitors to suggest that even when we do allow people use of our skating rinks, you can only have 10 people on that skating rink at a time. You're obviously aware of that.
So through the Speaker, I have been privy to some of the conversations, albeit a little distant, I'll be honest with you on that. But I can tell you that we, just this afternoon, Mayor Tory and I did, during the press briefing, Mayor Tory in particular spoke about the winter activity plan and the many options for outdoor winter activity to support optimal health in our city. There are many, many options that are being worked on and will be available to residents of the City of Toronto in order to take advantage of the many amenities that we have and to optimize health. Because what we want people to do is to stay healthy. And yes, that means doing things in a way that minimizes the risk of COVID-19, but it doesn't mean doing nothing.
Right.
If I can, it's JD. I hope you can hear me through the speaker. Just to clarify, the previous regulations when we were in what was the red zone or whatever that stage was allowed for the operation of indoor ice rinks with a maximum of 10 participants per pad. When we entered the gray zone, just with the regulations coming on Monday, that prohibits the use of indoor rinks with any participants at all. So, Councillor, what you saw when you were at Gordon Irene Risk was just the beginning of that closure of the indoor rinks. Obviously, the ice is already in. This is right now a 28-day mark, so we're just sort of holding steady until we know what the next steps of the province is on these regulations. But as Dr. Davila has noted, the outdoor rinks will be opening this weekend with some maximum capacity limits as outlined in the new sort of regulations that we just received on Monday.
Right. So you're right. The outdoors, I think it's 25. You're going to be allowing. I understand that, Janie. Everything's shut down now, and I get it. We need to keep people as safe as possible. But you would agree that just simply allowing, it gets dark here at 4:00, 4:50. It's like right after school, kids finish school, and then it's dark. I don't know about you, but not very many people send their kids out in the dark, for stuff, because outdoor stuff you can't, when it's dark, you just can't do it. So the number of hours is very limited. So our outdoor rinks is one of the only, our skating rinks is one of the only places where people can actually go and engage in some recreational activity, after 4:50 when the sun goes down. I mean, you'd agree with that, right?
Through the speaker, it's not a matter of agreeing. It's a matter of what the provincial regulations allow right now. So it's, my opinion in it is it's I don't have an opinion. We're just sort of, going and enforcing the regulations as they've been articulated to us just on Monday. So.
Okay, but you would agree that if the regulations allowed for it, that is one of the only activities that recreationally is available to people, given the fact that it gets cold and dark, 45 minutes after the kids are home from school.
It's through the speaker, sure. I mean, you can say the same about all of our indoor recreation spaces, which are closed now as well. So it is a hard situation for everyone, for sure.
Okay. And my last question.
15 seconds.
When and if the regulations did permit, you to the medical officer, really, because this is a health issue. I mean, you can have more than 10 people in a big kind of NHL-sized rink safely, no?
So through the speaker, there's always the public health component to the decisions, and then there are all the corollary things that go around it. So, I think we know that in respect of COVID-19, physical distancing is one of the best methods by which we can protect ourselves from transmission. But as with all of these decisions, there are all the, associated issues around it, some of which are related to crowd control and the like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
So that's it for the questions.
We'll
now go to the
Speaker. I'm down on the list.
Oh, just a
Councillor
sec.
Perks.
Sorry, Councillor Perks. Yeah, you're on.
No, that's fine. Just didn't want to miss my moment.
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just one moment, please, Councillor Perks. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Davila, thank you again for this presentation and all of your work. On a number of occasions at the Board of Health and elsewhere, you've spoken about how the pandemic is uneven in terms of who it's impacting, and that it has had a particular impact on a number of socially marginalized groups, including racialized groups, women, and people with low incomes. Do you stand by that still?
Through the speaker, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And in the presentation you gave us today, it's one of your slides, I think it was slide 18, went through a long list of social measures that, you don't need to look it up, went through a long list of social measures to provide additional supports to that community. We need to be making investments in helping those communities. Is that your point?
So through the speaker, yes, that there are a number of areas that need further action in order to manage and mitigate the disproportionate impacts that certain communities have had.
If I could just ask you about a few of them. So you are advising council that in order to reduce the spread of the pandemic and protect people's health, we should be advocating for paid sick days.
So through the speaker, I think we should be advocating for those supports that actually allow people to do the right things. And, you know, one of the challenges we've seen over the course of the pandemic is that people find themselves in circumstances where they are unable to stay home when sick. And paid sick days, we've seen, can make a difference.
And you've also advocated for enhanced income supports for certain groups?
So through the speaker, yes, there are concerns that some people don't present, for example, and we've heard this through community agencies and partners on the ground, that people are at times, they report being afraid to go for testing because they're fearful that a positive test will mean that they'll either lose their job or at least lose income for a 14-day period. And that raises concerns of how they'll sustain their families.
Thank you. And while I heard and understood the city solicitor's advice that you don't have direct regulatory authority over having a moratorium on evictions, nevertheless, given that we are in the middle of multiple crises, including homelessness crisis, are you also advocating that there should be a moratorium on evictions?
So through the speaker, I think that's certainly been something that we have discussed. We haven't formally put a position at this point, but we certainly do want to do everything we can to ensure that people are able to follow public health guidance. Whether it's staying home when they're sick, whether it's ensuring that they actually do have a safe place to isolate and a safe place to maintain their families. This is all about health at the end of the day, and we know that this comes down to the social determinants of health.
And evicting people during a pandemic, where they may have to go, move into another household or become homeless, that's not good public health practice.
So through the speaker, clearly that would give rise to transmission risks that we simply would not want to see.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davila.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. We will now go to speakers. Put the speaker list on the screen. Mayor Tory.
Point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I just heard a point of order from Councillor Holiday there, Deputy Mayor Holiday. So I'll wait my turn.
Let me reset your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Holiday.
Madam Speaker, would you be able to confirm which of the item numbers that we're considering right now? Is it just the one, HL 23.1, or have we joined this as part of our order paper with other items?
No, it's just this one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for the interruption and I appreciate the confirmation.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to the speakers list. Mayor Tory.
Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, I have a motion, and perhaps it could be displayed. I think it's been submitted. Motion is meant to authorize the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services to work on putting the arrangements in place for the Equity Action Plan, pending our requests to the other governments for money, but to move forward with those. It actually authorizes us to make these requests of the other governments and to enter into funding agreements, and it also directs that there should be a report back to the Executive Committee in Q1 2021 on the success of the program and the money that has been received from the other governments for the delivery of the program. May I start by saying, Speaker, that I think it is very appropriate that this should be the key item that is considered at this council meeting, because I think this is the most fundamental challenge and continues to be facing the city. There are lots of important things we'll talk about today. And I just want to join everybody else in saying thank you to the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Davila, to Chief Pegg, and to Councillor Cressy. And I want to say thank you to the other governments as well. I think they have been supportive, by and large, of the things that we've asked for. We've asked for some more things via this report, and I hope they'll continue to be equally cooperative. But, you know, I mean, it's obvious why this is the key item at this meeting, because if you go, as the report says, from August the 10th, just August the 10th, we had 11 cases that were reported that day by the Chief Medical Officer of Health, 11 new cases of COVID-19. Today, when the number is 481 plus, the day-over-day average for the last few days is 481 plus, this is indicative of something that's going in the wrong direction. And that's been seen, of course, around the world. But we also can see, you know, through the presentation we saw from the Medical Officer of Health today, that it has gone from something that was very scattered in August, you know, when you only had 11 cases scattered around the city on a given day in August, to today, where you have not only the much larger number, but you have the very interesting and alarming information the medical officer put in front of us, which is the concentration of COVID-19 around most of the city, but in particular in hotspots that are in the northeast and the northwest of the city, and the kinds of concentrations that are very worrisome in different age groups, both young and old. The impact it has had has, of course, been first and foremost on people. A huge impact on individual people who have suffered as a result of all of this. It's had, they're human beings. And they're deeply affected by this in many different ways, which include the fallout on human beings of the effects on business, who have had to shed jobs, they've had to close, they've gone bankrupt, they have had to curtail their operations substantially. Institutions, schools, hospitals, workplaces. The effects on mental health, which are sometimes hard to see, have been profound for many, many people. And so it's one of the reasons why the Board of Health, working with all of our city officials, and they did, I will tell you once again, as has been acknowledged here, a Herculean job over basically the course of a weekend of pulling together an equity action plan that I think will make a huge difference. And we're going to proceed ahead. As I said, this motion authorizes our officials to go ahead with large elements of this plan, while at the same time in parallel we make the request to the other governments to help us finance it, just because the urgency of moving forward with those measures is so profound, and that you can't afford to wait around, as much as I hope we'll have positive answers from the other governments. I should tell you, both the Minister of Health for Canada and the Minister of Health for Ontario, in my conversations with them, offered to help when we said we were going to come forward with an equity action plan. And so I've now spoken with them both in furtherance to that, and told them of our plan. We've circulated it, in fact, to cities across the country so they can see what Toronto is doing, because I think it isn't perfect, but I think it sure stands as a model of good practice and good governance when it comes to dealing with some of your most vulnerable populations in the city. And so I urge the members of council to support my motion, because I think my motion gives life to the plan that I think is going to be such an important plan to really providing help where it's needed the most, and taking extra measures that go beyond the considerable amount we've been doing so far, and really arm our officials with what they need in order to go at least this next extra mile. I'm not saying there won't be other extra miles yet to come, but this next extra mile. You know, I think we're all probably disappointed at the fact that after all these months, 8 months now, I guess since March, we haven't made more progress than we have. But I think relative to the rest of the world, we are, you know, we're holding our own, but we need to do a lot of these extra kinds of things, both as a matter of humanity, as a matter of equity, but also as a matter of continuing to hold our own and then slowly fight this thing back. You saw the R number is just around 1 right now, and as the medical officer said this morning, we've got to drive it below 1 so the thing actually starts to die out, and that's got to be the challenge in front of us. So I thank again the staff and the Board of Health for this very constructive report. I urge members to support the recommendations in the report and my motion, which helps to make sure that it all starts to happen, and that we formally make the request to the other governments for financial assistance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. If I could have your motion put on the screen, I just want clarification of, I think it's your second part.
Yep.
Just, oh, there it is. So the second part is City Council requests the Government of Canada to provide funding for the city's enhanced COVID-19 supports for targeted neighborhoods, as described in Part 1. Can you just clarify that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we've started by indicating that this equity action plan would be focused on the northwest and the northeast of the city. So the northwest is a swath that runs from kind of the far northwest of the city down through York West and your southwest in your area, and the northeast is essentially the northeast of Scarborough down to kind of mid Scarborough. And we're starting with enhanced efforts there, the efforts that are outlined in Part 1. And we're saying that the federal government's share of that for the two hotspot areas, there are a large number of neighborhoods, but 2 areas of the city would be $5 million. And that we also wanted to, so we said it starts with up to $5 million and for scaling up as necessary, so that in the event we needed to go broader or deeper, we'd be in a position to do so. But the $5 million would be the first ask of the federal government to get this program underway and finance it in those areas for a period of time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I can begin. I have an amendment, which is that City Council request our city's COVID-19 vaccine task force in coordination with federal and provincial counterparts to promote the safety of the COVID vaccine when it is available and to address vaccine hesitancy in multiple languages. As we know, vaccine hesitancy is an issue today separate and apart from a COVID vaccine. Let me begin my remarks by echoing comments that many members of council already made during questions, which is with some thank yous. And I think we should do this every month, and it needs to be done again and again and again. First, to our residents for their sacrifice. Every single resident in our city, some have been hit harder, much harder than others, but everybody has sacrificed. To our civil service, to the names that have been mentioned, Chief Pegg and Dr. Davila, but to our city manager, the DCMs, every single member of our civil service. And I would also single out a name that hasn't been mentioned in one of these meetings before around COVID is Brad Ross, because it has not been an easy exercise to oversee our communications division. To Toronto Public Health, of course, Dr. Davila mentioned that her team, more than 2,000 strong, are exhausted. They are. They're also the best, and they are leading through the exhaustion with compassion and with a tireless spirit. And to Mayor Tory, and I would say his staff too. So to the mayor and his staff, I can tell you that it has been tireless and steady leadership provided by our mayor, but also leadership by example in following public health advice, in championing our cause at an intergovernmental level, and in working nonstop. I'm 36 years old and I can't keep up. I think, let me articulate 4 very clear and specific goals that I think we all must hold in front of us over the next 28 days as we seek to flatten this curve and beat the second wave. The first goal is to support and protect those who are being disproportionately affected and hurt by this virus and by lockdown measures. That's employees, that's businesses, and it is marginalized communities, far too many frontline workers. The second goal is to support residents who are struggling with the lockdown. To have COVID is a deeply painful and in some cases fatal experience, but to suffer through the isolation of preventing COVID is also tough. And so to the winter plan that was just announced earlier today by Parks, Forestry and Recreation, to the mental health supports we will continue to roll out, we must support our residents through this period. The third goal, I would argue, is, and this is critical, the third goal is to prevent a third wave. Right now, that work, it can't wait until the new year. And that is continuing ourselves and with the other governments to scale up our test, trace, and isolate systems. And the fourth goal is to prepare for the vaccine, not just to prepare for the regulatory approval, but the distribution, the communication, and the prioritization of it. So that's a lot of work over the next 28 days, but we have to do each piece of that to mitigate the harm of COVID for those who contract it, but also for those who are affected by it. Now, the motion in front of us here, many of the Board of Health recommendations in the content of the mayor's motion just placed, it speaks specifically to that first recommendation around protecting and supporting those who are hardest hit, the disproportionate members of our city, whether those on low income, those who are racialized, those living in congregated settings, to protect them. And I want to thank and commend Toronto Public Health, but also in particular our DCM, Juliana Carboni, and her team in Social Development and Finance Administration. This has been a whole of government response to embed equity as part of our COVID framework, to ensure that the mental health supports, the outreach supports, and the public health supports are all aligned and working together. And whether that's ensuring that we support the provincial testing system by making city facilities available, or whether we're putting boots on the ground by funding local community-based outreach workers to tackle testing hesitancy, or advocating, as is outlined here, that our provincial and federal counterparts implement the policy changes on sick leave, on eviction moratoriums, and on income supports that are necessary. Listen, we're in the heart of a wave and we are in a brutal pandemic, but we can beat this and we can still protect every member of our city. And we need to do that if we are all in this together. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may ask the clerk to put my motion on the screen, I'll explain it.
Okay. If we have,
this is the item on mental health.
If we can get Councillor Holiday's motion on the screen. Do we have Councillor Holiday's motion? Okay, I'll reset your time.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't see it on the screen, so we'll just give it a moment.
Yeah, no, I don't see it either.
Yeah,
Madam
there we
Speaker,
go.
if you just
Fantastic.
stand by
Thank
for
you.
one moment, we're just adjusting it here.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, if I may just explain it, if the clerks need to adjust it, that's fine. I'm just going to ask the two deputy city managers to report to the Government Licensing Committee to tell us a little bit more about access to suicide prevention support services available to Torontonians, how we as a Toronto Public Service can look for opportunities to strengthen recognition, referral, and coordination with the support and response services available to people, and specifically frontline city staff. And the last is the potential for a 988 service as adopted in the United States. So my questions, if you were listening to Dr. Davila, I asked about a cold, dark winter. And those words have resonated with me. I realize that we've gone through some tough time so far with the pandemic. It's not over, and it's not going to be over for a couple of years. And I'm not talking about the medical aspect of it. I'm talking about the impact on people's mental health. We're going to go through a very cold winter where people's access to places of worship has been stopped. That's tough going into the holiday season. People's access to gyms and other places where they might go and exercise, and even social settings, have been stopped. And the economic damage of all of this is going to be profound. And there's going to be people that are going to be worrying about their business, worrying about their livelihood. I think there's no time like now that people are going to be relying on mental health services. I applaud some of the work that the city has done so far. And in fact, if you go, we have a webpage on accessing mental health supports. But there's something that strikes me about it. If you read the page, the first thing it says on the top, it says call 911 if you're in emergency, immediate danger, or medical distress. For other needs, call 211. And then the next thing it says, and this is where I applaud whatever public servant put this here. This is really clever. To close this web page quickly, press Alt F4 or Command Q on a Mac. Learn how to remove evidence of your visit to this page. In what world do we have to help people erase their tracks on a government web page where it gives people just basic mental health supports? I don't know if you know, Speaker, if you were in distress and you were contemplating suicide, and my gosh, it's something that must have affected every member of council, if not directly, at least tangentially through somebody they know. The loss of that, and we are the victims that remain the damage from those type of events. You know, you can access a suicide prevention line. I don't know if anyone on the call today knows it. It's 833-456-4566. Try thinking about that in a distress point. Try thinking that not everybody is going to call 911. We've talked about it at council before. Not everybody wants to engage emergency services. Down in the US, they've done something. They have organized their telecommunications industry to provide a second number, which is 988, available on any cell phone. I'm not aware that we have this in Canada or that it's even coming, but there, at least there is an emergency number that connects you with crisis support services, but it's not 911. And I have to wonder, is that something that we can support in the City of Toronto? Is that something that will be for the betterment of our residents? And I'd like to learn a little bit more about it and get some advice from our staff. But finally, I just want to think about how we as a government touch so many people every day with the services that we have. And are we adequately trained? Do we have really clear processes to bridge people to get to those services in case they're in crisis? I don't know, but I do know that we need to turn our mind to this. There is the medical emergency going on, but there's a mental health emergency. We're going to have to think about this over the next couple of years. I hope all members of council will support my motion, and I really hope that we can find a way to help people with this particular element of the emergency before us that just really isn't talked about enough. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to everyone's support.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Cressy.
Certainly.
Just very briefly, I think it's a tremendous motion, Deputy Mayor. Just a question. A lot of the mental health services and work around suicide is currently done through SDFA, which reports through economic and community development. So I was just wondering whether it would be seen as friendly to move it from GGLC to Deputy Mayor Thompson's committee, ECDC.
So I'm flexible to the routing, of course. The reason why I chose GGLC is because of the element related to the 988 service being telecommunications and the bridge that may have with things like 311. And frankly, that's the committee that I sit on. So I'm hoping to see this report come back. But I'll take the advice of the clerk or yourself if we want to check with it, if it has a better place to go. What I do know is both deputy city managers will be reporting on this, Deputy City Manager Carboni and Deputy City Manager Scioli, because I think there's a broad spectrum that we need to touch across the Toronto Public Service. So I'm very flexible on that matter, but I just really want to see the report come back and find out what we can do as a city to improve things for people.
Thank you. Well, I think that's excellent, and I might offline leave it to yourself and Councillors Deputy Mayor Thompson and Councillor Ainsley to sort out the routing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, followed by Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I have a motion, if we could just put that on the screen. Fairly straightforward. Thank you, clerks. This is a motion that's asking the province to reinstate the moratorium on evictions for both residential and commercial tenants while we work through this latest lockdown. I would like to start as well echoing the thanks to Dr. Davila, Chief Pegg, the Mayor and Councillor Cressy, everyone at the Emergency Operations Center, and all the folks who have been really finding another gear, as well as the stamina to go through this second lockdown. I know that I'm tired. I know that we are all tired. Our residents are tired. Torontonians are tired, but we cannot let up. And it is about that collective effort, all of us, to weather this storm through and persevere. As we've heard from Dr. Davila today, going into lockdown was a tough decision. It's the right decision, but it wasn't easy. And it's not something that's been taken lightly by anybody. But I do think we have to match the weight of this step with the depth of our support for those who are affected, and starting with reinstating the moratorium on evictions, both on the commercial and residential side, because there's no doubt that our small businesses and vulnerable residents are feeling the impacts of this pandemic and are truly among the hardest hit in this city. We've been here before a few months ago, and we know that the most important thing right now is for governments to reassure our communities to take the swift action that we need to respond to this immediate crisis and to prepare to build back better as we focus on our recovery. And the city manager and the folks around this table have done a lot of work outlining what that looks like. The focus now has to be on the implementation. I think when we look back at the moratorium that was in place earlier, that pausing on evictions was the most clear and consistent feedback, certainly that I heard and many of us heard from residents and local businesses back in March. And it's definitely something that we're all hearing again now. I think that residents whose livelihood has now been compromised, that's something that is very, very serious. We have businesses who are out of reserves. The money has been spent getting through the first wave, and not to mention the hundreds and thousands of businesses that have already had to close. They need every bit of support that they can get. And right now we're asking folks to stay in place. We want them to stay in place, to buckle down, and that means we need them to stay in their homes. We need them to stay in their businesses, and we all need to work together to make sure that that happens. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak with Ontario's Associate Minister of Small Business, Pramit Sakaria, and I shared this message with him. And it's something that's been repeated throughout the business community, throughout Beaches East York and the 83 BIAs across Toronto. I know that the province understands that they need to respond to this particular moment and the challenges that are in front of us. We've also been reaching out at a federal level and connecting with folks in Minister Ng's office. And while the eviction piece isn't their jurisdiction, we know from the intergovernmental work that's been happening across all three branches, when somebody steps up with investment and support like we have seen, there's a hope and a belief that others will do the same. This pandemic, we have seen that we have all been most effective. The 25 councillors here, our mayor, the staff, the other levels of government, when we work together. One united response, top to bottom, each branch doing what they can to respond to the pandemic. And so I'm very grateful for your support in this motion. I think it would be great if we could send a strong message from City Council. And I will also be supporting the recommendations from the Board of Health, the motions from the Mayor, certainly Councillor Cressy and Councillor Holiday. I think they're all very thoughtful and very helpful. That's it from me, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I mistakenly bumped my name off the list, as you can see. So, don't mind. Press the wrong button.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Madam Speaker, I made a mistake and took my name off, and I'm asking if I can just stay in place. You had said I was coming next, and then...
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but can you put your name back on the list?
Yes, I thought you could just give me a courtesy and let me go.
Counts.
That's fine.
She was. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to, and I'm sorry I did that. We're all getting used to this new system. And I did want to speak after Councillor Bradford We both had motions. I'm very happy to support his motion on evictions. We did hear a lot from people at our Committee on Protection of Affordable Housing that we held on on Monday, about the impacts of the pandemic on their ability to pay the rent. And we know that's a big issue for residential tenants, and we know it's also a huge issue for commercial tenants. So I'm very happy that you brought that forward, Councillor Bradford. I also just want to thank Councillor Holliday, Deputy Mayor, for what I'll say, probably one of the most eloquent speeches that you've ever made at Council, Deputy Mayor Holliday, really highlighting the full spectrum of this pandemic and its impact on everyone, including all the people that are delivering services, that are trying to help people, and really acknowledging that this is something that, as this grinds on, is taking a bigger and bigger toll. So I just want to thank you very much for that. And then just go back to the evictions. I think all of the BIAs, and I've been hearing so much from them over the last week or 2 weeks. It's been such a rocky road. We took away the curbside patios, of course, because of snow, and now we've taken away the inside dining. It's such a difficult time, and the rent relief that should have been there all along. It should have been a simple, easy program for rent relief, has now kicked in some 20 days after rent checks were due, as many of my BIA members point out regularly. But this time, at least, it is not landlord dependent. It is going to go to the small business, because really and truly keeping them going during this time is a Herculean effort, one that we need to do everything possible to keep them in business. They have borne the economic brunt of this pandemic in a way that many others haven't. And that's why they're feeling so disappointed. So I would just say picked on and disappointed by a decision to keep big box stores open, that while they have to close. And some stores saying we're an essential service, we're selling masks. Well, I guess if that's all it takes, then that's what everybody can do. But we know that's not the right thing to do. We know that we need to close down for a month. We need to flatten this curve. We need to smash it. We need to not carry on throughout the winter with this pandemic. And the graphs that the medical officer of health showed us today were so telling. If we do certain things, it's very spiked to the top. And if we really hold the line, it will be reduced to the point where I think she says we will stamp out the virus. So really and truly, I would just speak on behalf of my small businesses, and I believe all the small businesses across Toronto, that just can't believe that they are having the padlock on their door while large businesses don't. And we know very well from our holiday shopping bylaw that you can section and cordon off the food area and keep all the makeup and all the other things that you don't need on Christmas Day or the other stat holiday out of people's way. So it's a bit of a bogus argument to say that you can't do that. I also just want to remark on masks and how important they are and how difficult that has been for a number of businesses to actually have people agree to keep a mask on while they're there. People are fighting in stores. Cashiers and service people are afraid to interact with people at work. It's really unfortunate. And I'm very happy to see the medical officer of health speak up so sharply and so strongly about mask wearing. And I think that I would urge her to keep saying that, because you have a credibility that I don't and others don't have, Dr. Davila. Please keep that message strong and front and center. And last, I just want to say I'm so happy the rinks are opening. People are calling and saying, can we go skating? They want to be outside. It's the only place you can be where you might see a few other people, unless you're in a big box store.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you.
Schools can skate and
Thank you.
can skate. And Madam Speaker, I can't see the timer while I'm here. It's not present at on our screen front and center while we're speaking, and it would be very helpful if that was the case. So perhaps you could
Well, we
speak with
can
Mr.
tell
Elbridge
staff,
and
yeah,
have that happen.
you were close to 6 minutes, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I would have spoken differently had I been able to see the timer, Speaker. I would appreciate that. I'm sure all councillors would. Thank you so much.
It should be on the CMP on your screen.
Speaker, I'm speaking, many of us have our computers open with everything, and we have the other screen. That was what we were told to do. I'm sorry to contradict someone, but we were told to have two screens, one for our interactions here and one to keep all of our materials and documents, and that's what we're doing. So that's why we need to have the clock running centrally while we're speaking. Because if I was to be on my screen, nobody would see me. I wouldn't be addressing you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Unfortunately, I don't control that. So let's go to Councillor Perks. Councillor
Thank you,
Perks.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I'm moving that City Council request the City Manager to report to this December 16, 17, 2020 meeting of City Council on the provincial responses to Council's requests to the provincial government to implement enhanced income supports, a moratorium on eviction of residential tenants, and paid sick days. I'll speak about the substance of that in a moment, but first I want to acknowledge there are several firsts here, several important firsts. This is the first time I'm aware of a government, any order of government, focusing in and coming up specifically with a health-based equity plan during the pandemic. We should remember that it was the City of Toronto that was the first to start publishing disaggregated data and made both Torontonians and Canadians aware that Black, Indigenous, and racialized Canadians were suffering much more than white Canadians, that women were facing more hardship during the pandemic than men were, and finally that people with low incomes or precarious work or on social assistance are faring much worse because of the pandemic. In other words, as has been said by many people, the pandemic has revealed the fault lines in our society and exposed the inequities in our society with these unequal outcomes. And to have it come to council and have us specifically address it in those terms is a real remarkable thing. And I want to thank particularly the chair of the Board of Health and the medical officer of health for bringing that focus to us today. And further, the next thing that is a first is the Mayor of Toronto just put a motion in front of us to spend the money now and get it from other governments later. We've had to operate that way informally, but we're now actually as a council saying that this issue of unequal outcomes with the pandemic and the need to respond in a way that supports people who are being hurt by the pandemic because of those inequalities, to go ahead and do that work when we have yet to ink any deals with the other orders of government is a remarkable act of courage and social solidarity. And I want to thank the mayor for doing that, and hopefully all of us will vote for it. Now, the specifics in my motion. We have on a previous occasion asked the province of Ontario to not lift the moratorium on evictions. In fact, we're pursuing them in court because because council felt that there were violations of the principles of natural justice in the way the legislation governing tenants had been rewritten. We also many of us have spoken up about the need for paid sick days, and we've talked a lot about income supports. What the purpose of my motion is, what it achieves, is to make sure that those asks don't disappear. All too often, we come to a point at Toronto City Council where we have isolated work that needs to be done with other orders of government We tell the city staff, go tell the others orders of government, this is what we feel needs to happen, and then they vanish. And with issues of this seriousness, we can't allow that to happen. We need to regularly be told, has the province heard us? Do they understand the case that was made by the medical officer of health that paid sick days are an essential part of our response? Or are we just going to vanish into some other news cycle, a barbecue place or an auditor's report or whatever comes along? We have to retain focus on these measures that are designed to address the unequal impact of COVID, and we have to continue to put it front and center in our conversations with the public and with the province that these are measures that must be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
I don't have a motion, but I just wanted to echo some of my colleagues and some of the motions that other members of council has placed forward. And I like to start by echoing my colleagues to thank the staff, and especially I wanted to thank Dr. Davila for her leadership, and I'd like to thank the mayor for his advocacy to other levels of government. Our City of Toronto residents, they are counting on us as city councillors to protect them from this pandemic. It's very important that we have to keep them safe, and as much as we can do to help them. And I like some of all the motions that has been placed forward. They're very, 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 will really affect us as a city. And especially, I wanted to mention about small businesses. And we are hurting some of these small businesses in Toronto, so we need to get a solution to this. And I asked the question on whether we're at the provincial table or whether we're at the federal table. Our residents count on us as city councillors and the city council to communicate to all levels of government, to tell them our needs. So it's very important that we take these messages to them so that they can actually lend a hand. We can work through and get through this pandemic together. And one of the issue would be the long-term care homes. And I ask questions because we need to protect the vulnerables, especially our seniors. I'm very happy to hear that in Toronto, our Toronto-operated long-term care homes has not really too many outbreaks, but we need to be proactive in preventing them from getting the virus. So that's very important. And the other thing that we need to be mindful of is about our international travel, our border. I have heard a lot of cases from different parts of the world that no matter how we can do lockdown, if you're not effective in preventing the importing of the virus, it is no use. So I would like to think that we should be more vigilant in getting through the quarantine rules for people coming back to the city. So this is at the federal jurisdiction, but I think I hope that at the table next time, the federal table, we need to stress the importance of keeping us safe by not importing the virus to come in. And the good news is that the vaccine is on the way. And I like to echo what Councillor Cressy has to say about the vaccine hesitancy. And we have an immunization task force. I cannot support enough. I actually thanked him. I texted Councillor Cressy to include that multiple language in his motion. I think it's very important that we educate the public, including my own son. He's very hesitant in getting that vaccine, he was sharing with me. So we need to do a good campaign in multiple languages to make sure that we are prepared to getting our life back into normal. And having said all that, I would be very happy to support all the motions, the recommendation, and the motion by Deputy Mayor Holiday and the mayor, as well as Councillor Bradford. Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity here, and to the staff who have been working tirelessly throughout the pandemic. I know it's been nonstop for each and every single one of you, regardless of where you are, whether you sit at a desk or perhaps you work in the Parks Department or Waste Management. It has been a grueling 10 months. It should not be, we should not miss the fact that for the past 10 months, we have been asking, and I would say largely organizing our thoughts on how to support residents in the City of Toronto. And we've been telling them that we're in this together. And this together that we're in has proven to be unequal. As we recognize and understand the impacts of COVID-19 and where the high rates of transmission are geographically, as well as the subpopulations that have been affected disproportionately, I think that we have actually not done an adequate job at ensuring that those needs are met where they are. And that's not necessarily because we don't care, it's because we didn't have the system and tools in place beforehand. I've been asking for a disaggregated strategy for data collection in the City of Toronto since 2017. And although the Board of Health has initiated the collection of disaggregated data, it is only the beginning and we haven't gone far enough. We have just adopted our data for equity strategy in a previous item at this same meeting to tell the staff, now go hire people to do the work. We are so far from addressing the social and health inequities that have revealed itself in the most harmful ways in people's lives in the city. And I think the challenge before us, Madam Speaker, is that now we have to double and triple and quadruple our efforts to make sure we don't fall further behind. And the reason I say that we haven't been in this together, Madam Speaker, is because for the past 10 months, we have been putting forward very similar recommendations to the other orders of government, asking for specific supports and help. This is not the first time we are asking them for support in making sure that there are no residential or commercial evictions. We're doing this again. We're asking them again for sick pay as well as pandemic pay. We're asking them to expand sick leave days. We're asking them to directly support residents and businesses who have been impacted and to not delay, to not waver, just to go ahead. Madam Speaker, the reason why I think it's important for us to not necessarily sugarcoat it for residents in the City of Toronto is because they have told us in no uncertain terms, have we not heard from members of the Black community, those who are living with Indigenous identity at the different cluster and service tables, is that they have been feeling left behind. And I don't want to cast a cloud necessarily over council, because I think people are doing great work. From the mayor to the deputy mayors to our chairs of the committees, including my friend Councillor Cressy, everyone is doing the best that they can. But I do think that as we head toward the 2021 budget, as we try to deal with the deficit that we're now facing in our 2020 budget, we're gonna have to take our gloves off. And we're gonna have to get really tough with the other orders of government, and especially the province, who I think has not managed the situation well. And the 414 municipalities in Ontario have been left sometimes on their own. The school boards are feeling that way. I think the hospitals and the long care facilities and system health providers are feeling that way. And it doesn't mean that we don't care about those who are governing in Queen's Park and those who are provincial partners, but it is to jolt them and to tell them enough is enough. We can't be constantly repeating our requests over and over again to you at every single council meeting and then having you respond to us with dead silence. It is unfair to the residents of Toronto who we represent and who you represent, who they represent as Ontarians, when we're asking for the same thing over and over again and we're not being met with the same level of intention and participation in the decision making and results. So we are going to end up wearing this in the city of Toronto, despite the fact that we have made some good strides. We cannot do this, Madam Speaker, without the provincial and federal government. And in particular, it's the provincial government I want to direct my comments to, and recognize that every one of the council members here have worked so hard. And I know you are constantly giving more and more, digging deeper and deeper, and we need the province now to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, this is Peruzza. I want to get on the speakers list. I've been logged out of the system and can't get back in for some reason, out of our PNP or whatever it's called.
Okay.
CMP.
Oh, okay. Are you doing it through the iPad or through?
Peruzza.
Costa.
Maybe you can add me to the speakers list. Sorry?
You are in the speak. Okay, you are in the speakers list. Councillor Cole.
I have no way of adding you to the speakers list.
Who's talking? Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes. Okay. Condolences on the death of Maradona to everybody. An amazing, tragic figure. But I just want to say that I think everybody is trying their best to try and reach out. I have a motion here, but if you could put it up on the table.
Councillor Cole, do you have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, you have
City
to.
Council requests.
Okay,
I'm trying to read it. Thank you. City Council requests the provincial government to establish a coordinated and seamless COVID-19 pandemic response for the Greater Toronto Area to clearly deal with issues like lockdowns, color coding designations for COVID-19 restrictions, and all public health measures table initiatives affecting the more than 6 million people in the Greater Toronto Area. I just think, as I was asking Dr. Davila, it is really, talk about equity and lack of fairness. If you go north of Steeles, there's a totally different approach to the lockdown. The big mall there, whatever it's called.
Councillor Cole, you have two motions, please.
Oh, okay. Yes, I just have that one motion. I withdrew the other one.
You withdrew the other one. Okay. Well, you didn't tell staff. Thank you. Okay, continue.
I did. Okay, thank you. Anyways, so we've got north of Steeles, there are different standards and how this treats the people going to restaurants, going to malls, retail that's open. People live and work on both sides of Steeles. They have family on both sides of these borders. And to think that there's some kind of, brick walls that is really foolish. So therefore, I asked for a look at trying to coordinate the approach to COVID-19 controls within the GTA and not do it piecemeal, which I think is really doing a disservice in dealing with the pandemic, controlling it, and also to the people who are impacted by the decisions made. As other people have mentioned today, there are a lot of issues about equity. I'll tell you one group that really has suffered immensely from this deadly disease are our seniors. I think 80% of the deaths from COVID are seniors. Sometimes people think, well, we've got to expect that. Well, I don't think we should expect that. Look at what they've suffered through in long-term care homes, retirement homes. So that's the other piece of this that we should be advocating for, is to make sure that these measures going forward do not take it as a given that seniors are going to die en masse. They shouldn't be expected to somehow make it on their own. They can't. They need our help. They need the government's help, provincial, federal. Let's not forget these vulnerable seniors that are hanging on in their little apartments throughout the city. And we'll never mind how they're suffering in these long-term care homes. Just last night, couple of caregivers. Well, it's actually the one caregiver was tested for COVID. She's a PSW in a local retirement home. So she basically was told, you've got to go now in isolation into a hotel in Mississauga, and also your husband has to go in isolation in the same hotel in a different room. So therefore, we sometimes forget the incredible sacrifices that are being made by our staff throughout the city. But what about the sacrifice made by PSWs, who are the caregivers all over the province, the city, that are paid just above minimum wage? And they are when they go to work, they're afraid of whether they're going to die or not. You shouldn't be in that situation if you're getting paid 15, 20 bucks an hour, that you're afraid of bringing the disease and the virus back home. This is what is happening. We've got so many people that are basically living on the margin, that are on the front line and not getting the support, the appreciation, the protections that they should be getting. So let's also think of the frontline workers who are generally immigrants, newcomers, that are risking their lives and protecting
Thank you, Councillor Cole.
Torontonians.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Councillor Carroll to speak, followed by Councillor Fillion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can probably allay Councillor Cole's concerns. I don't think that we do forget if we're in the positions we're in, because we're part of the response to the community right now, and so we're exposed through our interactions to what's going on. I phoned a staff member to get an answer on a request and a motion that I was going to move at some point, and said, "How are you? I haven't seen you for a while." And learned that her brother died from COVID-19. When I get home at night, it's all over my home life. My father is currently in a long-term care home where 12 members of staff have COVID-19 and 15 residents have COVID-19. And I'm just praying every minute that he's not next. We have this going on in our lives. But I think what's clear right now is that we need to be far more proactive in using our pulpits to drive home what we know about how this is impacting our community to every resident in every one of our wards. What is happening right now in Etobicoke at that business that I shall not name is disgraceful. This morning I was calling it regrettable, and it's begun again. It is disgraceful that there are that many people with so little understanding of how devastating what is happening is for our community, for so many people in our community who are living in fear, who are praying every day, who are dealing with the brunt of this, who have lost their incomes, and fighting about allowing people to just expose themselves to this virus willy-nilly is not how you solve the fact that people have lost their income. When we went into the more stringent measures, the mayor put it most succinctly, and I thank him for that. We cannot fix the economy without first battling the virus. It has to come first. So there's no real arguing about it anymore. Yes, we'll try and keep the food supply chain open. And yes, that's created some arguments. There are ways in which the province is dealing with that I'm disappointed in. I share Councillor Fletcher's comment that it's kind of rich to say it's a logistical nightmare to try and cordon off part of a big box store and leave just the pharmacy and the grocery store exposed for commerce, when in fact, due to our holiday bylaw, that's been happening for decades and decades and decades. And so to create that fair playing field and to result in fewer exposures, we could do those things. And we're disappointed the province isn't. And we have people whose job it is to debate that and work that out. But in the meantime, I'm not going to shy away anymore. I'm not going to sit at home and say, don't poke the beast. You know, yes, there are anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers, and someone will deal with that. We each have a pulpit in our local wards and in this community, and all of us know how devastating this virus is, that it's real and that it is destroying lives and families and will destroy our economy for a long, long time if people don't take it seriously right now, Christmas or no. And so I'm going to do my level best to be, if I have to be a total bore about it, I'm going to keep repeating over and over again, this is real, it is devastating people. I'm just praying every minute that it doesn't devastate my family, because that's a very real chance right this very moment. And people have got to stay home. And that's job one for us. After all these motions, that's job one, that we have to use our pulpit to get people to stay home.
Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you very much. I think all levels of government have been doing a pretty good job with this. The province had a 2-week lapse, but they seem to be back on track. But what I really want to say is that I think the city's response has really been exemplary. I think the leadership team of Dr. Davila and Councillor Cressy and the mayor has been, you know, really phenomenal. And, you know, I'm really proud of the city's response to this crisis. I think we're, you know, doing as well as you possibly could with the powers and resources we have. And I expect we'll keep that up. And I don't think we should be, I'm going back to Dr. Davila's remarks about, you know, just flattening this curve is not good enough. And, you know, if we were to ever just plateau and then have a third wave, you know, leaping off that floor, like I can't imagine what it would look like. So we can't let that happen. And if that requires some more drastic measure that none of us want to see, but may be necessary, then, you know, as Nick Lowe said, sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. And, you know, much better that we get the numbers down for a, you know, with a very targeted, shorter term measure than just let this drift out of control. For those who aren't following the rules, who are very flagrantly not following the rules, I'm assuming that the city will be taking the appropriate action there. We, you know, if somebody doesn't like speed limits, for example, they can exercise their right to protest that, you know, any legal way they want, but they can't drive 100 kilometers an hour down local streets, you know, as a flagrant act of disobedience and put all sorts of other people's lives at risk. So, you know, any restaurant who's thinking that they can similarly ignore the rules should not be allowed to do so without some serious consequences, the same as a driver would lose their license if they were to do that kind of thing. On the, you know, the big box stores, that I think really bothers all of us, and I know it's complicated, but really it should be limited to people who primarily sell food or primarily sell hardware. You shouldn't be allowed to stay open because you have a shelf of food somewhere in a store. That is just so grossly unfair to all of the small businesses. And, you know, it's really up to the, I was thinking of making a motion, but I'm sure the province is well aware of the problem, and it's really up to them to take the corrective action and do something that's fair to everybody and that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd once again like to thank the Chief Medical Officer and her team and the Emergency Management Office for their heroic efforts this year during this most difficult time. There's been a lot of emphasis on non-compliance, but I wanted to just mention that Torontonians, everywhere I go, I see almost 100% compliance when it comes to masks. When I look around at a lineup outside a store, inside a store, and I'm really proud of the way Torontonians are embracing the safety measures that we have suggested and that we have implemented. And it is true, there will be people out there who disagree with that, who will be confrontational and who want to do their own thing. But it seems to me there's enormous compliance. And I've got to tell you, we have family in the United States. We watch very closely what goes on in Florida because I have a daughter, a son-in-law, and a granddaughter down there. And I can tell you that the conflict over basic safety measures down there is unconscionable. And they're daily, I made the mistake of getting the Miami Herald app so I could get regular updates. And in between hurricanes, they give COVID numbers across the state. And it's 6,000, 8,000, 9,000. I mean, it's really, really out of control. Moving on from there, I know it's been mentioned a few times before, and Councillor Fillion just mentioned it, but we talk about the big box stores, the Costco's, the Walmarts, the Home Depots, that are selling non-essential products, and they are hurting our family-run businesses, our small businesses that are in our local neighborhoods. And we might conclude that it is a provincial decision to do that, but I should remind councillors that at one time there was no Sunday shopping in this province, and there was a regulation regarding the square footage you could have open on a Sunday. And what stores did was they cordoned off parts of their store where customers could not access, and it shrunk the square footage of their space for Sunday so they could stay open. And I know that there's no that same measure could be used these days, where we require these stores, these big box stores, like the Walmarts, who are selling pants and shoes and shirts and so forth, and hurting our independent businesses. They could be required to block off those aisles through various orders and councils or regulations tied to the legislation, and that would save hundreds of businesses. I'd also like to bring attention to the airlines. And since between March and September of this year, approximately 335,000 non-Canadians came to this country. And while we are encouraging people not to travel, not to move around, not to save home, our airlines are still very robust. Now, I'm not suggesting that we have to close off airspace, but I find it extremely contradictory that one of the major industries in our country is not playing ball with us. They're enabling travel, potentially spreading COVID from community to community across the country. One more comment on restaurants. I think the heavy hammer on full closures was premature for in-house dining. The statistics did not show that was really necessary. But more important, I think what they should have done is a staged approach. And I mentioned in the last two council meetings is that they should have suspended alcohol sales during in restaurant dining first and see how that went, because there's clearly a linkage between bars and nightclubs and so forth and the distribution or the serving of alcohol and the spread of COVID. And I'm really disappointed that that kind of incremental approach wasn't embraced. Finally, I'd like to make a pitch for the Earl Bale Ski Hill. This is a wonderful city asset. It sits in York Center. It is a vital recreation
10
activity for
seconds.
winters. And I urge them to create the flexibility we need so it can operate effectively and people can be safe and get recreation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I have several motions that the clerk has, which she can put up. I'll speak to them hopefully very briefly. The first of which, I asked some questions earlier of the medical officer of health and parks people, is there's this provincial regulation that only permits 10 people are on our indoor ice rinks. Of course, not now when we're closed, but when code red or those other codes. Doesn't make sense to me because the way the regulation has been interpreted. And quite frankly, Speaker, so imagine a school class permits a hockey rink, an indoor hockey rink, an NHL-sized rink. 30 kids in the class, only 10 of them can go skating. Like, imagine that. That's bizarre at best. And given our winter, given the fact that it gets cold, that gets dark real fast, I'm looking outside, it's dark already, and it's like, what is it? I don't know. It's 4:30, 4:40. Indoor skating is one of the only things that we've got. So the second part of that motion says, look, given that other people aren't permitting our hockey arenas, given that we're not allowing the leagues to play and hockey games and all those other kinds of things, and all those users, then let's open them up as much as possible to people, understanding that there's always going to be limits to how many people can get on the rink. The second part of that motion looks at that, where feasible, not ordering it or anything like that. Where feasible, we allow people to use our indoor hockey arenas. Because, Speaker, as you know, there's very little to do in the wintertime as it is. And with COVID, it's even more difficult now. So hopefully folks will support that motion. And there's a third motion that I have as well, Speaker. And that's, having, sort of following this debate over a period of time now, this pandemic is turning into probably the signature event of our lifetimes. And, I've been around, walking the earth now for some time, and I can't remember another event that has seized us in the same way as this pandemic. Completely changed our lives, changing our economy, hurting, a great many people in a way that that it will take a long, long time for people to recover from this. I just want to quote Winston Churchill, but just change a couple of words in a very famous quote of his. And Winston Churchill said this, never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so, and I want to change this word, by so few to so many. Not everybody's paying for this pandemic in the same way, Speaker. You've all seen it. It's hurting, the poorest of the poor amongst us. You know, so you know, the banks, you know, yeah, they deferred, you know, interest payments, but pay me later. Landlords get still to evict tenants because you know, you can't, you can't pay your rent. People's savings being wiped out. People going heavier and heavier into debt. Small businesses being wiped out wholesale, willy-nilly. Councillor Pasternak was just speaking about what Walmart, you know, is gonna do to you know, a lot of other small businesses. Big tech, Amazon, Google, Netflix, recording record profits. Trump was on television for like 30 seconds last night, you know, claiming victory for the you know, the stock exchange in New York reaching 30,000. So who's going to pay for the pandemic? When we are going to have to reconcile the costs of the pandemic? Is it going to be the poor again? The middle class? And we are not having a conversation. During the Second World War, you know, corporate taxes, you know, I'd reached somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. Nobody's having that conversation in this country today about that.
15 seconds.
We're all just simply, you know, sort of hoping for the best. Who's going to pay for our TTC, for our debt? Because the day's coming. That's a conversation we need to have. As political bodies, as political institutions, we need to leave the pandemic stuff to the medical officer of health, but we need to have the conversation on this other stuff.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Carroll.
The motion that Councillor Perruzza moved has not been added to the CMP yet. I'm wondering if I can see it. I may not have a question if I could see the motion again about ice skating.
Can we show the motion? It's there. Refresh.
Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. It hadn't been attached to the items, but I'm looking at it now.
You may have to refresh your screen.
I'm afraid I do have a question of the mover.
Okay.
Shall I go ahead?
No, not yet, just a sec.
Okay.
Councillor Holliday, you have a question to the mover, 3 minutes.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. I got to ask about motion 7B, which is, I guess, asking the governments to ensure that the financial burden of COVID-19 pandemic is shared equitably across Canadian society. So I got to understand, to the best of my knowledge, that by and large, the government of Canada and the government of Ontario raised money to pay for things through income tax. So is it the councillor's assertion that that program is not equitable and that there's changes needed to it? Is that what this means? Like, I'm trying to understand the effect of this motion.
Yes.
Okay. So this is asking the governments to change the income tax system in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay.
No, this is asking the government to make sure that we all carry the burden of the costs of the pandemic equitably across our society. Perhaps I'll go back to a remark I made. There are during the Second World War, for example, you may recall.
Councillor Perruzza, can you just answer the question on your motion? I don't think we want to go back to the Second World War.
I think Councillor
We're in
Holidays
2020, not
wants to
19.
simplify. If he wants to simplify
No,
like
no,
that
but
in his
please
own
just
brain,
answer the
then please,
question.
yes. The answer to the
Because
question
it's only 3 minutes.
is none necessarily to the income tax, because that's probably one of the fairer taxation systems we have. But just want to make sure that everybody pays their fair share. Councillor Holiday, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you. I give up.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, question, 3 minutes, clarification.
Did I hear Councillor Holiday say uncle on that one? I think so.
He said we don't want to go back to 1945.
No, he said
Okay.
he's giving up. He called uncle. Councillor Perruzza, Anthony, you mentioned the skating and you mentioned kids going indoors from a class, but outdoors is 25. And do you find it a bit strange that school class, again, can have 30 children in a classroom, but those same 30 children couldn't go and skate on a city skating rink outside for a class?
Yeah, for me, it's all very bizarre. So we can argue equity on this one, I think, until the cows come home. And we'll never find it, because you will find those inequities everywhere. As Councillor Holiday was rightfully pointing out right now, everybody pays, sort of different rates everywhere. And some people profit and some people are hurt by it. And when we should come in and try to fix, exactly.
But about the skating, are you trying to get somebody to fix this so kids that are in school during COVID, we can get them outdoors? They can go to the skating rinks during the day. They can skate their little hearts out in the classes of 25, 28, 30, 32, whatever they're managing these days in schools. That it would be ridiculous not to be able to accommodate the schools in our sites. Is that your intent?
Exactly. So the point to my motion is that the provincial folks that wrote the regulation can now focus in on skating rinks, both outdoor and indoor, and say, hang on, maybe the way we wrote that regulation and we were thinking about gymnasiums and we were thinking about other places, maybe there should be a standalone reg for skating. Maybe we can permit some more kids to get on those outdoor skating rinks and indoor skating rinks, be able to do it safely, and open up more recreational opportunities for people. So I'm trying to get the pointy heads of the province that wrote it to rethink it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, question, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify if the councillor could help me understand what you're leaving in the hands of staff in terms of figuring out what is operationally feasible. I know that you are saying as soon as public health guidelines guidance permits, but I want to be sure that if I adopt the motion, that we're not thinking operationally feasible is really sharply defined. We're going to leave that up to our staff.
Yeah, precisely. So what the motion asks for is this. So if you walk into one of your rinks, like I walked into Gordon Irene Risk the other day, say at 4 o'clock in the afternoon after the school day, and beautiful ice pad, nice shiny, the person managing the arena is in his office, either on the computer or reading the newspaper, and nobody on the skating rink. What I'm asking our staff is this: where you have those situations, open them up. Let the kids and others on there, so that they can go for a skate where it's feasible. That's what if that's what you're if that's
Right,
what
but I
part of the
just
motion
wanna-
you're referring to.
But I just want to clarify that you're going to leave the deeming it feasible up to them, because I'm sure you understand that with any sports activity, with any physical exertion, that it's not just what happens on the skating rink, it's the whole facility. What are the benches where they're lacing up like? What are the doorways they'll be
Yeah.
going through when they're
Of course.
huffing and puffing and
Yeah.
physically
Of
exerting?
of
Because
cour-
those are high droplet moments. So
Of
you're
course,
going to leave the
yeah.
feasibility to them?
Of course, Councillor. I wouldn't want to share the droplets with you or with anyone else. And I don't have the keys to the arenas, right? So yeah, the operation should be left with our staff, completely with our staff. And that's what the motion does.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I'm trying to go down the list. Okay. Yeah, just Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to lend my voice to the subject matter and following up on the questions that I'd asked earlier today. I don't have a motion to move. I noticed that clerks have, I guess, in consultation with Councillor Holyday, have referred the matter from Councillor Holyday to ECDC, which is my committee, and I appreciate having that there. We will be dealing with that. Speaker, we are all traveling in what I would term as uncharted territory. None of us have had any of these experiences prior. Yes, I know we had SARS, but this pandemic has far, in a way, exceeded our experiences with SARS and so on. I certainly want to thank Dr. Davila, Matt Pegg, Councillor Cressy, Jim Jessup, and many others, and I'm going to name them in a moment. I think it's really important as well for us to understand and look at the leadership that Mayor Tory has brought to this council. Mayor Tory's motion, which I know that everyone will be supporting, I think it was only, I guess, last council meeting, there was a question as to whether or not the mayor was the appropriate person to do the advocacy and so on. And there was a question as to whether or not we would set up a committee to work with and to determine how we respond to the other levels of government and so on. And we see this firsthand, that it is totally appropriate in terms of his leadership and his advocacy and putting resources in place based on the needs of our citizens, because our first priority is the health and welfare and protecting our community, and that is what's being done. So I applaud him for that, and I think that's a tremendous exercise of his office. I also want to thank some really amazing people that I don't think we drilled down far enough. I know Chris Murray certainly is the leader of the city administration, but I want to thank people like Shanley McNamee, who is responsible for childcare and all the work that's being done there and the work in terms of organizing the process to ensure that frontline workers, for example, are able to get their kids to childcare. People like Paul Raftis, the tremendous work that he does with respect to long-term care. I spend a lot of time with Paul and the work that's being done there. In my own community, we've had challenges with respect to a number of my homes, long-term care homes in my ward where people have died, and most recently Rodcliffe Care Communities facility, as well as Kennedy Lodge. We've had the Greek community there as well. Julianne Carboni and people like Denise Campbell, Mike Williams, Carlton Grant from MLS, and so on. I make reference to all of these staff, Speaker, because I think it's really important to recognize the tremendous work that they have been doing. I mean, I can probably speak to any of them at 1 o'clock in the morning, at midnight, and any other times during the course of a day because of all the work that they're actually doing. And so I think it's really important for us to recognize that it has been a tremendous team effort and team collaboration in terms of responding to the issues around business challenges that our Main Street businesses are facing, the things that we're doing and helping to respond. Certainly that we're doing the best we can. Maybe it's not enough, and the restaurants, the challenges that they're actually having. But I think it's also important for us to recognize that this pandemic has demonstrated to us certainly the gaps that existed in our system and in our society for a long period of time. I hope though once we get through it, and it will be some time yet, that we don't forget about the processes that we're talking about and what we want to do in terms of exercising and address the issues that have been facing the BIPOC community in this city for a very long period of time. There are many poor people in this city, and they come in all sizes and all color and all shapes, quite frankly. And I think it's important for us to be able to recognize that and do the things that's needed to be done. The data for equity strategy is such an important piece of work that we have failed to do in the past, as Councillor Wong Tam has indicated. The medical officer of health has indicated that this is an important piece of work, that we must be able to do these things in order to ensure that our city is able to safeguard the interests of the residents in our city and to take care of all. We are a model of the world, and we are going to get better through great leadership of this council and all the people that are involved in terms of making a difference in our society. I want to commend Premier Ford and commend Prime Minister Trudeau for the great work that they're doing, and all the other people are working to make our city and our country a better place in our province. So, Speaker, thank you very much. I just wanted to add my comments to those individuals and to say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll just speak briefly. So I will be supporting the motions that were introduced today, the mayor's motion and a number of other motions. But just briefly, I just wanted to comment. As I mentioned earlier, when I asked questions to the medical officer of health, I do have two schools in my ward that parents are very frustrated and concerned, two Catholic schools, St. Fidelis and Chaminade. So I'm hoping we can get public health out there to assist the school, the students, and teachers and the parents. You know, what hurts me is, and it's been mentioned by other councillors as well, is these small businesses that have invested thousands of dollars on making their business safe, restaurants, retail, where they've done what they were supposed to do and just allow 2 or 3 patrons in at a time, and that they're in lockdown. And it was mentioned again, I'm not going to repeat it, you've got Costco and Walmart that's able to stay open. So these poor businesses are dying. They've invested thousands of dollars and they're dying. And what concerns me is what's happening with some of these businesses that are operating illegally. As we mentioned, some of the storage facilities and some restaurants that are not abiding by the bylaw. What's important to me is that we enforce these bylaws and target the businesses that are breaking the law. To me, that's very important. If we don't do that, then it's just, the virus is going to spread. It's not fair to everyone else that has to remain closed and lose their business, thousands of people on unemployment because of some businesses that refuse to obey the law. We can't enforce ignorance, and that's what we have with some of these businesses and some of these businesses that are operating illegally. You know, it's fine to say, encourage people to stay at home, but unfortunately, not everyone is as fortunate as we are that we can stay at home and get paid. There are a lot of people that don't get paid by staying at home. So we have to look out for the people that can't, that don't get paid. And how we can't, we're asking the province and the federal government to financially support us, but you know, how long can we do that? We have to look at everyone, and we have to support everyone, and it really concerns me that we're not focusing on where we should be focusing on. We know where the hot spots are, we know where the cases are. That's what we should be focusing on. And rather than keep attacking the other levels of government in the province, I commend the province what they're doing financially for us. They're working with us, and I think it's really important that we work with them and not keep attacking them. How can we ask them for support if all we do is attack them at every council meeting? Yes, we need them to do more, but let's work with them. We need to have that relationship with them. So those are my comments, and I'm just hoping that in the next few weeks, that some of these businesses can survive, and, God help us all, because I don't want to see more businesses out of business. Some restaurants, I know a restaurant in my ward that they were denied insurance on the 11th hour. So these businesses are suffering. They're going to go bankrupt no matter what. And we can't keep throwing money at them because they're finished. So I hope we can survive. And so those are my comments, and thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, first motion is by Mayor Tory. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Cressy. We'll put it on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Holyday. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Bradford.
Recorded speaker?
Pardon?
You wouldn't mind? Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, it looks like maybe the motion has not come up on your screen. Could you please indicate your vote?
And then it was
I'm sorry, Councillor Perks, your vote?
Favor.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Perks. It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Cole.
Recorded vote, Madam Speaker?
For Councillor Cole's motion?
That's correct, thank you.
Okay, recorded vote for Councillor Cole's motion. Can we just put it on the screen, please? Okay.
Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Okay, our next motion. By Councillor Perruzza. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, second motion.
Recorded vote on this. I'm not voting for this.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Thank you. Councillor Fillion. Councillor Pasternak, please. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, our next motion. Is that it? Okay, so item is amended. Do we want a recorded vote? Yes? Okay, recorded vote. Item is amended.
Voting panel is now open. Councillor Matlow, thank you. Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is the deferred item T 19.58. Oh, that's tomorrow, right, okay. Okay, so the next one would be 18.11, which is preserving ranked ballot elections. It's here with, without a recommendation. Okay, do we have questions?
Oops, no.
No? Speakers? Councillor Pasternak.
It was questions for staff.
Oh, so questions to staff, Councillor Pasternak.
So this motion originated as a direction to the provincial government on specific legislation that was working its way through committee. It was amendments to the Municipal Election Act. Has this legislation been passed at Queen's Park, and has it received royal assent?
Through the speaker, can you hear me? I don't have a visual though.
Yes, we can.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Through the speaker. So the the bill has not yet received royal assent. It has been going through their legislative process, and I understand, I believe it's just past third reading, but it has not yet received royal assent.
Has the deadline for deputations or comments from municipalities passed?
Through the speaker, yes, it has.
Is this motion redundant?
Through the speaker, I think that there are other municipalities that have continued to send communication into the Premier's office. So I think if the will of council is to communicate to the Premier or the province of Ontario, then it's certainly their prerogative.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perruzza, questions?
So my question to staff is, so I understand that for the next election, the way the former directions from council were to you, that for the next election, you wouldn't be able to have the voting machines and all that infrastructure ready, but you were proceeding to continue to do work to bring back this issue to us, along with a considerable more work done on your part for the following election. What happens to all of that work that you're doing if the provincial government ends up passing the bill as is and basically doing away with this ranking system for elections? What happens to your work, the work you're doing?
Through the speaker. So at the September council meeting, council did direct the city clerk to continue with the preconditions that are set out in the regulation related to ranked ballot and bring back a report at the conclusion of meeting those conditions to city council before the end of 2021. We're in the process of planning to administer a by-election on January 15th. So we have not yet continued that work on the ranked ballot file. If the province of Ontario passes the bill and it receives royal assent, the regulation that you directed me to work under no longer exists and the work would then cease.
So you're going to continue to do work until you're going to continue to do work on this until the bill is given royal assent?
Through the speaker, I'm not doing work on this right now because we're in the process of administering a by-election. And so we would monitor, but I think it would receive royal assent probably after or before the by-election is completed.
Okay, but let's say it doesn't receive royal assent until well after the by-election. Are you going to return to your work on this file and before that royal assent? Would you return to do any work until you know what the province is doing?
Through the speaker, no, I would not. I would cease doing work until we had clarity on what the status of ranked ballots was.
Yeah, because you don't want to waste your time on something that's not, that may not go anywhere, right?
Through the speaker, I wouldn't want to use resources that may not end up being something that we could move forward with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Fiona. Just to further clarify some of the questions that my colleague is asking, if we can get at what you are working at, part of the reason that council moved that they're not even going to make a decision on whether or not there would be a ranked ballot in 2026 is because the chief work you have to do right now is around immediately upon executing this by-election is to work on tendering to update our elections technology right now, the electronic vote tabulators. Those need to be replaced first and foremost. Am I correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor. And actually, we did release the negotiated request for proposal to replace our vote counting equipment, looking at both a to buy and a to lease option 2 weeks ago.
Right. And then when those come in, then you have to run tests on them, etc. So the advice you gave us when we made our decision that really takes us to 2026 was that probably would put you in jeopardy of us making a decision that could happen in 2022. That's the way I recall it.
Through the speaker, that's correct. We're not sure how long it will take us to do the evaluation negotiation. We have to go back to executive and council, have the contract awarded, and then we have to have 2,000 pieces of equipment shipped to us, and we're not sure what the timing of that might look like.
Okay, and And so that's the real work, and that you have to do whether there's provincial legislation about rank balloting or not. That you have to do whatever council thinks about this or not. So we can park that. So then the fundamental question is this: given that the electronic tabulators we're using now, the voting machines we're using now, we're able to lease them out to others to use. They are 20 years old. This machinery can have quite a shelf life. So correct me if I'm wrong. What I have understood from talking to the various vendors of voting tabulators is nobody really puts a machine on the market these days that couldn't accommodate either type of election, whether it needs a technology appendage to make it possible or not. Isn't it true that pretty much any of the equipment you're going to be looking at, even if we're focused on the type of election we are focused on for Toronto, the kind we've always had, in most cases, if we're going with the technological route, they're flexible. They could accommodate whatever the legislative change might be with a bit of technological callback and consultation. Isn't that the state of the art of this type of equipment now anyway?
For the speaker, our negotiated RFP has a requirement that any vote counting equipment we would either lease or buy needs to accommodate rank ballot elections.
Or the kind we normally have. It would have to accommodate both. Am I right?
That's correct.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We'd like to get this item moved on. Councillor Holiday. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to, I guess, Fiona. I know we talked about it before in different debates on this matter at council. Did we ever find a mock-up of what, I'm going to call it a ballot, but it's probably a stack of papers, would look like in a ranked ballot scenario?
For the speaker, as part of our research into ranked ballot elections, we've looked at many sample
sorry,
ballots.
I have to stop this. We're really off topic on this now. Yeah. What we have before us is, should we tell the province that we don't agree and this is what we want? Is that that's what we're discussing?
Okay,
So let's just move this item along. Okay.
Madam Speaker, may I ask then something that perhaps you would find more relevant? Can you tell me the origins of the ranked ballot initiative? Is it from staff or is it a political initiative that was brought forward through council's political process?
For the speaker, my understanding is that the ranked ballot direction was a council initiative, not a staff recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to get this item done before we recess tonight. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. The province of Ontario did ask municipalities after the fact when they tabled the original bill, what is your opinion? Is that not correct? They wanted to know what we thought of the recovery, the COVID recovery bill, where this item was embedded.
I'm going to ask the solicitor to answer that question. I'm not aware of what the answer would be. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's really not on this either. Well, what we have before us. No,
I didn't. I'm not aware if there being public.
Yeah. Well, what we have before us.
But I also want to add. Oh, sorry. The bill has received royal assent. To be clear.
That's right.
It has. So in the period of where the questions began to where the questions now, the bill has now received royal assent. Is that correct?
Yes, it has. So those sections have been removed from legislation.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very
Earlier,
much.
we were told the bill had not received royal assent.
Apologies, councillors. I thought it was only at third reading. I wasn't aware it had received royal assent. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. So what we have before us.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, what we have before us, are we going to tell the province we disagree? The decision's been made. So, Do you have any further questions on that?
Not
Okay.
if the bill has received royal assent.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any speakers?
Madam Speaker, I held the item.
Yes, I know. Just one sec, please.
Well,
Okay.
you asked if we had any speakers, so.
Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll to
Thank you,
speak.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a slight amendment to my motion, and I am having trouble because my CMP has locked again, but I think if it's put up on the screen, I will be able to see it. Having a great deal of difficulty with the CMP today. So there we are. Thank you. This is a slight amendment that City Council requests the Government of Ontario to respect local decision-making with regards to local elections and withdraw its amendment to the Municipal Elections Act as it relates to ranked ballot elections. So adding the piece about local decision-making is the...
Royal assent, I think you need to change that to rescind the bill.
Madam Speaker, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do. Who interrupted?
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor
So if you
Perruzza.
could pause my time.
Councillor
So if you could
Perruzza,
pause my
please.
time.
Allow Councillor Carroll to
okay.
finish speaking.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I think there is value in us still voting on this, royal assent or not. And the reason is this: now there is a private member's bill asking for precisely what's in this this motion, because although it received third reading, this is something that has been objected to by municipalities across the province, whether they had ever considered ranked ballots or not. Because what it is yet another step to take away that local conversation between a council and its community about how it wants to handle the local aspects of its municipal election. We're in court right now on that very issue. This is the self-same issue that we have with the province eradicating our exercise on deciding what our boundaries ought to be upon consulting with our community. There have been consultations in various communities. Various members of the community have come forward and asked us about ranked balloting. But here's what council decided. Council decided that they were going to wait until after we have new tabulators. We didn't want to jeopardize having the best possible election in 2022. So all we've asked is that that purchase happens. And then early in the new term that starts in 2022, our staff would report back to us on whether or not they could meet all the requirements and a ranked ballot could happen. We weren't even going to make the decision on whether or not to ever have a ranked ballot election. We weren't going to even make that decision until after our next election. But what matters here is that the ability to make the decision about a very local aspect of our elections is once again being arbitrarily ripped away from us. There are matters that the Municipal Act is there for because we are, of course, creatures of the province. But this provincial government goes too far in taking away our ability to make really locally based decisions with our community. And so in support of that private member's bill, and to be joining those municipalities that have communicated their frustration with this, the City of Burlington, the City of London, Ontario, and there are more, other municipalities have communicated to the province, we think you're going too far in the Municipal Elections Act to have too much control over municipal governments and their local conversations and decision making. And that's why it's important to be on the list of people who made that clear to the province. At this point, whether or not it's about ranked ballots, quite frankly, it's kind of moot, except that this is one of many steps that this province is taking. And if you supported going to court over the boundary review, then you really ought to support this to be consistent in your outrage that a provincial government is overstepping. Beyond that, we have a long way to go before we're ever going to be back in council chamber actually making a decision about ranked balloting. We haven't made that decision, and we took a determined path that we're not going to make that decision until we're past our next election. So you take no risk in making this statement to the provincial government today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be extremely quick. I'd just like to move receipt of the item for information. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Flog a dead horse. I'll call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. All in favor of calling the question? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, Councillor Ford's motion to move receipt. On favor?
Vote, please. Vote on moving receipt.
Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cressy, may I please have your votes?
All right, it's in the affirmative. It's in the affirmative.
Councillor Cressy, sorry, I can't see you on my screen, but if you're there, could you please give us your vote? Okay, Councillor Cressy is being marked as not present. I'm going to end the vote.
Speaker, the motion to receive the item loses on a tie, 12 for each side.
Recorded vote on the motion as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on the motion then. Recorded vote.
All right, but
Voting panel is now open, Speaker.
But isn't the
Speaker,
bill, isn't the bill, point of order?
On a point of order.
Yes.
Sorry, I think Pritza was ahead of me. I was just there's so many things. I apologize to the whole council. I was doing something here, and I thought I was voting on the motion to do with the rank ballots. I'm a supporter of rank ballots, so I voted the wrong way. And I realize in a tie that's going to change the disposition of this, but I am a supporter of rank ballots, and I voted the wrong way on the motion. And I apologize for that. So I'd ask that someone move that it be reopened.
Well, no, because it would change the vote.
Yes.
Yes, it will.
No, it would not change the outcome. The outcome it was defeated on a tie. If Mayor Tory changes his vote, it's still defeated.
Yeah, that was the receipt motion, so it wouldn't change the receipt outcome.
No.
I will happily move reopening or reconsideration.
I apologize.
Yes, that's what.
What are you reopening, Gord?
Motion to receipt,
The receipt motion.
which was defeated on a tie. Mayor Tory wants to join the prevailing side, which was to vote no.
We're in the middle of a vote right now.
How do you do that if it changes the outcome?
It doesn't
That's,
change.
it does, it does.
No. He wants to vote the other way, Gord. No. You
It
get
does.
Voted yes on
Okay,
receipt.
so
He
let's
wants
just,
to vote no on receipt.
okay, let's just vote on what we have before us now. We're in the middle of a vote.
Speaker, I'm very sorry. No, on a point of order. If someone stands up and they want to change a
Councillor
vote, you don't
Perks,
go
it
on to the
changes
next
the
vote.
vote. Just
No,
like,
it does not. Ask
no,
the
No,
clerk.
it does not.
It
It
does.
does not join the prevailing side.
It does.
It does not change the
On a
outcome.
point of order.
The motion failed. He wants to join.
Point of
Do you
order.
remember the last council meeting? We did not reopen an
On
item
a
because it
point
changed the
of
vote, and we
order.
were very firm on that.
Advice
Speaker,
from
on
the
a point
clerk,
of order.
please.
On a point of order.
The clerk.
Speaker, I'm quite happy to, I don't know, I now have to
No,
go.
Mr. Mayor, let's not give this up.
No, please, we're gonna, if you want to debate this for another hour, we'll debate it for another hour. I'll have the clerk comment,
I've
please.
asked for a
Advice from
point
the
of order,
clerk.
Speaker.
Please,
I've
one
asked
at a
you
time.
recognize
Councillor
point of
Carroll,
order.
please. Okay, if I can have the clerk comment.
Madam Speaker, the convention in this chamber is that when there is a tie vote and a member wishes to change their votes, the convention has been to observe the parliamentary principle of not putting that to a vote because it could change the outcome. And I'm not talking about the outcome of whether it carries or loses. I'm talking about it could change. It gives other members the opportunity to change their votes at the same time. So if council wishes to ignore that convention and proceed to vote on reopening, it should do so with the understanding and acceptance of the risk, I guess, that other members may change their vote and the result of the vote may change, which has occurred in this chamber in the past.
So, well, let's vote on the motion that we have on the screen.
Okay, that's
Yes,
fine.
yes.
What's on the screen? Point of order.
Whose point of order?
Perruzza.
Councillor Perruzza.
Correct.
We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Perruzza.
No, I know, but on this motion, I tried to make this point earlier, right? And the point is this, that we were told by the city solicitor that in fact the legislation has been given royal assent. So withdrawing an amendment does nothing. They would need to rescind the bill. So they'd need a new bill changing their current bill.
But it hasn't been proclaimed yet.
Councillor Perruzza, we know that.
But the solicitor said it was proclaimed. It was given
No,
royal
he said
assent.
royal assent. It hasn't been proclaimed.
Okay, we're in the middle of, yes, it has received royal consent. We're in the middle of a vote, please.
It hasn't been proclaimed.
Councillor Cole, please.
I withdraw my request. I withdraw my
Okay,
request.
we're
Thank
you know, we're gonna be
I'm
here.
sorry to the council, I apologize.
Like,
Yeah, I withdraw my, thank you. Thank you very much.
What a shit show.
Members, the voting panel is currently
Microphone.
open on
Sorry.
motion number 1 by Councillor Carroll. Mayor Tory, your vote, please. This is on motion 1 by Councillor Carroll. Mayor Tory, your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 13 to 11.
Thank you. And my apologies, Madam Speaker. I have to go to a virtual development meeting. I'll see you tomorrow.
Last item, we just asked the province to help us, and now we're telling them not to help us.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's go to the next.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
On the point of privilege.
Yes.
I would ask that you withdraw that. It is your duty to officiate in the Speaker's chair. It is not your duty to editorialize.
Okay, thank you. I will withdraw that comment. I just wanted to make it clear what we just did. Thank you. I withdraw the comment. 20 minutes. So our next item, I don't know if it's going to be a quick item or not. It's EC 17.2, which is the Fair Pass Program 2020 update. Councillor Wong Tam held the item down, and I believe that you wanted to release it, but who was it that had questions on it? Pardon? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, is this now at the portion of questions to staff? Is that what you're calling for?
Yes, please, yes. Do you
Okay.
have questions to staff?
No, I have a motion I need to table when it's time. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have questions to staff? No? Okay, then Councillor Wong Tam to speak. I believe you have a motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Speaker, I apologize. The motion is on the screen. This motion is coming from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. We are hoping to receive an update on the program simply because it went from suspension and now we know that there is traction to move it back into implementation. But our committee would like to receive a presentation in the first quarter of 2021, and I'll just speak very quickly to it. There are many members of the community who are living with disabilities that will be greatly impacted by this particular program. It's part of the anti-poverty reduction strategy, and I know that there is a great desire and from the community to see the program implemented and reestablished as quickly as possible. I think we're heading in the right direction, but our community would just like to have an opportunity to meet with and speak to staff directly about it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak? Councillor Lai, do you have a motion? Do you have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion, yes. I'd like to table my motion, please.
Apparently we don't have, do we have her motion? Councillor Lai, apparently that the staff responded to you on clarification and you have not responded yet. So if you can just email staff to agree and then your motion would be ready.
Okay, I thought I did. I just wanted to withdraw one part of the motion. So I'm going to be just doing it right now, okay? So I agree. So that's good enough, right? Sorry about that. Thank you. I just did. My apologies.
Okay, do we have her motion? Okay, we need your email confirming it, Councillor Lai.
I did confirm it.
Let's go on to the next speaker.
There is no other speaker.
I thought Councillor Peruzza, I think you wanted to speak, hold the item?
No,
I remember.
He doesn't have his name there, so.
Oh, okay. I just sent it to agree with the. I withdraw part of the motion, so I just left with two parts of the motion. So.
Let Councillor Peruzza speak.
Okay, like we have
So just-
only, we have 15 minutes before we have to recess. So Counselor Perruzza, and then maybe we'll hold
Yes,
the, maybe we're going to
yeah,
have
no,
to hold the item down to tomorrow.
yeah,
Okay,
no,
Counselor
Speaker,
Perruzza.
yeah, Speaker, it's true. I did want to hold it earlier. I just simply wanted to say, I'm glad that the report is here, and I'm glad that we're moving forward again with the Fair Pass program. It was suspended for a while. It provides a lot of needed assistance to people who need it. So I'm glad it's here, and I'm happy to support it. That's all I got to say, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Lai, we still did not receive your email. So we're going to display your motion, and please tell us if you agree or not.
Yes.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Thank you, Speaker.
Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
So can I carry on now?
Yeah, you can go ahead and speak. Thank you.
Thank you. The two motion I'm just putting here is actually this Fair Pass plan has been around and it was before my times, and I really need to understand a little bit clearer. So I asked staff to give me a briefing, and I think the key word here is fair. So I've noticed that it is for people that are the working poor. I really supported that. It was very, very good. But I feel that there is a bit of a problem there because it's between the age of 20 to 64. So I thought maybe we should, I looked into a little bit further about how the seniors has been supported in such a program because, it's very fair and and the motion is all about equity. We've spoken about equity a lot, and I just wanted to see whether we can move, these two motions here is very, very just to get the TTC board. I know that they're gonna be doing a 5-year fair policy and a 10-year fair collection outlook. So just asking the TTC staff to review the fair to assist seniors. That is number 2 of the motion. And number 1 is just to make sure that they make it a lot easier for the seniors to access the senior discount fare that TTC is offering now. Apparently, it's really difficult for any senior to get access to this senior discount fare. So just to get the have staff TTC board to review it and then get back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Wong Tam.
Madam Speaker, I had my name up there to question them over.
Sorry, I didn't see your name.
No, it's okay, no problem. It's just a quick question to Councillor Lai. What is your objective, to eventually have all seniors ride the system for free, or you're just trying to get more clarity around how people access the pass? I'm just not clear on what your objective is with the second part of your motion. I can't hear you.
Councillor Lai, you're unmuted.
Sorry, I've been talking and I've been muted. Councillor Robinson, the objective for the first part of the motion is just to make sure that we have to get a better access for the senior discount fare. Just to be fair, the fair is the key word for this, for these two motions. And the second part of the motion is just to explore any way to assist seniors in getting better access and to getting maybe some more assistance in getting a fair pass for them, so that they can get onto the CTC, especially now with the COVID. I think there's the seniors are really having some mental issues and they really want to have to get out, and we need to help them and we need to make sure that they have a fair access to the TTC system. So basically those are the two objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Councillor Wong Tam. On favor, show of hands, carried. Motion by Councillor Lai. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. I don't know if it's, do we want to start the next item? We have 10 minutes. EC 17.3. Toronto.
Are there quick releases? Are there quick releases?
Do we have any quick releases?
I have a quick release. If you just give me a minute and a half to talk, I can release an item.
Okay.
Not.
If you have any quick releases, if we could put your name up on the screen. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is non-controversial. It's North York Community Council, NY 19.1, final report, St. Dennis Drive. The only reason why I held it, and the reason why I need 60 seconds to talk about it is there's some residents who've made some noise in the community and they want it. This is an application for a draft plan of subdivisions. There are some residents who would like to retry this application and are complaining that they didn't have, that there wasn't proper notification and not enough consultation. Staff have extensively explained why that's the case. And they submitted a petition that's in the communications, but we can't do that. This has been decided. It was decided when Councilor Burnside was here, and so this is a this application is finished and complete. There's some residents who are saying that there's an unfair process. Planning staff have extensively reported at North York Community Council that there hasn't been.
Thank you.
So I'm prepared to move staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. So NY 19.1, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Are there any further quick releases? No? Okay.
Madam Speaker, are you proceeding to bills now?
Pardon?
Are you proceeding to bills now? Just before you do, if that's what you're doing next.
Yeah.
I just want to make on a point of order. Okay, on a point of order, I just wanted to apologize to my colleagues. It's the second time I've done it, and I get involved when you're on these virtual meetings, as we all know. If you're in the council chamber, you'd leave the chamber and go and get involved with these people that are phoning and wanting things to get done, and you can't do two things at once. And I probably wasted 10 minutes of council time while they debated my desire to change my vote. I just apologize for that. I pride myself on doing my job in a professional manner, and that's not professional when you're trying to do two things at once. So I'm sorry to my colleagues, and thank you for your understanding.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Moved by Mayor Tory.
If you put it up, then Speaker, I'll be happy to read it.
Okay,
I can do that. I'm only doing it
there it
one
is.
time.
There it is.
Not on my screen.
There it is. Can you see it? Mayor, can you see it? Hello? Okay, Councillor Grimes. Let's try Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of introduction of the motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 26 on November 25th, 2020.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.